At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
And now your Fresh from Florida forecast with our friendly Florida farmer, Phil. How's it looking in the fields, Phil?
Fantastic. Florida blueberry season is here, and we've got a big blueberry front sweeping through. Expect a downpour of blueberries in your morning cereal, a good chance of blueberries in your afternoon smoothies, and a high probability of blueberry pies for dessert. Back to you, Tom.
Thanks, Phil. That's very good news. Look for the Fresh from Florida logo where you shop. There's sunshine in every bite.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
This is the Greek here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Well, talking about 401ks. I've always heard that 401ks were great, but you're telling me something different.
Well, 401ks are great when you're employed there. However, if you're no longer employed, you probably don't want to keep that 401k with your old employer, and you probably don't want to roll that old 401k into your new employer's plan.
Really? Why's that?
Well, most 401ks have limited investment options and can cost you thousands of dollars more in fees. And that's true even if you roll it over into your new employer's 401k. You also lose a lot of control by leaving your 401k with your old employer. If the company sells or merges, they often freeze it.
That's great insight. If you have a 401k with an old employer, stop what you're doing and call Trajan Wealth. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is, Tobacco-Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. When you call Tobacco-Free Florida's phone quit service, you'll receive one-on-one sessions with a coach who can help you on your quit journey. You may also qualify for free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco-Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Reduce your impact on the environment this fall by packing a waste-free lunch for school or work. Avoid foods with excessive packaging. Use reusable cutlery, napkins, cups, bags, and containers, and recycle or compost any waste when possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day, but when we're driving, cooking, working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Call 844-ADD-HELP-5. That's 844-ADD-HELP-5.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Expect stop-and-go travel on southbound I-95 between Boynton Beach Boulevard and Atlantic Avenue, and on the Turnpike northbound between Lake Worth Road and Southern Boulevard. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line pound 250 keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming with members-only offers. Learn more about the new loyalty program at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Well, are we ready to start the show? How do we start? How do we get started? Let's start off with a joke. I got one.
Is everything a joke to you?
Is everything a joke to you guys?
It sure is.
Especially today. What is it, April Fool's Day?
As you know, it is April Fool's Day.
April Fools!
Because April Fools.
Gotcha! April Fools!
Start the show.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Jimmy.
We haven't had to pull it for quite a while, so we got to lube it up.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Yeah, it's a new month, it's a new day, it's a new week. I hope you guys had a good Easter if you celebrated Easter. And I hope the bunny was good to you. Was he hopping? And Easter is a big holiday. I hope you had a good time with your family and friends and enjoyed yourself. And you were grateful and appreciative for all the things that you have in life. God bless my children. I shall not want. We have Tastings giveaway today at 11:45. Speaking of somebody we're appreciative every single day. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hello and good morning. How are we doing today, kids?
Awesome. And good morning to our favorite Easter bunny in the whole wide world. Franny's back with us. Hello, Franny.
Hi, good morning. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you.
Yes, happy April Fool's Day.
April Fool's. And don't do anything crazy at your job. Don't
No,
do any
that's not an appropriate place to do pranks at the workplace.
No?
All right.
No. Franny actually came in today and told me she liked me. So I was like, whoa.
Haha, April Fools.
I knew like
right out of the gate.
Because, you know, Greek.
Nobody's buying that.
I missed you this weekend.
The whole idea of an April Fool's joke is to have it be believable, for at least a little
I
moment.
tried to keep a straight face as long as I could. But just kidding. That didn't happen.
No, kidding me.
Oh, Greek came in and said he won the Florida Derby. I was like, oh, great. That's awesome. April
Fools.
Lost my ass.
Yeah.
It was disappointing because there was no shot. Like, you couldn't even bitch. It was just a favorite went right out of the gate from
really?
the 10 holes.
It's wire to wire.
It just took off. And I was just like, there was not like you could say you got screwed or not like that.
It was a favorite.
Yeah, it was a favorite. It was bad. And then I was at the Palm Beach Kennel Club. I didn't get down the Gulfstream because we had such a long show on Saturday. I mean, it was killing me.
Yeah.
That 1 hour was unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, 1 hour show?
Yeah.
What happened?
Florida Panthers came on at 12 with a pregame.
Got it.
And then a 12:30 puck drop for a game.
Did you guys forget? Like, why didn't you just call it in that day?
Because we're dedicated.
Oh, got it. That 1 hour.
April Fools.
We are.
Got to do that 1 hour.
There's somebody that's listening on their radio in their office and saying, I got to hear these guys.
I need the locker room in my life.
Yeah, so I think of that. So I've disappointed enough women. I don't want to disappoint people on the radio.
Got it.
April Fools.
Anybody? Anybody buying it? Anybody? Anybody?
So when I went to the Kennel Club, this gentleman came up to me and he said to me, "You'll love this, Jim." He goes, "I notice you here once in a while." He goes, "I even seen you down at the track." He goes, "You seem to be pretty sure what you're doing when you go up to that window." He goes, "But you're very quick." You know what I mean? Like how you bet. I go, "Dude, I don't even get a program."
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah, I just go up.
What's the point?
That's it. I said, "Give me 1 to 8." That's it. And I took the 11 because Teddy said that.
Sure.
And then that was it. Then the 10 won. But it was okay. I mean, I had some cigars with my friends. We were hanging out watching the race. They were all rooting for me. And my buddy was like, just before they got into the gate, he goes, "There's no way you could lose. You got 9 horses." He goes, "You got them all."
So, you had 9 horses.
Yeah, but you,
out of 11? How many? Yeah.
But you only play to win?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd only play to win. But it was fun. $5 each. I mean, it was great.
Yeah, right. I haven't gone that long.
April Fools.
April Fools.
April Fools.
Again, it's supposed to be believable.
I know.
It's supposed to be half. And the madness is almost over. We got, oh my God, we got the Final Four.
Who's in the final? I have paying zero attention to what's going on.
Alabama.
Okay.
Big shock. Okay.
All right.
They're playing UConn.
UConn's still in. Okay.
Champs. Purdue, a little bit of, not surprised. They're
I did see that Purdue. I watched a little bit of Purdue. They played yesterday, right? Tennessee against Tennessee, right? The Vols.
Yeah, they're one or 2 seed.
They're a 1 seed.
So
not a big surprise, but the biggest surprise, North Carolina State.
Yeah,
they were 150 to 1 before we started.
Wow.
Crazy, unbelievable things. So the Final Four is next Saturday in Arizona. They also said tickets are dropping because a lot of the big schools are not in it. That ended up losing a couple surprises. Alabama played Clemson the other day. It was like a football game. We talked about it was like -3.5. You're like, is it football or is it basketball? UConn destroyed Illinois. I don't know if you saw the game. They won on it was 23-23. The next
all right.
The next score was 54-23. They outscored them 31 in a row.
Wow.
And we had UConn, but I felt bad for the kids. Like they missed 19 shots in a row. Like couldn't it? Just like, oh my God. Larry David got called out. I don't know if you saw that. He was at the game, and celebrities know they're going to be on camera, especially when you're sitting courtside. I mean, you're right there. And a lot of his, things he was doing, he looked like he was bored, and he was like, somebody gave me tickets, and I went. And then like he was sitting on the rail, and he put his feet up, like on the thing, like this. I mean, you don't do that in a game. You just don't. You know what I mean? It looked very like.
Who is this again?
Larry David.
Okay.
It looked very bougie. You know what I mean? And he's supposed to be like just a regular guy. And he got crushed on the internet. I mean, by everybody. And but he looked totally bored, just sitting there. But yeah, the UConn destroyed them. I mean, won by 30. It was close at half. It was only 5. They ended up beating. But North Carolina State, last time they were in the Final Four was 1983 when Jim Valvano coached them. So hats off to the program. Those kids got to be going crazy going out there. I'm sure they're going to be going out there to Arizona to party. But big thing. And we helped the Panthers, put them on road. They ended their losing streak.
Oh, did they win?
On Saturday?
I didn't see the results.
Yeah.
We got a matter of fact. Make sure you got 92.1 on your dial set up for tonight because they'll be on tonight, tomorrow night, and Thursday.
Yeah.
We'll be carrying the next handful of games. Matter of fact, the rest of the season is going to be on 92.1.
Wow.
The regular season. So those are your next 3 games, and they'll all be 7 p.m. Puck drops.
Yeah, they won on Saturday against Detroit.
Oh, good.
So they broke the losers. Good. They got a big week this week. They only got 8 games left. They got 4 this week on the road. So hats off to the Cats.
Yeah, man.
Well, if you're a Marlin fan, I'm sorry. 0-4 this weekend.
Yeah, that's not good.
If you're a Houston fan, suck it.
Yeah! Yankees beat Houston 4 in a row. Oh, my God.
I was stunned.
I'm shocked.
Stunned to wake up and see that.
Oh, my God. Soto, great weekend.
The first couple of games, it was like, okay, great. I mean, what did I say on Saturday? It'd be a win if they split.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, they swept them.
On the road.
There was only one thing that can make me happier this weekend, and I can't say it on the radio, but I got to be honest. I was like, wow, Yankees swept them 4-0. And, it could have been better because we hate Houston. Boo, Houston, they're cheaters.
At least a couple big wins, too. I know Friday was a 7-1. What else did they do?
Well, the first 3 games, they were losing every game. Every game they were losing.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was pretty amazing that they came back and won. But baseball started. But a bad weekend for the Marlins. Good turnout the first day, but they're 0-4. And that's not a good thing. So if you want to call us or get involved, you can text us, call us, or email Jimmy. Maybe you want to talk about the weekend, April Fools. Is there something you want to do, but don't do it at work? You can call us at 877-927-6969. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Was the Easter Bunny good for you, good to you? And when is it too old that you can not get Easter candy? Is there an age that you
I didn't
can't?
get any Easter candy. Did you guys get any Easter candy?
No.
No, I didn't either.
I got some candy, but it wasn't Easter.
Okay.
Here's to the winners. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. It is Real Radio.
She was on shift this weekend in Monroe's.
Candy?
Candy was at Monroe's. I had a great meal. Thank you, Joseph's Classic Market. They always do a great job. And again,
They do, but just waiting to do that shopping last minute, man, everything was just absolutely nuts because I was not able to do much throughout the week, and then finally, like Saturday evening, I got a little bit of energy, and I was like, "All right, I gotta do something because Easter's tomorrow." So I hit Joseph's.
oh, it's packed, I'm sure.
And I was price shopping, and then I was like, "What am I doing to myself?" I hit Joseph's, I hit Costco, I hit Publix,
Costco?
and I hit
Oh.
Fresh Market.
That'd be crazy.
And I was just like, I got to get out of here. I wasn't the only one thinking, oh, maybe last minute. I mean, they were absolutely insane.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I was at Joseph's on Saturday, 8-1.
Yeah.
Like first, and there was a line. I mean, I thought it was at a club in Miami. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, they're nuts. But I mean, they're busy for a reason. It's a
Yeah.
holiday and they do a good job.
They
but-
do a great job.
Yeah.
Jimmy, how was your weekend? All right.
Very good. Yeah. Matter of fact, we video timed with the grandkids last night for Easter to see how the Easter Bunny did at their house,
Oh,
and it was
nice.
very good.
Did the Easter Bunny hook them up?
Yep. Easter Bunny hooked him up. Got the youngest got a whoopee cushion. And
Is this her first one?
Guess what? Yes. And she just kept on blowing it up.
Love it.
Blowing it up. Blowing it up.
I mean, what else are you supposed to do with it?
And it's like one of those. It's like right out of a comedy. She's doing that in the background while we're one-on-one with the older one,
Yeah.
right? So we're going back, and matter of fact, she breaks out a book of jokes. So she's starting to rattle off jokes to us, and meanwhile, the other one's in the background popping on a whoopee cushion every 13 seconds. Oh, it's like a comedy show.
That sounds like
was
it.
great.
My
It was
belly probably
great.
would have hurt from laughing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
cute.
That is definitely funny when you do something like that. And then they get it. They don't want to stop.
Yeah. So now we had a good time with that, and then we just did a little Easter dinner with ourselves. I mean, as far as that was concerned, but we had a good weekend. Yeah,
Good.
Can't complain.
Well, Franny, we're glad you're back in the Penthouse.
Thank you. It's nice to be back.
We missed you tremendously, and we're glad you're back. And we were calling you and texting you repeatedly. We were very worried. We were like, come
Yeah,
on,
you guys
please.
did check in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you were checking on me all the time. Friends for life.
Cheers to that.
April 1st. Jimmy's like, what? So a lot did happen this weekend, a lot of craziness. We'll get into some of the craziness that happened. But don't do anything crazy at your job. Please, don't do anything because it's not worth it. You're going to get in trouble. You definitely are. Randy, you have certain things about friendships that might be like,
Yeah, so the term that the kids use, what is it, ick? But they came out with the most common friendship icks. And are there any that you can think of top of mind? Just things that irk you, bother you when it comes to friendships?
I don't like when somebody roots against me and if I got something on a game. And you're my friend.
All
I mean,
right.
don't do that. Don't ask me
Like
why
if they are rooting for the opposing team?
Yeah. I don't like to say anything to anybody. I won't say anything. But if you ask me and I tell you, then don't root against me. Especially if you're my friend. I don't.
Well, is it necessarily them rooting against you if that's their team?
Yeah, you don't root against. I don't care if it's a team or not. If I got money
Got
on
it.
the game, you just shut up.
Okay, all right,
That's it.
shut up.
You
Got
just
it.
root for me, or that's it.
Okay.
Or think about me when you start your car.
Or just maybe just don't hang out with you if you're going to root for your team.
That's probably a better idea.
Yeah,
Well,
just
that's
go.
their choice. They want to be around me. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't want to be around them.
He's single, ladies. If you can believe it or not, he's single.
I didn't say anything about the females. I want nothing against LSU. Big party we're having. I hate when friends are late.
Late is number one on the list.
Oh, is it really?
Yep,
Oh, wow.
most common friendship, being late, number one on that list. Being rude, doesn't matter if it's to you or anybody else.
Yeah, it's not nice.
This one, G-Man, talking about themselves too much. A lot of people don't like that. They consider that number three.
Whatever.
April Fool's.
It's a choice. If there's a better subject, I'll talk
It's a
about
choice. We know it is.
For you.
Just the people around me.
regularly canceling plans.
That sucks.
That does suck. Yep. Constantly putting you down. That person needs to get the hell out of your life, right?
Yeah.
That's not a friend.
No.
So it's just not a friend.
I agree. Bragging at number 6. Bragging at number 6.
I don't say half the
April
stuff that
Fools.
goes on. It's a show.
Trying to flirt.
Yeah, it's all made up.
Yeah,
This is all made up.
Oh, we know.
Right,
Yeah.
Greek?
April 1st.
Yes. Trying to flirt with your partner.
Oh, that's bad.
Ditch them too,
Yeah.
right? They're not a friend either.
Bagging your wife. That's,
that's not a good friend.
That's a trait that
It's
you
an
don't
ick.
like about your
Whoa,
friends.
I think that's an ick. Yeah.
After Easter.
This one.
Oh, it's okay after Easter?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
No, I said just that day after Easter. You can't say that. Yeah.
Slow replies, like getting back to you, messages.
Yeah.
I understand how that.
Everybody has a different length in their mind, but I don't know. Like, yeah, if it's hours, like especially if you're asking them for plans, like you want to get dinner, you text them like 7, they text you like 10. What are you thinking? I'm thinking I'm home. It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
What am I,
I'm in
3
bed.
hours later.
Yeah. This one demanding a lot of your attention. I can understand. I have a girlfriend who is like that, and it's very, very draining. And if you don't invite her to certain things, it's what was me? Are you mad at me? And it's like, no, it's just, you
just didn't fit it.
Just things happen.
You didn't make the lineup.
Bad table manners at number 10. Those round up the top 10. Is there anything you want to add on to it? And this is a survey that was done asking them that the cringy feeling about something that maybe your friends do that's an instant turnoff. It doesn't always have to be relationships. This is friendships.
I think anytime somebody's judging you and openly about it, when you really don't ask them their opinion or you don't really care, and they're going to, be vocal on that. Like, I wouldn't do this or I wouldn't do that. I don't, I gave one of my buddies a ride the other night. He needed a ride to pick up his car. As soon as he got my car, he goes, your car is always so clean. Why?
Oh, how dare he? How dare he comment on how clean your car is?
And he got in with he had a sandwich.
Wow.
He got in
I
with
know,
a
if that's
sandwich.
like the one thing you're getting judged on.
Yeah. Like,
Jeez.
my car's clean because I like it clean, buddy. You're like you got a ride. If you're listening, you know I'm kidding. Yeah, I think anything where somebody's judging you.
No, I think judgmental friends, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, where they're like, I wouldn't do
again,
that.
that's not a friend.
Yeah.
Being late, like I had breakfast with a buddy of mine yesterday, and we set a time, and I walked in, and he was right on time. I thought it was, it's nice. I hate when people are late. That's one thing I'm not a big fan of. I mean, things happen, but on a regular basis, if it's the same person's always late, you get a little like, I don't know, Jimmy, anything that you have in your mind?
Yeah, we just always tell that one friend to be an hour early. You know? Or, like we set the time at a different time for that person, right? You got to do that, right? Whining, somebody that's constantly whining about things. It gets tiresome after a while. Especially over little things. When people complain about small little things that really shouldn't matter that much in life. I mean, that gets a little annoying to me.
Yeah, I understand it. But you do have those ones that are constantly, woe is me.
Well, they just feel that way.
But again, it doesn't even have to be a woe is me. It can just be simply like, complaining about service that really wasn't that bad, right? I mean, if you nitpick about small little things, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
If somebody asks me to like get him in someplace and I get him in, and this happened yesterday, and then they don't show up, that irks me. It definitely, especially when the place calls me later at night and says, hey, they never showed up. To me, you should call them and tell them you're not going to make the reservation. That's it. I'm not going to help you again because, I don't want to hear it, and it's not cool. So I think you should at least call the restaurant and say, hey, I can't make dinner tonight. Not a no-show. I have a list more. I'll get back to it as we get back.
I got a lot more to add to this.
Yeah.
The show is just
we got a minute.
I mean, there are little things that, you might be like, whatever. I just don't think judging. That's all. My life's my life. Your life's your life. You do your thing. I do my thing. That's the way it is. How come you don't drink? Because I don't. I don't know why. I just don't. I mean, certain things like that, especially if you know me. You know what I mean? People make fun of my cigars because they look at them as cheap. And I like them. That's what I like. But why do you ask me why your cigar sucks? You're not smoking it. Drop dead. 877-927-6969. Why do you bet the long shots?
Or you can just die.
Yeah, just drop dead.
Well, I mean, you could say something, which you don't
You're
really
giving them
want
choices.
or death.
Yep. At least he has options.
I got options for you.
Thank goodness.
Yes.
It is the Penthouse on April 1st. It is April Fool's. It's not opposite day. It's April Fool's. So be careful. Be nice. When is it too old to do an April Fool's? That's what we'll get into, too. We're going to come back with a trifecta, this day in history, and some things that maybe couples should talk about. And then Jimmy's got something where you might get a gift for a bad situation in your life. We'll be back. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
I would not expect. I always thought the bees would be in like their bee thing, the hive.
The scientific term.
Yeah, their bee thing.
Sabrina, you're talking to the guy that called them NASA people earlier.
They are NASA people.
The news junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Tonight, watch on Fox, starting at 8 p.m. and listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Tesla Last is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Got some slowdowns here in Lake Worth. That'll be on the Turnpike northbound between Lake Worth Road and Southern Boulevard. Also looking at delays on 95 southbound between Boynton Beach Boulevard and Atlantic Avenue. And construction on Okeechobee Boulevard eastbound before Flagler blocking the left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by NexGard Plus. NexGard Plus, a Foxalon or Moxidectin and Pyrantel chewable tablets, is the one you want for your dog's monthly protection. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your veterinarian about NexGard Plus Chews today.
Hi everyone, I'm Doug Plagans, radio voice of your Florida Panthers. The Panthers visit the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Catch all the action live tonight at 7 right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's in Palm Beach, and there's a basketball tournament on, and I can't think of a better place to watch the games, and a beautiful lady, your own cheerleader. Get over to Monroe's for the big tournament. Enjoy yourself. Open at 5 a.m., 5-star menu. Whether your team's winning or losing, you're a winner. You know why? Because you're at Monroe's of Palm Beach with the hottest ladies in South Florida. And don't forget, Friday night, Fetish Fridays. It's Monroe's. It's hoops. It's a perfect evening, baby. Hit that three-pointer. Peace.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Florida State League action is back at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium. Catch the 2023 champion Jupiter Hammerheads at the Palm Beach Cardinals Wednesday through Saturday, all season long. Get your tickets today. Call 561-630-1828 or go to RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com. We'll see you at the ballpark.
Seminole Casino Coconut Creek is your local gaming destination featuring over 2,000 slot machines, more than 80 live table games, plus 30 tables of live poker. Introducing a new era in gaming with live craps and roulette. Prefer smoke-free? Visit the Smoke-Free Pavilion, full of more slots, live table games, and easy access from the west parking lot. Enjoy NYY steak and our other dining options. Experience live entertainment throughout the week at Sunset Grill, Nectar, and Soundbar. Visit CasinoCoco.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5624. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
EasyCater has everything you need to make food for work. From ordering to reporting, we even keep your receipts all in one place, which means all you need to do is sit back and enjoy.
You're not having any lasagna?
All I can taste is hours of expense reports.
Relax, you used EasyCater. Enjoy the food, Ray.
Oh, no, thanks.
Enjoy it?
That's amazing.
Yes, Ray. It is amazing. 100,000 restaurants and everything you need to make food for work. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
As humans, we like having options. One option you might like is speaking with a real person when you call about your credit card. With 24/7 live U.S.-based customer service from Discover, everyone can talk to a real person anytime, day or night. Limitations apply. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins, CBS 12 News. A mix of sun and clouds for today, warm and breezy with temperatures in the low 80s through the afternoon. Mild again tonight with overnight lows in the 60s and a few clouds into Tuesday morning. Much warmer on Tuesday and Wednesday with temperatures in the upper 80s and low 90s.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. Democrats abandon Israel. Not just the squad, but now Schumer and Biden.
And the UN demands Israel stop killing terrorists.
And Biden cheers.
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now wherever you get your podcasts.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your free iHeartRadio app.
Heroes in the Bible. This series tells the epic stories of tragedy and triumph of the most popular names in the Bible. Pray Radio, a spiritual haven where the most influential faith leaders and pastors across the United States converge to share their wisdom and insights. The Jesus Podcast. This comprehensive series stands as a pinnacle in Christian storytelling, meticulously unfolding the magnitude, impact, and depth of Jesus Christ.
Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're in The Penthouse on a Monday. New week, new month. April Fools. You got it, baby. Final Four is set. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Good morning, Francis.
Hello, good morning.
And it's time for This Day in History and a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right. If you had the Marlins over the weekend 4 times, guess what happened? You lost. Marlins are 0-4, not off to a good start. Hopefully they can get back on the winning track, but they had a bad weekend. Yankees had a great weekend. They were 4-0, so hats off to the Yanks. Marlins, not so much. But remember, you could hear the Marlins on our sister station, 1230 The Gambler. Final Four is finally set. There were 66 teams, and now there's only 4 left. UConn against Alabama. Hopefully UConn wins. They'll be the first team to repeat since the Gators in 2005, and they are 11-point favorites. And Purdue is playing North Carolina State, the Cinderella. They were 150-1 before the tournament started, and Purdue is -9. And in the ladies, tonight, big game in Elite Eight, LSU and Iowa. Iowa is a 1-point favorite over LSU. They have a big game tonight, 7 o'clock on ESPN. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be watching. I think probably, I'm going to go with 5 million people tonight. I think that's how many people would check it out this game. A lot of bad blood between LSU and Iowa. Last year, Reese with Clark. We'll see what happens. Whoever wins makes the Final Four. And that is your first trifecta of the day. Now over to Jimmy for This Day in History.
On this day in history.
Well, as you full well can see on the calendar, it is April 1st, and that means there's going to be a lot of April Fools in our history today. 67 years ago today, in 1957, April Fool's prank. It was one. Happened over in England. The BBC announced that because of a mild winter in Switzerland, spaghetti trees were producing more spaghetti than normal. And they showed footage of people pulling strands of spaghetti off tree branches. People immediately started calling in to ask how to grow their own spaghetti tree. So the BBC told them, quote, place a string of spaghetti in a tin of tomato sauce and hope for the best. And people bought it.
Hope for the best.
61 years ago today, in 1963, General Hospital made its debut as a half-hour show. It was expanded to 45 minutes in 1976 and finally stretched to a full hour in 1978. 54 years ago today, in 1970, President Nixon signed a measure banning cigarette advertisement on radio and television that took effect on January 1st of 1971. 48 years ago today, in 1976, Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Wayne founded the Apple Computer Incorporated. I think they did okay. Here's another April Fool's that happened 39 years ago today, 1985. Sports Illustrated claimed a rookie pitcher named Sid Finch was planning to play for the New York Mets. They said he could throw 168 miles an hour.
Whatever it is.
And that he had trained at a monastery in Tibet. Mets fans went nuts, and the magazine was flooded with requests for more information on a guy who didn't exist.
I remember that. It was crazy. People was going, and that was years ago. No internet or anything. I mean, people were going nuts.
Right. You couldn't look things up.
They had a sketch on the Sports Illustrated cover of a guy like throwing a ball. I remember my friends going, "Oh my God, the Mets got this guy.
Gotta go get him."
Yep.
Also 39 years ago today, in one of the most shocking upsets in college basketball history, Villanova beats heavily favored Patrick Ewing and Georgetown 66-64 to win the NCAA basketball title. 28 years ago today, 1996, another April Fool's prank. Taco Bell said they had bought the Liberty Bell and were renaming it the Taco Liberty Bell, and outrage ensued. Finally, another April Fool's prank is where we'll end it. In 2013, Sharon Osbourne announced that she was pregnant. She said she went into in vitro clinic and got a donor egg, mixed it with Ozzy, his stuff, and got it implanted.
I don't remember
Obviously,
that.
that didn't happen,
No.
and that's what happened on April 1st in our history.
Thank you, Jimmy. Great job. Do it all the time the day you're in. we reflect on it. And today is April 1st. You might not have realized that, but it is April
Rent's
Fool's.
due, mortgages due. I wish that was an April Fool's joke. So, I wish I would be like, just kidding.
Really.
You mentioned Ozzy, who is a musician and has been doing music for a very long time. And he's even talking that he still wants to continue to do music. We shall see. But I was looking at something, and it's so true. And so they have been looking at song lyrics. And they were they went back like 44 years to see how different song lyrics are now than they were decades ago. And they analyzed more than 12,000 rap, country, pop, R&B, and rock songs released since 1970 to see how music has changed over the last 5 decades. And they found that with the exception, I love this, of Taylor Swift, lyrics have become simpler over time in terms of vocabulary richness, readability, complexity, and the number of lines that are repeated. And if you notice that, right, like songs are just so repetitive. It's just the same words. And I guess for the artist's sake, it makes it catchy. People can sing along with it. But they did. They studied how long and complex the words used by songwriters were, as well as how frequently phrases are repeated and whether they represent happy, sad, positive, or negative emotions. They found that the number of different words used in songs has gone down in the last 40 years, especially, they said, in rap and rock songs. As I mentioned, with the exception of Taylor Swift, known for her complex poetic lyrics, they said modern music tends to be rather dumbed down.
Yeah, you can play to your audience.
And I wonder, but look at her. I mean, they're saying with the exception of her, she's killing it. So is this what people really want? The number of angry words in the songs has gone up since 1980.
Oh, that you know.
As has the number of long words with 3 or more syllables. So maybe it's repetitive, but they're putting in big words.
All right.
They said on streaming services, a song has to be played for at least 30 seconds to be considered consumed, they say. And they also think that this has led, 30 seconds, that this has led to lyrics that are simpler so that they can be identified as soon as the song starts.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so this is obviously intentional, what they're doing.
And
I think also, right, I mean, we talk about our attention spans are not very long.
No, with anything.
So they want to get you right away.
And Taylor Swift, don't you think her fan base, too, is majority woman? I would say a higher percentage.
Yeah.
I think guys are a little bit different in their taste and obviously your thought process about it. And guys like it simple. They don't like to think, you know, and they don't like in-depth stuff. You know, they just don't. I can see the lyrics changing because, again, obviously a lot of things have changed in our society. Things that they put in the rap songs and stuff like that, they couldn't put years ago. You couldn't do it. Things changed and obviously laws changed. But, yeah, and again.
I mean, years ago, there were some rap lyrics. I mean, remember F the Police and all this stuff?
That's what I'm saying when it started.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, before that, you didn't hear
I was going to say, they had a lot of taboo lyrics back in the day.
Yeah, you definitely didn't hear it before then. But, yeah, and again, how many different things are they going to bring up with? How many songs are about love or how you got screwed in love or somebody breaking your heart?
But it's so true, though. I mean, if you listen, sometimes songs, it's just like all you have to know is like 3 lines and you got the whole song. You're like,
let's write a song tonight. Let's do it.
That's it.
I don't know. I don't follow too much music anymore, so I really don't know. And I don't hear it or, you know, I mean, to me, music is always about the sound, right? Because that's what I go by. I don't go as much by the lyrics. But I do remember, and this was something that I don't know why it always stuck out in my head, but one word that I always learned from music was incontrovertible, which is in Pink Floyd, On the Wall. And it was one of those big words that I learned as a kid. I'm like, ooh, look at me, big word.
So they're saying they're still using big words, but just not as many of them, right? But if you, and even that, they said some of these lyrics is simply are gibberish. They said, look at Missy Elliott's, this is from 2002, but she would use backward lines, like in that song, Work It. But it's true if you do. And I'm the same. I'm kind of stuck in my old ways of music too. I do listen to some current stuff, but I like what I like.
Yeah.
And I have my playlists and that's what it is. But
I mean, I like Rihanna. Some of her songs are like 4 words.
Work.
Hey, you just hear it all the time. Everything. You jump in the song at any point of it is the same thing.
Yeah. And I think people like that. I think they like that they can sing along. And they were just
simple.
like, this is easy.
Yeah, it's simple. We don't want to think.
Because, you know, being a fan, and also if you're going to go to a concert, you're like, I got to learn every lyric to all the songs so I can sing it with them. And if you dumb it down and make it easy, then it makes you feel like you got this. Yep.
877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142. You can check us out on Real TV, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal attorney. You can see Jimmy, Francis, and myself in studio busting our ass on April 1st. Busting our ass. You can give us a call on any of that, text us, or just say, hi, how are you? What's going on? I got an Easter bunny for you.
Well, here's a new trend, and it's busting out online. Some people have an unspoken rule when they. So you ever see how like Greek? You know a lot of people that get married multiple times, right? And Franny, I mean, I'm sure you've heard and seen. Greek talks about it quite a bit. Do you have a rule that on the second, third, or fourth marriage or something like that, where like you don't really give a gift or there's not a registry or things like that? Do you ever notice that?
To be honest, I don't know. Besides myself, I don't know if I've been to a wedding. Well, no, yes, I have. It was a second wedding, and I treated it as a first wedding. But other than that, all my friends, I don't know of anybody who's been married multiple times that have actually attended those weddings.
Oh, okay.
So
right.
I've never had to have that.
Did they have a registry?
Yeah.
They did? Okay. So again, you're saying it was completely treated as if it was the first time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I know you've seen it a bunch of times, right, Greek? And and I'm talking more of a registry because that's the trend that we're going with here. I mean, a gift is a different story.
But you have been to weddings where it's their third or fourth. I haven't.
I've been to one fourth. I've been a lot to 2nd, and I was at the first.
Yeah. I've only been to one that was a second.
Yeah, I was the best man one time for my buddy twice.
Yeah.
I was like, you can't get anybody? It does happen. And as you get older, obviously it happens more.
Sure.
I mean, it's not going to, it's not going to happen in your 30s where you get into, your 40s, 50s.
And see, that's what I kind of wonder if there's also an age limit on this too, where people have a registry and whatnot and that type of thing, buying gifts for a couple that more than likely when you're, 50, 60, 70, you've already gotten pretty much everything you need as far as that's concerned. But apparently there's a new trend, and that is an online registry for their divorce.
Nice.
And we've also been hearing about like divorce parties and divorce cakes and, like what we normally would associate with a wedding.
Girlfriends who just went on a divorce cruise with all her friends.
There you go. It's very similar type thing. So apparently here is another trend where they're going online and creating a divorce registry. And I guess the idea of it is sort of simple to where if somebody is now newly single and they had to split everything up, they don't have a set of dishes or a toaster or things like that, right? That type of
G got
idea.
me a TV when I split from my ex-husband because I got my place by myself, my first place. And so, there was a lot of things I needed because I just left everything.
Sure.
So I had nothing.
Some people think it's a great idea and argue it's even more helpful than providing newly married couples with stuff, since they may already have two versions of it and they have to condense into one, right? So you've got that other aspect of it too. Others are not fans of it. Some say they're already supported the marriage, so it's like, or a pregnancy or that type of thing. So why should I help in a divorce? So I guess everybody's going to have their own mixed opinion or feeling on it. But to me, it would be a per person type of a thing, right? So is it if I know that person is down and out, you try to help out or something. But
would you look at a friend's kind of slighted if they sent you like an online invite to their divorce registry, or did you be like, okay, whatever, they need help?
I'd be more. I don't know. It's kind of a. I haven't been around too many people. I mean, the only couple that I can think of that comes to my mind, there's two couples that come to my mind, actually, I should say. They were divorced, and they were both well enough off that they didn't need anything.
Yeah, I'd be like, screw. You picked them, and I got to help you now because you made a bad choice? What are you kidding me?
Somebody's on fire today.
I mean, I guess.
Go screw.
I guess if you're one to like be that person to have the divorce party, I would never. But the people are doing it. If you are that one to do it, then you are one who's okay to be like, and here's the registry that goes along with it.
Yeah. Like you got to. I don't know. I think if anybody wants to do anything, they should do it on their own. Obviously. If you want to help out, you help out. If you know, like you said, that somebody's hurting or it's a bad situation.
I would feel weird about it. I would feel kind of, I don't know.
Little scumbag.
I don't know if selfish is a word, but I would feel kind of awkward sending that out there.
Oh, yeah.
Being like these are all the things I need.
Unless you were really hurting. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, right?
And that's the thing. You would hope maybe, this is your last resort, you would think, right? If you can do it yourself, then you can. But if you are having a hard time financially, I still would feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's
Well,
different than a wedding. I mean, when you're getting married, obviously there's a registry because everybody brings you a gift. Now we're looking for gifts when you want a divorce. How about a gift if my bracket was bad? Bail me out. Just tell me. Let us know. What do you think? Would you be bothered by it? And could you do it? That'll be a new trend now. Everybody start doing it. Hey, I'm getting a divorce. Send me some stuff. I lost half my stuff.
I mean, can you just call it like you get a new place, and instead of saying it's a divorce registry, just be like, I'm having a housewarming. Can't you say something like that? Like a housewarming party? People bring gifts to housewarming parties.
Yeah.
But I guess you're not buying appliances for the kitchen.
And you could just I'm going to send out a text. I'm going to tell everybody what they can get. Jimmy brings a toaster. Franny brings a coffee. Greek, you bring plates. I mean, that's basically what you're saying to everybody. But if you got your ass kicked in a divorce, I think people are sympathetic. If they end up, hearing it, male or female, it does happen both ways. But yeah, let us know what you think it is. Is that a little crazy where you're going to register if you got a divorce? And then some people, when they get a divorce, they're happy. I mean, some people are. It's crazy, but they're like, hey, it's great, because when somebody goes to divorce, if you say to them hey, I'm sorry, and they go, don't be. You hear that a lot because they're happy. Obviously, they're not the ones that got their walking papers, but divorce isn't easy. It isn't fun. It isn't good. It sucks for everybody, especially if there's kids involved. But everybody's different, and everybody starts new trends. That's not something that I would do, would send something, but somebody would. But would I be shocked if somebody sent it to me? Yeah, I would be a little.
Well, I think in our circles, right? Yeah. This is going to be for, people that are a little bit more affluent. If you're doing that, that's not a great look or an image or anything, but I think it's for people that are really less soft and, less fortunate.
Maybe.
And that's where I can see that trend goes, right?
I mean, you never know. You can see people who just hey, you know what? I need some stuff. If you guys want to help me out, help me out. I mean, everybody's different.
And that's the thing. I think if people know you're down out, your friends will just offer to help you out. Yeah. Or if they have things that they're not utilizing that they know you could. Yeah. And I think that's probably what I would lean more. And I'm not counting on them doing that, but I think I would kind of be like, hey, if you have anything in your house that you're not utilizing, I'd rather do that than be like, here's my Amazon registry. Go ahead and check it out.
Yeah, but
these are all the things I need.
Then again, you look online and there's people that put out on their Instagram some link that's here's my Amazon wish list.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just buy me something.
Very easy to do. It really is. And so that kind of what I was saying, having things that maybe that they're not using, they could donate to you. This is quite interesting, too. They were talking about because maybe you just want to get rid of everything after a divorce. You're like, I just don't want any of these memories.
Bad luck.
And they said that you can donate almost anything in your home if you're looking at stuff and you're like, what? I was like, I'm just going to toss that because I can't donate it. Obviously, if you want to declutter, a lot of people doing their spring cleaning. Donating is the way to go. And they said nearly everything in your house is up for grabs. So some ideas, we know clothing, accessories, stuff like that. We always know that can be donated or repurposed. They said that one charity to give your extra clothing to is the Vietnam Veterans of America. They said they actually take most items in the home too, and they will come and pick it up. Other charities, we've talked about this, G-Man, which I think would be great for the suits and nice dress shirts. The Dress for Success, Save a Suit. Becca's Closet and Souls for Souls. They say those are really good if you have nice stuff that people need to go and interview in and stuff like that.
Yeah. Goodwill.
Household furniture and appliances. Habitat for Humanity is a good one. The Restore. They said the ARC, Furniture Bank Network, all kinds of stuff. And those are go-to charities. Electronics, we know that they'll take a lot of local ones and the big ones like the Goodwill. Kids' toys and games. They say that the Buy Nothing groups are perfect for this. I'm not familiar with that. Buy Nothing groups. Books and even magazines they'll take. Even magazines. I don't know who buys magazines anymore, but books and magazines, libraries, and other organizations will accept these donations. When it comes to towels, rugs, linens, beddings, they said choose animal charities to hand these off to.
It's nice.
You don't think about that.
I mean, I had a buddy of mine about a year ago, and it was a good move he made. He was going to move from apartment, and he had a lot of stuff. So he donated everything. So when he moved, he didn't have to pay a mover.
Yeah, he just bought new stuff and had everything.
Yeah, but I mean, when you really think about it.
I mean, if you can, right? If you have the money to do so, yeah, that would be ideal.
Because he said, he goes, I was going to spend $3,000-$4,000 on moving, and a lot of my stuff was old. He donated everything. They took everything, and then we went to his new place.
Took the money he was going to utilize for a moving company.
Yeah, it's a thought.
It is.
I mean, if you need new stuff anyway. But again, yeah, there are a lot of different things that you could do.
Eyeglasses, hearing aids, they say, obviously food, canned goods. I mean, there's almost everything, sporting equipment, gym equipment, tools, hardware. You can donate basically everything.
And they'll come to you, which is a big part of it.
A bunch of them will. Yeah, there's Dogs and Cats Forever is a local one I know up in Pizzle.
Which is nice because a lot of times everybody says, I don't want to go. Like, I don't want to bring my stuff. But if you just open your door and they come to you.
And you know, some of you guys have some tools you're not using. This one, it's really cool. It's called the Men's Shed. So hand tools, power tools, other odd bits, all kinds of stuff. You can donate it to them. It's a nationwide charity, and it offers creative projects and working opportunities for retired individuals. And so they rely on donations to keep the community programs going. So, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. You just got to look into it.
That's very cool. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. April Fools, by the way. Franny, we're going to come back with some Florida stories. Anything that's worthwhile mentioning?
Yeah, worthwhile mentioning. Yeah, we have a guy who thought
nothing. We got
nothing. Yes, we have
the next 3 hours.
We have a dude who I think thought his car would turn into a boat, I'm guessing. And then I do have a good news story about a 90-year-old man. I'm going to put that in the mix because I got to have a smile on her face. And then a guy who believes he is God. I will tell you why. And those details when we come back in your What the Florida on Real Radio 92.1.
Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Go on, tell it. Show that damn thing who's boss.
Hey, it's the Greek and Jimmy. We'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets on Saturday, April 13th for tastings and unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event.
Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com, and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want.
For tickets and all event information and VIP options, head to pbtastings.com.
Tastings is sponsored by Brayman Motor Cars and presented by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Got some slowdowns here in Lake Worth. That'll be on the Turnpike northbound between Lake Worth Road and Southern Boulevard. Also looking at delays on 95 southbound between Thornton Beach Boulevard and Atlantic Avenue. And construction on Okeechobee Boulevard eastbound before Flagler blocking the left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by try the new limited edition Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. Try the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. It's like walking down recent memory lane. To have Orange Dreamsicle Frosty in our timeline is truly something special, and we shouldn't let the moment pass us by. And be quick, it's only available for a limited time.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's Franny, and spring has sprung, and it's full tilt buggy time in the used car market. And where's the best place to be? GiveMeTheVin.com. When was the last time you checked how much you could get for a used car? Get an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds, whether it's $2,000 or $200,000. They've got you covered. And here's a kicker: if GiveMeTheVin.com can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100, no questions asked. With a 5-star rating from the Better Business Bureau, you know you're in good hands with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made Storm Smart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, Storm Smart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on Storm Smart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Get ready for 3 days of extraordinary store-wide savings at International Diamond Center. Next weekend, April 12th through the 14th, you get extra savings across the board. Up to 20% off. Rings, bands, bracelets, earrings, even thousands of engagement ring mounting. This is the spring event everyone waits for. With all new fashion jewelry and a new selection of exquisite diamonds. Best prices of the year and up to 3 years, zero interest financing. Don't miss this once-a-year spring store-wide sale. April 12th through 14th, and only at International Diamond Center. US 1 and PSL Boulevard.
Florida Talk Real Estate is your one-stop real estate shop. Whether you're looking to buy a home, sell a home, you're stuck with a home and you don't know what to do, look no further than FloridaTalkRealEstate.com. Listen every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. until 11, right here on Real Radio 92.1.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with temperatures in the lower 80s and a southeast breeze between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Increasing clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 60s on Tuesday morning. Warming up for the middle of the week with afternoon highs near 90 degrees on Tuesday and Wednesday.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. Democrats abandon Israel. Not just the squad, but now Schumer and Biden.
And the UN demands Israel stop killing terrorists.
And Biden cheers.
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Woo! April Fool's Day, baby. That's what it's all about. Make sure you don't do anything crazy at work. And if you celebrated Easter, yes, I hope the bunny was good to you and hopped over. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for Florida Stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
So this happened to a guy named Jason Kersher of Gainesville, and he began behaving quite erratically. They said relatives took his 3-month-old baby to a home near, and they said, we just have to make sure that the baby's going to be okay. Got to take him away from you. So he went and met with the family and the Department of Children and Families case manager. He then took his baby and his wife outside to get some air, and moments later, the case manager heard some screaming. Unfortunately, he's not a very good dad. He said that he took the baby and he was squeezing onto the baby way too hard, and he was walking down the road saying he was God while he's holding the baby and a Bible at the same time. A family member ended up grabbing a shovel and tried to convince him to please release the baby. He then laid down on the roadway on top of the child and the Bible. Eventually, he got up. A family member grabbed the baby. Several vehicles, including a work crew, stopped on the road to avoid hitting him.
Oh, my God.
They attempted to hold him down. The people did. A family member dropped the shovel. He broke free, grabbed the shovel. Then he jumped on top of a vehicle and started hitting and cracking the windshield with it. This guy's losing his mind. He approached a man in a truck, opened the door, began beating the man with the shovel, breaking this dude's arms.
Oh, my God.
Yep. They said the shovel then broke and he discarded it. Another person grabbed the shovel and hit him with it. The driver was unable to grab a gun to defend himself. So as this Jason dude's approaching him, holding the Bible, the driver fired multiple times, striking him in the chest through the Bible. They said, I heard probably the fire truck and the ambulance 3 other times going in different directions. The neighbor said, I didn't know what was going on. She was like, was it bad? The traffic was stopped. People were slamming on their brakes. She said it was absolute chaos. He was airlifted to a trauma center for treatment. The driver was also taken to the hospital for treatment of a broken arm. He's the one who got hit with the shovel multiple times. And the baby was taken to pediatric emergency room. And they said the baby will be okay. But what a crazy scene that happened last week. And then we have a Florida woman who went to Walmart to do some shoplifting, not shopping. She was bragging to police officers about it after the fact. Her name is Amber. And they were doing an investigation on her, and they were saying, apparently somebody walked out with the cart full of stuff. And she's like, yeah, a cart? Yep, that was me, she said.
I got the stuff.
Telling. Yeah, that was me. Uh-huh. She told police that she was playing a game called 21, which involves a person grabbing as much merchandise as they can from a store and walking out without paying for it while trying not to get caught. It was a game, I guess, these kids are playing called 21.
Not good.
She's like, it was a game. I was playing a game. She's like, it's really, really fun. She's telling the cops.
We're supposed to get 21 items?
I guess.
What's the 21 number reference?
Yeah, I got to look into it. But yeah, I love how she's telling the cops, like, it was a game I was playing. It's really fun.
Oh, yeah.
You guys should try it.
Yeah, give it a shot.
And the cops were like, well, it's not a game. It's called theft.
Oh.
And you're going to jail. Is going to jail fun? You can hear the cops saying. Yeah, she claimed that she placed the merchandise in a random car and then left when she noticed the police in the area. She was taken to custody. She admitted to police that the car had not been random, but belonged to her boyfriend. She's like, my boyfriend doesn't know that I steal, and he doesn't know that I put all this stuff in his car either.
Don't tell him.
So she's like, so I'm gonna be in a lot of trouble with him.
Keep this between us.
Yeah. But they did. They removed approximately $1,000, like $1,030, in stolen goods from her boyfriend's car. And guess what? They also found illegal drugs in the car too.
Oh,
Hash, a digital scale, glass pipe, empty bags of marijuana, meth, shocker. Yeah. And they said also inside a lock safe, deputies found several 1-ounce silver bars and rounds of copper bars and 1 gram platinum bar. So, all right, she's got a safe in the car too.
You never know.
You never know when you need all that stuff. I mean, she had platinum, copper, and silver bars, and she still has to steal stuff. I'm guessing that's got some value to it.
And I'm guessing that was probably stolen too.
It's probably her boyfriend's.
Yeah.
If she was really driving her boyfriend's car. And then, drunk driver confused a popular South Beach boardwalk for a road. It's so scary. We've seen it happen before.
Yeah.
Yep. He drove his 2021 Toyota Corolla into the water off of Government Cut, which is a channel between South Beach and Fisher Island. It was like 7 a.m. Sunday. Andres, a real estate broker, said he heard a loud noise and saw the car in the water from his high-rise apartment. He was like, what the hell? As I love they say, as citizen journalists often do, he rushed to the Point Park and started filming. Citizen journalists, that's what we do.
What we do.
Yes. He's like, the guy's drunk. He just came from a bar and he thought it was a road. The video shows 2 women telling Miami Beach police that they saw the driver was speeding and heading right into the water. Miami Beach police officers later identified the driver as Yandevi Dominguez, and they said that he was able to manage to swim out of his car. Divers responded to search for others in the water, but they didn't find anybody else, thank goodness. And they reported that he admitted to, shocker, drinking alcohol.
No.
Yeah.
Sure wasn't cough medicine?
He failed the sobriety test. Yes. They said that he wasn't injured, which was good, but he was definitely very drunk. And so tow truck driver had to go and remove his Toyota from the water. And of course, now he's facing charges of driving under the influence. And then finally, our feel-good story. Good for this guy. A Florida man recently celebrated his 90th birthday.
Nice.
By riding his bicycle 90 miles in a 24-hour period. He said, I was kind of really sick for 6 months. I couldn't eat, according to Tom Schoeneck. He said he'd been sick for the past 6 months, but he thought that this 90 miles would perk him up. So he's still not feeling his best, but he was like, you know what, this might make me feel better.
That's amazing.
I love it. He goes, gee whiz, he was like, I came back alive, he said. He turned 90, hopped on his bicycle at his home in Naples, and set out to do what he achieved on his milestone birthday. So he said he's done it, riding 60 miles on his 60th. He said, he was like, that was a lot easier.
Really? Yeah. The miles keep going up with the years.
Yeah, he said riding an additional 30 miles for my 90th birthday was pretty difficult, but he did it. So good for him.
God bless him.
Yeah. And that is your What the Florida.
Is he on meth or have a machete or anything? I'm trying to correlate the Florida
Just a normal 90-year-old guy celebrating his 90th birthday by riding 90 miles in one day. So good for him.
God bless him.
That's awesome.
Great job, Francis. We do it twice a show, 11:05 and 1:05. When it comes to anything with nudes or people swinging or anything provocative, we go to Jimmy.
Yes, he is our expert swinger.
Jimmy, you got favorite?
Go to Real TV.
Yeah. I mean, if he had a third arm, it would be up right now.
Yeah, let's get the audience involved here. So we want you to write in to tell us. 47142 is the text line. We've got that wide open. Jimmy at realradio921.com. Someone posted on Reddit the question, and there are some answers there that we'll get to, and as well as some of our own, but someone asked the greatest question: what is the best nude scene ever in a movie? And believe it or not, there was a survey done, and you'll never guess who won. Any ideas?
Titanic?
Okay. That'd be one of mine. Kate Winslet.
Yeah.
But he wasn't, but she was.
Yeah, that's a solid one. I don't know. I can't think of anything.
Can't think of any other ones? Well, you think
She-Man Ken.
How about 9.5 Weeks? That was a big movie.
I'm not familiar with it. So.
That was a huge movie in the 80s. With Mickey Rourke,
I'm
Kim
sorry.
Basinger.
I know the movie. I don't know this scene.
I don't either.
It was very sexual, the whole movie. A lot of crazy
Greatest
things.
nude scenes.
Greatest nude scene.
God. Oh, Fast Times at Ridgemont High?
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yes.
It was on that list.
Yeah.
But not the number one nude scene and the number one person. That goes to...
is it Demi Moore?
Halle Berry?
Danny DeVito, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The guy climbs out of a sofa naked.
Yeah, I know
in
that
that scene. And I unfortunately, I clicked on the YouTube video that goes with it to see it. And well, let's just say I need to stab my eyes.
You need to wash your eyes out.
Wow, that was terrible. But anyway, he was voted the number one nude scene on television.
That's funny.
Or movies.
Or a movie. Okay.
Either way.
And how is it allowed to be on? Because I'm not familiar with
I'm
it.
assuming it's cable.
Oh, okay.
Oh well, and as far as nude scenes, see, this is the thing about it too, is when they say nude scene, you don't even necessarily have to show anything. Only his butt was shown, right? But some of these other ones that were voted on, I mean, they're not even. They're just people that are nude in the scene itself. Okay. All right, but I'm trying to. Are there any of these? All right, so Phoebe Cates coming out of the out of the pool at Fast Times at Ridgemont High. She was topless in that, right? Okay. Let's see. Total Recall. There was the three-boobed person in Total Recall. The Roller Girl and Boogie Nights.
Lots of nudity in Boogie Nights.
So that was a couple of them. Denise Richards and Nev Campbell's threesome in Wild Things was also voted on this list. The shower scene in Starship Troopers.
I don't know that.
Nicole Kidman in Eyes Wide Shut. That was another pretty good one.
That was an odd movie.
So, well, it was a very strange movie too. But those were some of the most voted for nude scenes on TV. And then there were some others on there where the people in it were just naked because they were on even regular television. So it's just that, right? Okay. That's apparently the criteria. One that I didn't see on the list, and I was surprised on this particular list, and I was surprised was Sharon Stone, Basic Instinct. That's typically one of those that's voted on as far as. It's not really a nude scene, but because of the fact of what she shows, it's pretty highly
I was going to say
touted.
Sliver was a lot more nude scenes in that movie.
You mentioned Halle Berry. Did you mean Monsters Ball?
Yes.
Yeah, that was one that was voted on, one of the top ones. And, of course, one that I remember only because, again, I was a super fan of the movie Caddyshack. Cindy Morgan was naked in that one.
Okay.
And that was a pretty fun movie. So, and the whole scene of it was the fact that he ends up getting busted sleeping with the Smell's daughter, Judge Smell's daughter. So that was kind of it goes into a comedy bit with it as well. So it's kind of funny. But, yeah, what is the best nude scene that you ever saw on television and or in the movies? 47142 is the text line. It's wide open. Just start off that text with Real Radio.
Yeah, give us a call at 877-927-6969. Yeah, 9.5 weeks. Great movie. Kim Basinger and Mickey
I don't
Rourke.
think I've seen that before.
It's very seductive, crazy sex things, and he controls her. Whole thing, pretty crazy. Jim, we have somebody on hold?
Yeah, we do. We got Pops checking in with us. Hey, Pops, how you doing today, bud?
Happy April Fools, guys. Y'all doing good?
We're doing
Hey,
good.
Pops.
How you feeling?
Doing great.
Did you have surgery yet?
Yeah, I had the surgery Friday. Did all right.
Okay.
How you feeling? You okay?
So I'm sore, but I'm okay.
Good.
I mean, expected to be a little sore, but I'm getting around, able to do whatever I got to do and just taking it easy, not rushing things.
That's good.
Yep, it's pretty much what we thought. That, and I'm assuming your arm is pretty immobilized right now. You can't move it around too much.
Actually, I can move it around better than what I expected.
No kidding.
That's great.
I'll be damned. How
Can
about
you
that?
imagine when the soreness goes away?
Yeah, you can play roulette.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just, it's the shoulder's bruised up some. Surgery was quick. It was only an hour and a half. I had it in a sling. But the sling was making it hurt worse. I found that if I just straighten my arm out a little bit, I can relax more. It doesn't hurt as bad.
Good.
So, using a little squeezy ball to keep the, circulation good in it.
Excellent.
Other than that, I'm doing great. Had a relaxing Easter, didn't do anything, sat around the house, watched the Richmond race, and that was it.
Excellent. Well, sounds pretty good. I mean, for anybody that doesn't know, Pop's got rotator cuff surgery, which obviously that can be kind of devastating. I thought your arm would be immobile after that, but I guess medicine's getting better. Right? Yeah.
I did too. I figured I would have no use whatsoever with it for a while, but to my surprise, I'm able to go ahead and move it a little bit. I can't raise it up or anything high, but I'm working on it.
Excellent.
A day at a time.
I go back to see the surgeon. Yeah, I go back to see the surgeon Thursday. Go see my therapist Thursday. So on the road to recovery, ready to hit the beach.
Good.
Excellent. Love to hear it. Glad it went well, buddy.
I wanted to call and let you know everything went well, and I love you guys, and y'all have a great day.
You too, Pops. Before you know it, you'll be throwing dice again.
That's awesome. Take care, Pops. Good luck.
877-927-6969. That is the number to call. It is April Fool's. If you want to maybe give us a call about maybe a prank that you played on somebody or somebody played on you. Or if you want to
You can give us some ideas, too, if you want. Maybe you have some really good pranks you want to let us know that we can pull on each other or maybe our significant others. Let us know. And also, Jimmy brought up the best sex scenes from movies and TV shows. If
Was
you
it
have
sex
or
scene?
nude
Nude
scenes.
Titanic didn't make it, huh?
There you go. If you want to add on to the list, you can do that too.
Let's see. That list? No, not on the Reddit thread that I saw. That was one that you thought of it too. A little similar thinking there. Because I thought about that one too. Some other nude scenes or sex scenes. It can be both, right? Best nude scenes on TV and in the movies.
Jim, we have somebody at home?
Speaking of nude scenes, we got a friend, Paul Lynn, checking in with us. Hey, buddy, what's going on?
Best nude scene in a movie? Dirk Diggler's third leg. Oh!
Nice.
What great reception he has, though, Paul Lynn.
All the way from heaven.
That's what I'm always impressed about.
It's amazing.
He even has his own Facebook page and everything. It's crazy.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Sometimes on 95 it cuts out, but not him. He's got great reception. 877-927-6969. New law passed today in California. I saw that, where a minimum wage for fast food restaurants is $20. That's got to get put onto the consumer. There's no doubt about it. California's like a different country.
Even though they said they're promising they're going to drop the prices, because they have. I mean, especially in a McDonald's, they've been making a deal about it for how expensive it is over there in California. And they were saying that they were going to drop the prices. But yeah, if you raise minimum wage, you got to bring something else up.
$20 an hour. I mean, woo, that seems like a lot. But yeah, they passed it in California. I don't know how the rest of the country is going to do or other states, but in California, it's $20. And gas prices keep going up. They've gone up a lot in the last 30 days for us in the state of Florida. I mean, it seems like every time you turn around, the gas is going up. It seems like it's gone up about 40 cents in the last 4 or 5 weeks, which is a ton. If you're commuting and you're in your car every day driving around like Jimmy is, myself, it seems like every time I turn around, I'm at the gas station. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. If you guys want to call us about the weekend, maybe something you did, greatest nude scene in a movie or a television show. You could also tell us if the Easter Bunny was good to you. And April Fools, have you ever had somebody play a prank on you that was good or bad?
We have Jennifer Lawrence and No Hard Feelings. They said that was a pretty solid nude scene, if you haven't seen that one.
Okay.
And then I saw these movies, but I don't remember. And she is a smoke show and still is. Salma Hayek from, they said, Dusk Till Dawn and Desperado.
And what
maybe
about,
just topless. Maybe just topless.
Okay. What about the movie that came out about a year ago and you said that she was completely naked, the girl? What the hell is it? Was it Scarlett Johansson?
No, Jennifer Lawrence. I just said.
Oh, that was the name
Yeah.
of it? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was it.
Yeah.
Because I remember you said that. She was like...
Mm-hmm. It's like a beach scene where she's fighting a couple kids. So it's not meant to be sexy, but she can't help herself.
I mean, give her credit. She still kept fighting the fight, even though she was nude.
The shower scene in Porky's, which is great. I distinctly remember a mole on that penis.
Oh, my God. You're so funny. Crack me up. Yeah, give us a call. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved in the show.
Borat and what was his name, Azamat, that fight scene where his balls are all in his face. Remember that?
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie yet.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That was on another list that I saw for Borat.
Yep, that's one of those things, same thing, where you just want to scratch your eyes afterwards.
Yeah.
Not a great situation. If you remember any of them that you have, give us a call. Movies or television. And again, television would have to be cable.
The one with Danny DeVito and It's Always Sunny. When I watched that, was the first time I had ever seen that. It almost looked like he was like the couch was giving birth.
Yeah, it reminds me of this scene. And I know you're not. Do you like Jim Carrey? I know you don't like Will Ferrell.
Yeah. Jim Carrey's good.
So remember in When Nature Calls, the Ace Ventura, I believe it was the second one, where he is doing what is it? He's in a fake rhinoceros.
Okay.
And then when he comes out of it, it looks like he's getting birthed.
Yep. Like he's been giving birth to it. Yeah.
That's what that reminds me of.
That was kind of funny.
Yep.
Einhorn, Finkel, Einhorn.
And I believe he's nude in that scene, too, so that could be a nude
Is
scene.
he? Yeah, okay, there you go.
There you go.
There's another one, people. When you start thinking, then maybe it'll pop into your mind. This was a weekend of March Madness, Florida Derby, which did not turn out good. It was a good race if you had the favorite. If not, it sucked. March Madness, baseball kicked off. There was so much sports this weekend. One of the busiest weekends. It'll be in another couple weeks, still, to be a Kentucky Derby. And the horse that won the Florida Derby is going to be heavily favored, they're saying, by the experts, to be the favorite in the Kentucky Derby. Really want that. If you watch,
I heard the announcers mention that at the just after the race finished that he should be on his way to Kentucky.
If you watch the race closely, that horse really didn't even hit it. Like the guy was at a fast jog. They thought also some experts said that if the jockey pushed him, he could have broke a track record.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's how. I mean, he was just it looked like they was just out for a drive.
Oh, what did he win by? 7 lengths, 10 lengths, something like that. I mean, he just and actually it was pretty close up till around the fourth turn.
Yeah,
and then that's when he just hit the gas and took off. I mean, he was. I mean, did they consider that a wire to wire? Because I thought he was in the lead right out of the gate. So worked his way over to the rail pretty quickly too.
Right away,
was able to get right over, and then just kind of a steady lead, and then boom! It seems like after the fourth turn is when he took off.
He was gone.
Yeah.
I mean, it was it. I mean, from the first one in the 10 spot, just eased over and then took the lead.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought when it first happened, I was like, good. He's not going to hold the whole time because that's rare. A horse goes wire to wire.
Well, a lot of times they get tired and fade off.
I thought it was a good sign until the end. that I was like, oh, that's great. 877-927-6969, and then
The 11 is still running.
yes, it is still running, but it was good fun. So it's 1-8. I had 8 horses in a race. My buddy's like, you can't lose, Greek. You got 8 horses. I'm like,
Perfect.
I can. I had 18 once out of 20, and I lost. That was probably the worst one ever at the Derby. 18 out of 20. I remember Johnny C. goes, you won! And I went, yes! He goes, no, I'm kidding. Give us a call, 877-927-6969. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. We're going to come back in a few minutes with a trifecta and then our big tasting event coming up in a couple weeks at the outlets. You guys are going to have an opportunity to win tickets. So much more on a Monday. We'll be back. Peace.
Hi, everyone. I'm Doug Plagans, radio voice of your Florida Panthers. The Panthers visit the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Catch all the action live tonight at 7 right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Tonight, watch on Fox starting at 8 p.m. and listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Otesla Last is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Slowdowns here in Lake Worth. That'll be on the Turnpike northbound between Lake Worth Road and Southern Boulevard. Also looking at delays on 95 southbound between Boynton Beach Boulevard and Atlantic Avenue. And construction on Okeechobee Boulevard eastbound before Flagler blocking the left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Classic Hamburgers. Now at Wendy's, get a Dave's Single for $1 or a Dave's Double for just $2 with the in-app offer. Limited time offer participating U.S. Wendy's. Redeem in Wendy's app. Account registration required. See offer in Wendy's app for details.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's and Palm Beach, and there's a basketball tournament on, and I can't think of a better place to watch the games, and a beautiful lady, your own cheerleader. Get over to Monroe's for the big tournament. Enjoy yourself. Open at 5 a.m., 5-star menu. Whether your team's winning or losing, you're a winner. You know why? Because you're at Monroe's of Palm Beach with the hottest ladies in South Florida. And don't forget, Friday night, Fetish Fridays. It's Monroe's. It's hoops. It's a perfect evening, baby. Hit that three-pointer. Peace.
So, you finally have some time to yourself. Even if it is just the car ride home, it's you time. And look at you. Do not disturb set before you even got in the car? Impressive. You've earned this moment to just chill and drive. This break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Does your garage door ever go down part way and then just stop, just to frustrate you? Or stop and go back, just when you thought it was finally going to close? That's the proximity detector, and it's designed to save your life, so don't get mad yet. That sophisticated piece of light sensor technology is like NASA-level rocket science in your very own house. And you don't have to live in a space station, but you do need to fix it if you want the thing to close. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more
YouBetterGarage.com.
In the 90s, New York detective Louis Scarcella locked up the worst criminals.
Putting bad guys away. There's no feeling like it.
Then jailhouse lawyers took aim, led by Derek Hamilton.
Scarcella took me to the precinct and lied.
20 men eventually walked free. Now, in the Burden podcast, after a decade of silence, Louis Scarcella finally tells his story, and so does Derek Hamilton. Listen to The Burden on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have NFL legend Brett Favre on to tell his story of football, faith, and family. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
For more information about contests on the station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Car accident? Visit smithball.com to learn more about our legal power and how we can help.
This is former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Progressive Insurance.
With multiple household names in the sport, women's college basketball has reached a new stratosphere. The sport will look to build off that momentum tonight with a star-studded slate of games. Caitlin Clark in Iowa seek revenge from last year's title game loss to Angel Reese in LSU. UConn star Paige Beckers leading the Huskies into a battle against USC freshman Juju Watkins. It's going to be a great night for college basketball. I'm Dan Patrick.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Lost 80s, playing those songs you forgot you knew from the 80s. Duran Duran, Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, and more, all commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Lost 80s, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeartRadio station.
Yo, Penthouse, what's going on? Hope you guys had a good weekend. Derby was a sleeper, huh? That horse crushed it. I don't know who painted the court for those women the other day, but somebody got something wrong. And gee, I don't know if you saw this or not, but Mookie Betts is pretty much top 3 in every major statistical category this weekend. Guy is crushing the ball all over the place. Let's go Yankees. How about that weekend? Peace, guys.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Jeremy, thank you for always getting involved in the show. Yeah, a lot of good points you brought up. Yeah, Mookie is crushing it first weekend, and the Yanks did sweep, which was awesome, beating the Astros 4 games in a row. I can't remember the last time they beat anybody. The Astros 4 games in a row. Probably might be first time ever. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's going on?
And it's time for some Florida stories.
It is?
No, it's not. Florida.
It is.
April Fools.
Oh, goodness.
This is a joke, people. Don't you get it?
Yeah.
It's April Fools. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Come on. I'm still dealing with the Easter eggs. It's a little on me yesterday. I had to deliver a lot of eggs. Panthers were on Real Radio Saturday. First time this year, I believe, or second. But what does it mean? It means they won. We stopped the losing streak. Panthers lost 6 games in a row. And they picked up a W, and you could also hear the Panthers all this week when they're playing on Real Radio. Jimmy, what time you said? 7 o'clock, puck drop?
7 o'clock is the puck drop, yep. So tune in to Real Radio. We'll have that game tomorrow night, tomorrow night, and Thursday night.
The Final Four is in Phoenix this weekend, and it is set. It is going to be UConn, the champs, taking on Alabama. -11 this morning. Ooh. And Purdue taking on North Carolina State -9. North Carolina State was 150-1 when the tournament started. So if you have that ticket, call me because I'll be kissing your ass. I hope you can win. And if they win one more game, you could go the other way and make some cash. Women's tonight, big game. Iowa taking on LSU. Iowa's -1. That'll be 7 o'clock on the Four Little Network. I'm expecting major ratings for that game. We'll see what happens. Can Clark get Iowa to the Final Four? And in baseball, not a great opening weekend for the Marlins. Even yesterday, they were up 5-0 in the first inning. And you're like, all right, we're going to get a W. They ended up losing extra innings, 9-7. The Pirates swept them 4 games in a row. Tough to be a Marlin fan, but you know what? It's a long season. So it might get worse or it might get better. We'll see what happens. If you want to listen to the Marlins, you can always listen to them on our sister station, 1230 The Gambler. And we did mention the Yankees swept the Astros, went in and took their lunch. Yeah, we ate the Astros. Go Yanks. Soto, big weekend. Man, you got to give him $500 million right now. And he's going to be a free agent. That's what he's going to require. Give it to him now. This kid's a stud, and he's so young. And that is your trifecta for lunchtime. Peace.
So some things get that text line going and some things don't. Well, when we put out there what are the best nude scenes, that gets the text line going.
Really?
47142.
I thought it'd be a dud.
47142 started off with Real Radio. That's how we received the text. So somebody said the movie Savages. I have not seen it. I believe that's Benicio del Toro, Salma Hayek's in it, and Blake Lively. But I do remember that, like, a lot of talk about sex and drugs and stuff like that. So they said so I guess got some good nude scenes. What you said, Jimmy, famous nude scenes, Porky's. They said the gym locker room scene. It's kind of messed up. According to Dr. Glenn, who used to be part of the Love Doctors on Real Radio, the nude scenes in Schindler's List made the movie worth watching. That's what somebody said. It's according to the text line. Eyes wide shut.
Oh, that's wow. That's
so.
Whoa.
I'm just reading text. Eyes wide shut. Lily Sobieski is so crazy hot and can't seem to find her clothes. I guess in that movie says I'm a fan. Here we go. We talked about this. One of the all-time show-stopping scenes, Phoebe Cates, Fast Time, Ridgemont High. Makes my needle move every time. And that's from you. And then we have...
There's another one that she was in, too, that I think she was topless in, that was on that list. I can't remember the damn name of the movie, though, but...
I don't know. And then we have not a nude scene, but it was hot. Jessica Simpson in the Dukes of Hazzard's movie when she was walking around in her bikini.
Okay.
So we got that.
You know what else was on the list, too? And again, just goes to show that you don't necessarily have to show anything. Arnold Schwarzenegger was given a little bit on I'll Be Back.
True Lies?
Terminator. Terminator. When he first becomes have a human form, and he actually is nude, and then he ends up stealing the biker dude's clothes. Right, so he was naked at that point. Again, you don't see anything really, but they kind of considered that a quote unquote nude scene.
Arnold.
So on Good Morning America, they were talking a bunch of stuff this morning, including what they said money basics all couples should discuss. And so they had a banking professional on there. His name is Jason Tartik, and he was giving advice to new couples on how to talk about finances. And of course, he's hawking a new book, lays out a plan on how to make it happen.
To make money.
And keep money from wrecking relationships. So he says that this is what you should do with new couples on how to talk about finances. And he said, here are some tips. He said, share your credit score, annual expenses, income, and all accounts.
So that's everything.
Yeah.
At what point, though?
Yeah, and that's
He's
the thing.
saying new.
He's saying new couples on how to talk about finances. Like, I guess, yeah, newer. But you're a couple, obviously. You're exclusive. It's not just a dating situation.
So then
and maybe you're in those talks.
So then that doesn't mean that there's you're living together or you're talking about getting married?
You would think if you're starting to talk about finances, that means that you want to get serious with that person, especially if you're like sharing credit score, annual expenses, income, and all accounts. I feel like that's a lot of information to divulge for a new relationship.
And it could make a relationship go either way.
It could. And maybe that's why. Maybe you're just putting it out there and they're like, I don't know if I want to be in this relationship anymore.
Or it could also change a person.
Yeah.
Like something, you know what I mean? It could be good or bad if you hear somebody saying like, hey, you know what? I got $2 million buried. My credit score is 812 and I have no bills. What do you think? You might be like, yeah. Or it might be my credit score.
Call Greek.
There you go.
Or my credit score might be, suppose you say my credit score is 518. I owe 80 credit cards.
I'm out. I don't want to. I don't want that debt.
Peace out, bitches.
And that's what he says.
Where's
so
the love?
With these things, like it sounds like a lot of math, but he said, finding things out and being open with your significant other will help you avoid the number one cause of breakups, which is money trouble. So they're just put it all out there, right? And maybe if you're,
you would never leave somebody for money. I just think you're very loyal.
I'm loyal, but there's certain things like if somebody was hiding accounts or I told you in one of my previous relationships, I gave my half of my money to my ex for our rent every month as I was supposed to do. And then lo and behold, we're getting eviction notices. So I'm like, well, what the hell? Where's my money going? Yeah, that's grounds for breaking up.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Of course.
I get that. That and I think a lot of times too, the fights are on spending, right? It's so maybe you got an old debt or something from something that happened in the past. I wouldn't necessarily judge as much on that as I do. Well, what are your spending habits now? You make 100 and you spend 150. Well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And I would have a little bit more of an issue with that than I would something that you never know what happened. Again, I've used this and not used it, but I've mentioned in the past where one time I was in an accident and my credit card, I had to ring it up. It got out of control because I was buying groceries on my credit card because I was out of work for so long. Those things happen, right? And try not to judge me on that.
Survive,
but
right?
at some point, things were able to turn around and I try to be responsible with my money. So it can be kind of look like a bad thing, but it really wasn't.
You just don't know what's going on in people's lives.
That's
you don't.
the discussion that you need to have, right?
Because there are people who just frivolously spend, yes. And so the discussions are saying all people, they're saying money basics. Okay, as I mentioned, share credit score, annual expenses, income, all accounts. Don't hide any accounts. All right, so if you have some secret account or shoebox, they said don't hide any accounts from your significant other. Talk about your net worth. I know that there's a lot of couples that don't know how much each one makes.
That's crazy.
Yep. Talk about your risk tolerance, they say here. And then also, the last thing to wrap this up is share your debt to income ratio. These are things that you don't think about having discussions with, especially in a new relationship.
Yeah. But like I said, you agree with me. It could change the relationship, good or bad. You might look at it and go, "Woo, this is a lot more than I anticipated," or "This is a lot better." I mean, if it's better, you're going to be like, "Okay, this is cool." But if it's bad, you might be like, "I'm out." But that's a lot of personal stuff.
He said this is like one topic that new couples hesitate to talk about, and he says it's kind of important.
Well, because a lot of times you may not feel it's the person's business. If you're dating somebody, I don't think it's their business. I don't think so. To me, you're living with them, engaged, maybe. But if you're dating somebody, I mean, why would you get into that?
I still have no idea how much Carla has. I still have no idea.
I don't know how much my husband has in a bank account. I have no idea.
I know credit-wise, we went through what we needed to purchase the house, but that's it. I mean, I know that things were good enough for that, but I mean, and we share some accounts where we have to, to pay the mortgage and things like that. I don't know every single dime that she has, and I don't. To me, it's none of my business. I don't know. I've always kind of felt that way.
Well, that's cool.
I don't either. I mean, as long as we're paying our bills and the necessities.
Now, suppose you found out he had $2 million buried. Would it bother you?
I know he doesn't, but yeah, it would.
What's that account with all
I'm
those
like, why am
zeros?
I splitting everything?
Thank you.
What's going on?
Why are we going 50-50?
What's going on here?
You hit Powerball and you said you didn't want it?
Yeah, Powerball's still available. Right?
Yes.
Drawings this evening.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this will make you feel like you've hit the Powerball, and that's a pair of tickets to tastings. We have a pair up for grabs right now. Give us a call, 877-927-6969. A pair of general admission passes to tastings. That's food, wine, craft, beer, a music event that's going on Saturday, April 13th at the Tanger Outlets in Palm Beach. Unlimited samplings from over 20 restaurants. And spirits. Yes, the alcohol, the good stuff. And that's why we like to highlight that. You want to go? Give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. We're going to play a little game called Who's Most Likely To. And this is a pretty easy game. Franny is going to read a scenario. The three of us are going to vote amongst ourselves who is most likely to fit that scenario out of the three of us, and you have to guess who we voted for. So get in the mind of the Penthouse what you think we would answer to that question, and if you guess correctly, we're going to send you to our tastings event coming up on April 13th.
Thank you, Jimmy. 877-927-6969. April, there's a lot of big events going around in our area. We have Tortuga, then we have Sunfest coming up. Barrett Jackson will be here before you know it. And we will be live at the Penthouse on April 19th. That's right. I got the date right this time. April 19th. I had it the other day, too. I just want to see if you guys are paying attention. Franny and I will be there live with Monroe's at Barrett Jackson, having a great time and just enjoying ourselves. It's always a good event. Barrett Jackson, April 19th. We will be live with Monroe's of Palm Beach. Come on down, check it out, enjoy yourself. Maybe somebody will buy your car. Total stranger. Just walk up to you, say, I'm going to buy your car, pick any car you want, and then that'll definitely make your day. How cool would that be, Franny?
That would be great.
Somebody gave to a stranger and said, hey, I want to buy your car. Barrett Jackson, along with Monroe's, we will be there live on April 19th. So come by if you're there and say hi. We'd love to see you. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved with the show and a chance to win tickets for our tastings event. We do it every year at the outlets. It's a great day, a lot of fun, great food, spirits. You guys will enjoy yourself and a great atmosphere. Pick up the phone right now at 877-927-6969. After we do our giveaway, we'll get back to the show. And you can call us about the weekend. Maybe you did something fun. Maybe you're down at the Florida Derby. I threw out a big thing on Saturday, Franny. Listen to this.
You threw out a big thing, huh?
Yeah, if you're a big sports fan, first of all, you go to the Panther game. Then after the Panther game, you go to Hard Rock Stadium to watch the tennis match.
Okay.
Then you go to the Marlins game. And then you go to the Florida Derby at Gulfstream all in one day.
Big day.
Did anybody do it?
I don't think so. A couple of my friends were talking about it. They were like, oh, I would have been so cool if, they knew about it. But that's a long day, and that's a big sports fan. All in the area, so, you got to go out of your way a little bit, maybe jump on Brightline, but that would have been a full day of sports. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready for today's contest, and we're starting with Chris. Chris, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing today, pal?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Chris. Was the Easter Bunny good to you?
It was all right. I can't complain.
All right, good.
Good. Glad you had a nice Easter. Let's see if we can make your day a little bit better with a pair of general admission passes to our tastings event coming up Saturday, April 13th at the Tanger Outlets. Now, Franny's going to read a scenario, Chris. Just hang on a second because we're going to vote amongst ourselves who's most likely to fit that scenario, and then you have to guess who we voted for, okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, here we go.
Okay, let's get this done, Chris. Out of Jimmy, Greek, or Franny, who is most likely to tell an inappropriate joke at the wrong time?
All right, we have our answer. Chris, out of the three of us, Greek, Francis, or myself, Jimmy, who is most likely to tell an inappropriate joke at the wrong time?
That's most definitely Greek.
Oh,
what are you thinking, man? No way. I don't say anything wrong. I'm a model citizen. I'm a role model.
Unfortunately, we all voted for Jimmy.
Yep. I would be the one to drop the inappropriate joke in church. That's kind of more up my alley. Well, sorry about that, Chris. Next up, we have John on the line. John, welcome to the Penthouse. How you doing today, pal?
right, good.
John, are you up for the tastings event? Have you ever been to one?
No, I haven't.
All right, well, it's a good experience. You'll have a great time. Let's try to make it happen.
Here's an awesome opportunity for you. All right, John. Now, Franny's going to read a scenario. We're going to vote who's most likely to fit that scenario, and you have to guess who we voted for. So give us a second to vote first, and then give us your answer. So, all
right,
let's turn the music down.
Let's do this thing.
And
we're going to
get
stay
going.
kind of in the same neighborhood with this question, John. I
Okay.
hope we can get this right. Out of Greek, Jimmy, or myself, Franny, who is most likely to laugh at the wrong moments?
All right, we have our answer, John. Out of the three of us, Greek, Francis, or myself, Jimmy, who is most likely to laugh at the wrong moment?
I gotta say the Greek.
Yeah!
Nice
There you
job.
go.
Like when somebody says something bad happens, I
You're
go,
like, nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
My wife left me for the plumber.
Oh, my
Awesome.
God. He died? That's great. All right. All right. Great job, John. Now, if you would hang tight for a couple minutes when we go to break, I'm going to get back on the line with you off air, and we'll get you set up with a pair of tickets to our tastings event. All right, buddy?
All right, thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
That's how you do that right there, kids.
Great job, Jimmy. Thank you for your help. 877-927-6969. That is a number you guys can still utilize to get involved with the show. Big word. So
Show?
You can text us at Real Radio 47142. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Those are the ways that you guys can get involved in the show. Today is April Fool's Day. I don't know if it's as big as it once was. Seems like it's lost its luster a little. But don't do anything bad at work.
I bet that's a younger crowd type thing, right? Something you do more in your 20s or something. You prank your friends.
Kids.
Maybe even significant others here and there, little pranks at home, but not so much a work kind of thing.
No, don't do
I
it.
mean, I guess it depends on the atmosphere.
Yeah, what you do.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You get a construction site or something, a bunch of guys, dumb jockhead type guys that are, and they start doing practical jokes on each other. I could see that. As long as it's not too dangerous.
Maybe glue somebody's lunchbox.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
You can't get their lunchbox open. And it's 12 o'clock. They're dying to eat and they can't get it open. That would really, not make somebody happy.
Piss me off.
Don't mess with Franny's food.
Don't dare.
Don't.
Who's most likely to cut your head off if you screw around with her food?
It would be me.
She remembers, too. I had to go to CVS one time in Boca Raton and get some beef jerky. And it just popped in my mind. I'm like, oh, my God, I got to get beef jerky. I think we're going to have beef jerky at Tastings, right?
Yeah. They've been there every year.
All right, that's cool. Again, give us a call if maybe something over the weekend that happened that was good. You guys had some fun with it, or maybe something unique. Or did you go to the Panther game? Did you go see the Marlins lose 4 in a row? That's pretty tough.
Want to take a phone call?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, well, no, sorry about that. Christine fell off.
Oh, okay.
As soon as I say that, the phone line dropped.
Maybe you went to imagine if you went to the Marlins games, well, any team, and you see them lose 4 in a row. That's tough. If you're a fan, 4 games in a row. Yesterday, they started off great, too. 5-zip. March Madness is finally ready. Again, if you have North Carolina State in your bracket, I have one friend of mine who picked North Carolina State. Hats off to him. Same guy who picked UConn last year.
I was trying to look to see
what
that was on the Hard Rock app.
Yeah, or out of the 4 teams, you probably have 2, right? To win it all?
UConn is all I have left.
You have Purdue?
On my bracket. I didn't have Purdue to go to the Final Four.
Okay, and you also have UConn to win it all.
Yeah.
All right.
Did I? I didn't have Purdue, right? No, I had Kansas coming out of there. I had Kansas beating Purdue in the 8. So yeah, I had Houston, Kansas, and Baylor as the other 3 in the Final Four. So obviously UConn's the only one left.
And Houston might have won. I think they would have beat Duke if their point guard didn't get hurt the other night.
Oh yeah, and it was an injury deal.
Oh yeah, he's awesome, Snead and Shell. Excuse me, Shed. That's his name. Excuse me. And he was out 26 points. It was 26 minutes in the game, and he's a stud. I think they would have beat Duke. But North Carolina State, unbelievable story for these guys. They were 11th seed, and they were 150-1 before the tournament started. So hats off to them. They are going to play Purdue on Saturday, and then UConn takes on Alabama.
They're plus 1750 to win it. to win the championship.
Right now?
Yeah, on the Hard Rock app right now.
Wow.
Alabama's plus 1,500, and then Purdue 195, and you kind of got to lay $190. So
wow, North Carolina State's still worth it. It's 1750. I mean, I mean, it really is. I mean, who knows? Maybe they win 2 more. They got a big ass. They've been playing great. I would throw it on.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
it's 1750. They're only going to win 2 games. Again, before it started, it was 150 to 1, which is unbelievable. Imagine having one of those tickets. Wow. You got to be like Schaefer City. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. It is the first Monday of the month, April Fool's. Doesn't happen very often. We're the first month of the year. First day of the month starts on a Monday, but it's happening. So get involved with the show in any capacity that you guys want. You can text us. You can call us. You can leave emails. We got so much coming on. We got fun facts. I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, I might not be on the same runway. We're going to do fun facts about April Fools.
You are correct, G-Man. Finally, you got that one right.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Don't want to say anything, but I got it right. Just a little bit of a no-brainer.
Well, you know, when you got it.
You got it. You got it. I mean, it's pretty simple. When the guy upstairs gives it to you, you just got to run with it, baby. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back. Peace.
No one gives a big warm hug like us when you need it. Come on, get in here. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. What?
Hey, it's the Greek and Jimmy. We'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets on Saturday, April 13th for tastings and unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event.
Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com, and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want.
For tickets and all event information and VIP options, head to pbtastings.com.
Tastings is presented by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Looking good so far along your expressways. 95 and the Turnpike are accident-free. Got some road work for you on Okeechobee Boulevard. Eastbound before Flagler Drive, that'll be blocking your left lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll hear from the legendary Pat Boone on his 2 loves, his wife, Shirley, and his musical career. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, it's Greek, and I hope the Easter Bunny was good to you. But, you know, it can help you every day with your retirement and a plan and your goals. Trajan Wealth. Give them a call at 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. You got to have a plan, and you got to map it out, and Trajan Wealth can help you with your retirement. You worked hard your whole life. Now it's time to enjoy. Let Trajan Wealth help you figure out the best plan so you can enjoy your retirement and enjoy your life with your family and friends. Offices in West Palm Beach, stop in today for a free consultation. It's Trajan Wealth helping you figure out your goals and your plan. And if you have a 401k, they can give you some direction with that also. It's Trajan Wealth helping you with your future and a plan to enjoy South Florida. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Trajan Wealth. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add 1 unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I'm Trey Lytle, a partner at Lytle Writers, Smith, Ivey, and Fronrath.
My firm has been handling personal injury, product liability, medical malpractice, and nursing home litigation for almost 40 years and has recovered billions of dollars for our clients. If you've been injured, contact us to speak with an attorney. With offices throughout South Florida, our team of skilled professionals are ready to help. If we don't win your case, you will pay absolutely nothing. Check out our reviews and see for yourself. Visit Lytle Writer at foryourrights.com. Main office, West Palm Beach.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with temperatures in the lower 80s and a southeast breeze between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Increasing clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 60s on Tuesday morning. Warming up for the middle of the week with afternoon highs near 90 degrees on Tuesday and Wednesday.
This report is sponsored by try the new limited edition Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. Try the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. It's like walking down recent memory lane. To have Orange Dreamsicle Frosty in our timeline is truly something special, and we shouldn't let the moment pass us by. And be quick, it's only available for a limited time.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, welcome back into the PH on a Monday, April 1st, known as April Fool's Day. Thank you so much for tuning in to Real Radio Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. This is Franny. Good afternoon to you, Jimmy.
Hello and good afternoon.
And good afternoon to G-Man. Hello, Greek.
Good afternoon, Francis. Time for some fun facts.
It's Franny's Fun Facts. All righty. So it is April Fool's, and origins about it. April Fool's remains a mystery. The exact origins of April Fool's Day is uncertain, with various theories and historical references tracing back its roots. One popular theory suggests that it dates back to the 16th century, when France switched from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, moving New Year's Day from April 1st to January 1st.
Okay.
Those who continued to celebrate New Year's in April were labeled as fools and became the target of jokes and pranks. So that's one of the theories there. Global celebrations, April Fool's Day is not limited to one country or culture, but it's observed worldwide. It's not just us that does it. They said, albeit with variations in customs and traditions, countries across Europe, North America, Asia, and beyond participate in all these fun-filled festivities, each with its own unique twist and themes of playful deception on there. They say official recognition, while April Fool's Day is not recognized as an official holiday. We don't get the day off or anything. In the most countries, it is widely celebrated and embraced by people of all ages. They said media outlets, companies, even governments partake in the festivities by sharing clever pranks, huh?
Banks are closed today from 1:15 to 1:30.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Only in states that end in A.
And that was the only time I was available to do my banking today. Damn it. Damn it. Screwed again, Greek.
Some of these
I give me a new logo.
These
Screwed again, just like Greek.
These pranks, and we've talked about this one. One of the famous examples was that 1957 broadcast of BBC saying that spaghetti was growing on trees, right?
Yeah.
It was a documentary on the spaghetti harvest in Switzerland featuring footage of people harvesting noodles from trees, and people were like, "What?
Look at this! I can grow spaghetti."
Crazy. Yeah,
Who
they said
knew?
it was such a realistic portrayal, and people were calling the BBC and calling. They were like, "How the hell do I grow my own spaghetti on my trees?"
Was that that alien invasion thing on the radio? Was that a April Fool's
is that
prank?
War of the World? What was the one?
Orson Welles.
Yeah.
Was that an April Fool's
No.
joke, or was that just a gag?
No, I don't know. I don't even think it was a gag. I think they were just like reading the book on air, and people who were just tuning in thought it was.
Right.
I think in the beginning they stated that it wasn't, and then if you were just tuned in, they were like, "Oh my God, we're being invaded by aliens."
Right.
But
I think that was like in the 40s.
Speaking of.
Something like that, yeah.
But I guess in 2008, speaking of, there have been a lot of mind-blowing hoaxes over the years for April Fools. But they said in 2008, I don't remember this, by none other than the BBC, who is trusted authority for all kinds of documentaries, right? In fact, they recommended their Planet Earth series. If you've not seen it, Planet Earth, they do a fantastic job with it.
Oh, okay.
But in 2008, the BBC aired an entirely fake special featuring penguins that evolved to learn how to fly. And millions of people, they were duped into believing penguins were capable of flight, only to be disappointed when it was revealed it was just an elaborate prank.
Prank?
It says hoax. I just kind of combined those. They say other ones that have gone horribly wrong. 2008 as well. A popular newspaper published that UFOs had landed in a nearby desert. The town immediately went into panic, with parents even refusing to send their children to school. Wow. The mayor prepared for an evacuation of 13,000 townspeople before the newspaper revealed it was just a prank.
Wow.
Yep, they said, talk about a prank gone too far. I got to see what town that was in, but that was just 2008 that happened.
That was in long ago.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
All this stuff happens in Boca.
Isn't it amazing?
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Yep, they say no foolproof immunity on April Fool's Day. No one is safe from being pranked, not even prominent figures or institutions. They say over the years, celebrities, politicians, major corporations have all fallen victim to these hoax, and they also say legal implications. While April Fool's pranks are generally harmless and meant in good fun, there have been instances where the jokes have gone too far, resulting in legal consequences.
Wow.
They said in some cases, individuals or organizations have faced lawsuits or disciplinary action for pranks that caused harm, damage, or undue distress to others. So maybe think about it before you do anything too crazy. You don't want to get sued.
Well, we always thought about it. I mean, and again, especially at work, you got to be careful at your job. You really shouldn't do anything at your job.
Yeah, don't do anything.
Yeah, nothing. And there you go for your April Fool's.
Don't do damn thing.
Nope.
Tell your boss today, put your feet up. Go, you know what? I don't want to do anything today. So I'm just not going to do anything with April Fool jokes at all. Box office again this weekend. Ghostbusters was number one. Jimmy, did you see Ghostbusters yet?
This newer one?
Yeah. No. Okay.
Has anybody? I'm curious because I know the past few ones have not been so great, but this one has me a little bit intrigued.
Yeah, and this one's doing pretty good in the box office. It's been number one the last couple of weeks. If you've seen it or you want to make a review on it, call us at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call for you guys to get involved in the show. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Speaking of Jimmy at realradio921.com, we have a entry in for our best nude scene. Let me see if I can find it here. Our buddy Evan sent in Kelly Preston in Mischief. And he sent a screenshot, which was very, very nice of him to do, so that we can verify said nude scene.
Thank you, Evan. We love you.
How come not everybody does that?
Jimmy
at realradio921.com. How about the?
I can't get nudes on the text line, just so you know. So just send them to Jimmy.
Yeah, please. And what Demi Moore was in Striptease. I think that was a popular one.
Was she naked in that?
Topless, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I don't know if full on nude, but definitely some boobies. Who else was Elizabeth? The one from no, but she did the stripper movie too. She was on Saved by the Bell. Showgirls.
Yeah. I forget her name. Elizabeth something.
Berkeley, Elizabeth. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember. I
Yeah.
know who you're talking about.
Yep, I can see her face, and I can't think of it.
Can you see her body? Bueller, anyone?
Eyes.
Jimmy, you have American tourist spots that are maybe a little bit overrated.
Well, are there any? What is the most overrated tourist spot in America right now? I mean, so again, another way that you can participate with the show, 47142 is the text line. Just start off that text with Real Radio. I saw a list of a couple that were on here, and we can always add to it. We've done this a little bit before, but I love finding out what you all think about what is the most overrated tourist attractions in America. This is only right now. I mean, I guess we can say anywhere. I mean, if there's one in another place in the world, why not bring it up? It doesn't matter. Number one on this list, I was kind of surprised to see because we always usually hear good things about it, and that's Mount Rushmore. People are saying that you have to travel a long way to see it, and the biggest impression that people have of it is it's a lot smaller than I thought it would be.
Yeah, and you're just like, you just go and you see it, and you're like, all right, there it is.
Yeah, it's sort of like there, and it's what you see in a video or on in a picture. So when you get there, I guess it's a little underwhelming for some people. Although I always thought that the town there that was associated with it was a little bit more, it was a nice attraction itself. Small town USA type thing.
I think it would be cool to see, but it's not on my list of go-tos here in the States.
Not exactly on my list either. But then again, I got a pretty long list that I'd like to go see some different places. So I wouldn't mind seeing Mount Rushmore one day.
Can you name all the faces on there, G-Man?
LeBron, Kevin Hart.
How'd you know?
2,
Kim Kardashian.
Nice job.
And
great.
Of course. That's the ones that should be on there.
Rushmore, yes.
I'm going to go at the end, though. I don't want to be up front.
Okay.
I want
you're not pretentious or anything like that.
No.
Who wants to be like that?
All right.
Yeah. Number 2 on this list of most overrated tourist attractions. You're not going to like this one, Greek. Las Vegas, just in general, Vegas, not anything in particular there. Everything is overpriced, and you have to deal with a lot of drunk people. If you love it, keep going. But if gambling and nightlife aren't your thing, you're not missing a lot. I would have said the same thing about Atlantic City because there isn't anything there outside, or at least it didn't used to be. I don't know how it is now, but back in the days when I grew up there, it was if you didn't go to the casinos, there was the boardwalk and a couple shops.
Yeah, I mean, they built it up a lot now. I know people who go, and the casinos are very high end, a couple of them they have. But again, it's still, consumed by gamblers.
Now,
I mean, and the thing with Vegas is a lot of people don't like it because obviously they lose.
Well, there's that. I mean, if you gamble and you lose, obviously you're not going to like something like that. But this as a tourist attraction itself, they're saying that, I don't know, they've got, a couple of those rides there. I mean, I thought that, to me, with Vegas, there's a little bit more to do outside of the gambling.
I mean, there's tons of shows. Obviously, high-end entertainers are there.
I love Vegas. I feel like you can find something to do every single night if you stay there multiple, but there is a limit. I think 5 caps out, but 3 is a good amount of time to spend.
Yeah, 5's a lot.
But I know people who went and they said the same thing. They just didn't have a good time.
Really?
And to me, I was so shocked. I was like, God, there's so much to do. But they thought the same thing, just overrated, didn't have fun.
And I was number 2 on this list of most overrated tourist attractions in the United States. Number 3 on this list, and I can see it, I can kind of see why, Plymouth Rock. The whole area around Plymouth Harbor is nice, but the rock itself is just a rock, and apparently it's covered with bars, so it's like you can't even really get to it all that much. It's not accessible all that much, other than just to look at it. And I've heard that before as far as an overrated tourist attraction. Another one that Greek probably won't like, because I know you're a big fan of NYC, but Times Square. It's fun the first time, but New Yorkers do their best to avoid it because it's just so crowded.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tourist city, but it's something to see that is just unbelievable when you get there, especially at night.
Yeah.
With all the lights and everything like that.
Most overrated tourist attractions in the United States. Number 5 on this list is Lombard Street in San Francisco. It's just, it's a steep, windy road, right? And I think we've seen that on different movies and television shows. There's always a long line of cars waiting to go down it, and once you're on it, you realize you're just waited in traffic to wait in more traffic, is the way they described it in this news article. There isn't much there to see other than the fact that it's a winding road on a, steep hill. I mean, that's all there really is to it.
So my in-laws just came back from Sonoma, and they did San Francisco, and they did the Pacific Coast Highway and stuff like that.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And they said it was pretty, but it wasn't as pretty as they thought it was going to be. But it was very, very foggy at the time too. Oh. But not just that, like San Fran, they said with the hills, like they were showing video. My mother-in-law's filming as they're going down. Like you can't even see what's like going on, and you could hear them, everybody in the background of the video, like they were in a roller coaster. But they said that they've never driven on such steep hills than in San Francisco. But the same thing that we keep on hearing, unfortunately, it's just being overtaken by homeless.
Yeah.
And they were like, I would never go back there. And it's just like, well, that's kind of unfortunate, because it used to be one of those places you would see and you'd be like, I really want to go. Yeah, go to San Francisco, check it out.
Sure.
They say Golden Gate Bridge is cool and you have all these cool places, but just overall, it was a kind of a one and done.
The highway's beautiful.
Pacific Coast, they did a little bit of that. Yeah, I think.
That's Hearst Castle.
But I guess you're right.
They went to Alcatraz, all that. Yeah.
If it's a foggy day, I mean, you're not going to see very much. I can understand why it's not, just the appeal isn't there much. Yeah. Sure. Another couple of other places that are on this list: the Hollywood Walk of Fame, according to this. in L.A., of course, Bourbon Street in New Orleans also made the list of most overrated tourist attractions. What was one that you went to? 47142 is the text line. Start off that text with Real Radio. I always wondered about the southernmost point. I don't know. I mean, it's got that thing. Everybody takes a picture with that monument or whatever you want to call that buoy type thing, and I see that. Outside of that, is it really much of?
No, I mean, it's just I mean, it's, it's cool. And what they do to make it fun is they always have like a sunset festival daily. So every there's something going on over there.
Okay, so like the music, maybe a local musician or band or vendor.
Stuff like that.
Maybe not so bad. No, again, another one that we often hear wasn't on this list. But for some people, Graceland, a lot of people, end up going there and thinking, well, it's not much, just a house, right? There isn't a whole heck of a lot there. We've heard that from a couple different places, but then you've heard some people, like Greek and others that have really enjoyed it and like it. I guess, more if you're an Elvis fan.
Without doubt. And again, I had a tie to it, my dad being in the industry for years and stuff like that. But I thought it was cool. You got to see the plane, all his different outfits. And again, if you're a fan.
And I think that's it, because I have heard some people go say it's kind of underwhelming. You're just like, all right, it's a house.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's what you're looking to get out of it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're walking into a home that a movie star, rock star lived at with his family. I mean, it's not like, I don't know. I thought it was cool. I would recommend it. A buddy of mine was just asking me about it. I said, yeah, go. It's fun. I think it's cool.
Yep. And like you say, it's expectations, what you're looking for. I was very overwhelmed with St. Augustine, right? And that's maybe one that if you're not into the history there with the city, it may be a little bit underwhelming, right? But to me, I love history, so I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Sea Caucus outlets.
Well, when you go to the outlets, I think most people are going to really be overwhelmed by it. They got that indoor mall now, right? That's all open and everything. They were talking about. I thought I read that not too long ago.
I've been there in a while. A lot of people say Rockefeller Center, like when they go there. Not, Christmas time, obviously, have the tree. But
I mean,
the rest of the time.
It's not as big as they think it's going to be.
Yes. And it is small. But, when the tree's not there, it's just there.
True.
A lot of people say that.
Lincoln Tunnel.
Yeah, Lincoln Tunnel. Oh, my God. Yeah, Lincoln Tunnel. Oh, my God. Lincoln Tunnel's
You ain't been anywhere unless you've been there.
Lincoln Tunnel.
But we've heard Niagara Falls before, too. Some people were like, yeah, whatever, it can be impressive. But I've heard, especially on the U.S. side.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know. It depends what you like. I mean, I can't see people saying Vegas, but like you said, they said it's overpriced.
Out of all that whole list, Vegas is the one that surprised me the most on there, because to me, I think that there's a lot, and I've never even been there. I'm going by what you guys say, what I read, what's out there. The hotel, they would describe Cirque. What's the hotel?
The new one, Circa.
Circa Hotel.
Yeah, with the pools.
Yeah, probably the one unfortunate part is you got to have quite a bit of money. That's the only thing is it's a bit expensive. But outside of that, if you're okay with that and you got the money to spend and you want to go there, I'm sure everybody can. You can have a good time. They have rides and.
There is places in Vegas. They have hotels to this day that you can get a room for $25. And you can go to buffet for like 40. I mean, inexpensive. Right. If you want to do it inexpensive, you can.
The zip line goes down the
I did that.
The strip. I've heard that's a lot of fun. Of course. What's that? Is it some sort of a thing where it goes over top the one hotel where it kind of stops over? It's like a roller coaster type thing. That where the ride stops over the.
There's a couple hotels that have roller coasters. I know New York does, but I can't think of the one.
It starts with an S. Stratosphere.
Is that it? Yeah,
that's scary.
Yeah, it's what I understand. That's so. I mean, there's things like that. For the thrill seekers, the Ferris wheel and everything. So, and then of course, whatever events going on. I had the Formula One race there, of course, this past year. So that was a nightmare for the locals. I know.
Somebody mentioned the Four Corners Monument. Do you know what that is?
I've heard that as well. That's a little bit underwhelming for people.
Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, Utah all meet, and so there's like a little monument. And so basically, you're just like, cool. There's a slab of concrete.
There's like a plaque or something you can stand on it. So technically, you're standing in all four states at the same time. Yeah,
it's cool. It'd be a great place to get engaged. If she says no, put her in a different state. How about now?
Biggest ball of yarn in like Kansas or whatever. Things like that. Yeah, most overrated attraction in the U.S.
I went to the Mall of America, and I was like, all right, this is cool, but I wasn't like, whoa, and I think it still is. At the time, this was years ago, but was the largest mall, right, in what they claim the Western Hemisphere. I don't know if that's still the case.
As far as I know, it is.
Yeah, it attracts like 40 million tourists annually, and I was like, yeah. I mean, once you're in it, it just feels like you're in a mall, but then you kind of look around, and you're like, oh, there's a roller coaster in there.
Yeah.
But that was all right.
Again, I think it's you as an individual with a lot of things. Some people are like, oh, my God. And then some people are like, what's the big thing? Overrated tourist places that you went. Now, if you got to get on a plane or you're traveling someplace and you got to spend money, I think your expectations are a little bit like, hey, I want to check this out. And then if it's no good, you're like, this sucks. Why did I spend cash?
47142 started off with Real Radio. That's where you can put in your suggestions, like more nude scenes here. Let's see. Not nude, because we were talking about, Jimmy had brought up the number one nude scenes. This is a Reddit thread that was going on television or movies. And so we have not nude, but Deborah Winger riding the mechanical bull in Urban Cowboy. All right. So we're just like people are just telling us what turns them on.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Pretty much sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't nude.
It says stiffy material in a movie, Rosario Dawson, full frontal, in trance.
All right.
Famous nude scenes. How about Debbie and Debbie Does Dallas? Waka waka.
I assume she was nude. She did the whole city and now used it. That's a lot.
They said Eva Green, multiple nude scenes in the movie The Dreamers, and every movie with Heather Graham being nude. I have to look. I don't know who Eva Green is or Ava Green. I don't know who. Do you know who that is?
No.
Ava Green?
Ava, EVA?
No.
Eva or Ava? Evie? Eva?
No clue.
And then somebody just wanted to let us know, speaking of films, that they went and saw the new Godzilla movie. I had no idea there was a new Godzilla movie out.
I'm dying to go.
They said I went on Friday. It was awesome.
Godzilla is fighting who? Kong? Or something like that?
Isn't he always fighting Kong?
Yeah, but I think they're friends now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think the two of them are against some other people. One of my buddies went yesterday with his wife. I said, oh, that sounds like a perfect Sunday afternoon. Not. If you went to see that or Ghostbusters, let us know what you think about the movie. 877-927-6969.
Can you see from there, Franny? That's Eva Green.
Yeah, I looked her up.
Yeah, she's...
she looks somewhat familiar.
She was in Casino Royale, maybe.
Okay.
The Rise of the Empire.
300.
The Dreamers. Kingdom of Heaven. There's a couple movies here to come up under her name when it... The
Three Musketeers.
Three Musketeers.
Sin City. Yeah, so I've seen a lot of these movies.
Yeah.
She was in Three Musketeers?
According to I haven't seen that movie, so I don't know. I mean, she looks familiar, so I probably saw her in something.
Did she bang all Three Musketeers?
I think so. Yeah. Well, at least in the version that I'm gonna get.
The one that you saw.
Yeah.
Hip hip hooray! One for all and all for one. It is the Penthouse on a Monday after Easter. Now, it is April Fool's Day. Don't do anything crazy at your job, all right? Don't do anything like that. But if you have any pranks that you did, maybe something funny, Like a couple weeks ago, I was at a restaurant. I got vanilla ice cream, and they put steak sauce on there.
Ugh.
But
that was a prank for you, though, right?
That was a prank. It was a prank.
Why does this taste weird?
Maybe you decided to wear your girlfriend's underwear, and she was going to let you wear her underwear. Something like that. I don't know. Some kind of a prank.
Is that a
Could
prank?
be a bet.
Is that a prank? You want to switch underwear?
Yeah, it is in Greece.
April Fools.
Yeah, some of the ones that always got me is like I saw somebody went into like a friend's house and they took aluminum foil and wrapped everything, like the toaster and everything on the counters, and I mean, just everything was wrapped in. And I thought, wow. That's a lot of work.
Too much work.
That's just a lot. Even like, a cubicle, like somebody will put Post-it notes all over.
Saying that.
Right?
Or
and
over somebody's car, too. I'm like, God, that is so much work. Plastic wrap somebody's vehicle. Have you seen that?
Yeah. And just not worth it.
It's
not to me.
I'm with you.
It is the Penthouse on a Monday. We just had a big giveaway at a Tastings giveaway. We're having that big event at the outlet in a couple weeks. But remember, every day at 11:45, we have a giveaway for you. Could be Restaurant Trade, New York Prime, my favorite spot in the whole wide world. It could be a big event, maybe Tortuga, Sunfest. We always have big things for you guys. Our appreciation for you guys listening. Really, you should be thanking us because we're the stars, but we're not going to keep track. It is the Penthouse, and as you can see over the weekend, we have changed. We've become more humble. We'll be back. Peace.
Hi, everyone. I'm Doug Plagens, radio voice of your Florida Panthers. The Panthers visit the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Catch all the action live tonight at 7 right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Tonight, watch on Fox, starting at 8 p.m. and listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Tesla Last is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Palm Beach roadways and expressways are up to speed. We're looking good on the Monday afternoon drive. No accidents on the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming with members-only offers. Learn more about the new loyalty program at Lowe's.com/My Lowe's Rewards. Subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's Franny, and spring has sprung, and it's full tilt buggy time in the used car market. And where's the best place to be? GiveMeTheVin.com. When was the last time you checked how much you could get for a used car? Get an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds, whether it's $2,000 or $200,000. They've got you covered. And here's a kicker. If GiveMeTheVin.com can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100, no questions asked. With a 5-star rating from the Better Business Bureau, you know you're in good hands with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is, Tobacco-Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. When you call Tobacco-Free Florida's phone quit service, you'll receive one-on-one sessions with a coach who can help you on your quit journey. You may also qualify for free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco-Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's and Palm Beach, and there's a basketball tournament on, and I can't think of a better place to watch the games, and a beautiful lady, your own cheerleader. Get over to Monroe's for the big tournament. Enjoy yourself. Open at 5 a.m., 5-star menu. Whether your team's winning or losing, you're a winner. You know why? Because you're at Monroe's of Palm Beach with the hottest ladies in South Florida. And don't forget, Friday night, Fetish Fridays. It's Monroe's. It's hoops. It's a perfect evening, baby. Hit that three-pointer. Peace.
Seminole Casino Coconut Creek is your local gaming destination featuring over 2,000 slot machines, more than 80 live table games, plus 30 tables of live poker. Introducing a new era in gaming with live craps and roulette. Prefer smoke-free? Visit the Smoke-Free Pavilion, full of more slots, live table games, and easy access from the West parking lot. Enjoy NYY steak and our other dining options. Experience live entertainment throughout the week at Sunset Grill, Nectar, and Soundbar. Visit CasinoCoco.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
HOA and condo board members, it pays to have fiber. Let Blue Stream Fiber show you how fiber internet provides revenue for communities while saving up to 50% off retail rates. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio to find out more.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with temperatures in the lower 80s and a southeast breeze between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Increasing clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 60s on Tuesday morning. Warming up for the middle of the week with afternoon highs near 90 degrees on Tuesday and Wednesday.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes.
Why are people saying "Hew yeah" to Jackson Hewitt? When you switch to Jackson Hewitt, they will beat what you paid last year on tax prep, even if you filed online. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
iHeart Podcast Update this week on your free iHeartRadio app. Heroes in the Bible. This series tells the epic stories of tragedy and triumph of the most popular names in the Bible. Pray Radio, a spiritual haven where the most influential faith leaders and pastors across the United States converge to share their wisdom and insights. The Jesus Podcast. This comprehensive series stands as a pinnacle in Christian storytelling, meticulously unfolding the magnitude, impact, and depth of Jesus Christ. Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You're back in The Penthouse on a Monday. Remember, the best view in the house is always The Penthouse wherever you're going. Jimmy's in the house.
Good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And special shout out to a good grill master, probably one of the best around. Mateo, great job as always, buddy. Time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, the Panthers won on Saturday. You ask why? Well, they scored more goals, but they were on Real Radio. That is the real reason. Go Panthers. Drop 6 in a row, then they step in our arena. What happens? We are the luck. Panthers, you can hear them tonight on Real Radio. They have 8 games left, 4 on the road this week, and you can hear them all on Real Radio. March Madness, you can't ask anymore how's your bracket because most brackets are busted, but the Final Four is ready. It is Alabama against UConn. UConn is -11, and it is Purdue -9 over North Carolina State. North Carolina State was 150-1 before the tournament started. If you have that ticket, man, let me sleep over your house tonight because you are a winner chicken dinner so far. Nobody had North Carolina State. Only one gentleman that I know had North Carolina State. Obviously, I can't say his name on the radio, but he does have North Carolina State, so good luck to him. Females tonight, Iowa plays LSU, 7 o'clock. That's going to be a great game. And if you're a Marlin fan, I will buy you a free lap dance at Monroe's because you guys lost 4 games in a row. Hopefully it gets better. And the Yankees beat the Astros. How sweet is that? Yanks right out of the gate, 4-0, baby. Astros, you guys can suck it. Doesn't pay to cheat. And that is your trifecta. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You can text us at Real Radio 47142.
I got a couple text messages, more nude scenes.
Oh, of course.
Wow.
Our audience.
I never thought that this would pop off like this.
Shocking. We have on here the Natasha Henstridge. Is that how you say it? Natasha Henstridge in the Species movies? Species? No? Blonde? I remember. Somewhat. Amanda Peet. And the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Ring a bell?
I know who she is. I don't remember the movie, though.
47142. Great show as always. Glad you're back, Franny. Thank you, me too. Couple of best nude scenes. Olga, I'm going to mess this up. Kurilenko in Hitman.
Hitman?
Yeah, Hitman.
I'm not
Olga, in Hitman. Julie Warner, Doc Hollywood. Dakota Johnson, 50 Shades.
Yeah, she was thinking a lot.
And they said, and of course, Jennifer Lawrence. Says, and great job, Jimmy, on the Graham Girl of the Day, which you can check that out, realradio921.com. Says, she is hot.
Mm-hmm.
LOL.
Well,
have a great day, Penthouse. That's from Greg from Melbourne.
there you go. Yeah, go to realradio921.com, look under the Penthouse blog, and you can see the IG Girl of the Day every single day. Greek's Graham Girl.
Ooh. Again, if you guys did something cool for Easter or maybe had something over the weekend, maybe went to one of the big sporting events. There was 4 on Saturday in South Florida right in our backyard. If you went to one of those, or maybe you did something special, or April Fools, maybe you know a prank that's harmful but fun. Harmful but fun. Give us a call. And again,
harmful but fun?
I guess not.
What?
Yeah. Well,
Not
let us know.
harmful,
We're interested.
Wow. So I saw something because G-Man says don't do a prank at work. So I found an article that was actually published yesterday, and it was 10 fun April Fool's office pranks that won't get you fired.
Okay, good.
All right. So not harmful, but fun.
Say to your boss, how about we switch paychecks this week?
Yes, he said these
That's a joke.
They said these are 10 good, clean, fun April Fool's office pranks. They said plastic wrap doorways. Well, it's the main door, your office door, or the bathroom door. It can be hysterical watching a coworker bounce off of it.
Oh, God.
They said this prank is mostly effective, or is most effective in dimly lit spaces to avoid glare spoiling the surprise. All right. That could get you fired, but you know.
Yeah, say that can get somebody can get hurt from that one.
Yep. It says dead mouse. And no, not what you're thinking. No, we're not talking about killing a real animal. For this April Fool's office prank, position a sticker or tape a piece of paper under the mouse on their computer. Whether it's a laser mouse or a ball rolling mouse, the sticker will interfere with the mouse's ability to work.
Gotcha. Okay.
Once they finally realize why their mouse isn't working, they will look under the mouse and see the sticker tape. Don't forget to write April Fool's on it.
Yeah.
All right. I thought you meant like a fake dead mouse.
Yeah.
No. This
and by that point, I've already taken the monitor, thrown that out the window.
Right?
And the mouse I've smashed.
Yep.
I'm out of here.
By the time I figure out that it's a joke, half of the computer's demolished.
Yeah, they said these are supposed to be pranks you can do at the office without getting fired. Held ransom is one of them. They said swipe and hide one of your coworkers' prized possessions, their favorite coffee mug or desk ornament, whatever it is, and leave in its place an anonymous ransom note that they must pay a piece of something, candy, whatever it is, for its safe return. And then you decide the terms, meeting time, place, etc.
Okay. That's a fun one.
That's kind of fun.
Do that to your boss. Walk in your boss's office and take something like a picture of his maybe wedding or something. You want it back? You got to give me money.
This one, I don't know how easy it is to pop them off, but they say the QWERTY keyboard, no more. This April Fool's office prank. Most people type on their keyboard without even glancing down the keys, but you know where all the letters are already, right? So they said pop off and rearrange the keys on a coworker's keyboard. They say so the letters say April Fool's and see how long it takes them to notice.
All right.
Is it that easy to pop the suckers off?
I don't know.
Here we go. This one's called Biggest Fan in the Office. Deck your coworkers or boss's office out in posters and fan gear from a celebrity they don't really love, like Justin Bieber, Spice Girls, Kiss, maybe a politician.
Taylor
They said,
Swift.
imagine look of surprise on their face when they walk into their fan-crazed office.
Oh, my God. That would be brutal. You walk in, they'd be like, what?
Let's see. They said this is just a next step from the one I just told you. Biggest fan on the road. Buy some car markers and decorate the unsuspecting victim's vehicle with declaration of fanship of something equally as outrageous, like Justin Bieber's #1 fan. Then you're like writing on somebody's car. Yes, it'll erase, but I don't know if I'm going to go that far. Anybody want a peanut at number 7? Get your hands on some packing peanuts and choose your victim. Leave their desk drawer contents intact, but fill them to the brim with packing peanuts.
That's one I've seen. Hey, like a cubicle, right? You try to open it up or you open the door and they all just fall out.
And they say leave a note on their desk saying, I hope you're not allergic to peanuts. They said with their drawers closed, they will be likely confused by the note, continue about their day. The first time they open the drawer to grab a pen or something, they'll realize they have been pranked. And then just a couple more here. If you are thinking about wanting to prank somebody at work, this is roaring with laughter while your boss is on the phone in a meeting or steps out. Leave a message on their desk notifying them of a missed call. Okay. So this phony call is from a manager named Bear who wants to meet for lunch this week to discuss a possible partnership. He can be reached at this number. When your boss dials a number and someone picks up and thanks them for calling their local zoo, he or she will likely discover the joke. If not at that point, they will proceed to ask the speaker with Bear, which would make the prank more hilarious. I don't know. That one's a little silly. Rubber critter. Rubber snake, spider, mouse, other fear-inspiring critters. This prank is sure to bring a few laughs. Hide the critter in plain sight and attach a fishing line to one end of it. We've seen these before. When an unsuspecting victim is about to cross its path, pull the string so the movement catches their eye and wait for them to scream and lose their S, basically.
Do the same thing with a $100 bill in front of Creek. Just keep it moving along.
That was good. And then number 10, we talked about the chair wrap. Foil, wrapping paper, toilet paper, whatever it is. Your choice of material for this office prank. Wrap your coworker's chair completely. And they say also sneaking a whoopee cushion under the wrap beforehand.
There you go.
So when they walk in and see their chair wrapped, they'll likely laugh and expect the joke is over until they sit down on the whoopee cushion.
Speaking of kind of along those lines, you ever see the ones where they tape one of those air horns underneath somebody's chair? So when they sit down on it, the air horn goes off. You know, like you hear at the sporting events, those things. Wow, some of those.
You say sporting events. We have 2 or 3 of them at the house, and that is just so my husband can drive me crazy.
Oh, really? He does.
Oh, yeah. When I'm not, when I'm not expecting it to happen, yes. I will get I will get an earful of an air horn.
Jimmy,
and then he gets an earful.
He does.
On Saturday, Jimmy knocked on the studio.
I got great good.
You know how
I slammed on the door
because anybody could just spoof me.
Yeah.
Anybody knows it. And I was just looking down at the Florida Derby, and I was so like in, and it's only me and Jimmy in the whole building. And he knocked on the window. I went, ah! Oh, I get so like, oh my God, my friends do it to me all the time. Even like if I'm on like just sitting.
I mentioned you. It must be something about me because I get Joel every now and then. He's in the studio behind me on this side of it, and I'll come in the morning and I put my stuff down and I just want to go over and give him dap, say hello, good morning type thing, and I'll scare the heck out of him. And then I did the same thing with Sharice. She was filling in for Joel last week.
Yeah,
I did the same thing. I walked in to say hi to her, just
just
good morning, her. And she was like, "Ah!"
Sometimes when you're just in a zone and you're not expecting it, I get it. It happens.
Yeah, so now I try to like go all the way down in front of the window to make it look, and I kind of like, I stomp my feet a little bit, like I'm coming in.
It is a weekly occurrence, almost daily occurrence with my husband, and I know it's going to happen. I've told you guys this before. I know it's going to happen, but every time he still scares the living S out of me when I'm in the shower. Sudsing up my head, do whatever I have to do. And then all of a sudden he just like takes the shower curtain. And it's nothing more to it. Nothing more to it than just going, hello. And I jump every time. I was like, one day I'm going to slip. But yeah, he loves it. It's almost a daily occurrence. Yep. So now I'm like, I need to learn how to lock the bathroom door.
I mean, that would scare the hell out of me if I was in a shower.
Because you're in a zone. My eyes are closed, and it just woof.
And somebody opened the shower curtain?
Yeah,
like, wow.
with like force.
Yeah. I can see that. I can see that. That would get me.
And this has been going on for years. Like you would think by now my body would be used to it. I'd be like, oh, there he is again. But no, I jump every time.
Does he know it annoys you a little?
Of course he does. That's why he does
That's why he does it.
That's why you guys laugh.
Of course he does.
877-927-6969.
I don't know why this came in, but at 47142, we have two more nude scenes. Mathita, I don't know if that's right, May and Life Force from 1985. And they said nude scenes. If you like Anne Hathaway, there's a movie called Love and Other Drugs.
Okay.
Totally worth it.
Okay.
We have one thing I don't know where this came from. It says, one thing I can't stand friends doing is sitting there. One thing I can't stand friends doing is sitting there, smoking a Vegafina, ashing it, looking at me, telling me betting on the Jaguars is a lock. Yours truly, Down by the River.
One pick. Get over it. It was 2 years ago. My God. Man, you're tough. Never give you a bad one. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Had a couple names on the table today. We had something, if you're going through a divorce, do you think it's okay if somebody registers things that they need after a bad divorce? Or do you think that's tacky? Or would you do it? Or would you, when you seen it, would you be like, what the hell? Maybe they need a good lawyer. That's what you should maybe give them.
You know what? I would. It's funny because they said that. They're like, that was a trend, right? Yeah. Something that's trending out there. Something that's becoming popular as people register, for after a divorce type thing. Or I wonder if some people just open up like a GoFundMe, for some people to help them out to get back on their feet if they need, if they're down and out. Well, they have to, go from living with somebody to living alone, and obviously that can be very expensive.
Yeah, I think what Franny said earlier, if it's your immediate friends, they know and they want to help.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
And a lot of people don't want help. Yeah. You know what I mean? They don't want to accept it, so they're like, "No, I'm good."
It's part of the reason why, that article jumped out at me. Like, I wouldn't have thought that. I mean, I've heard of it, but like a rare thing, or almost like it itself is a gag. Registering for a divorce.
Oh, how about some people, they just put stuff on there and people will donate. We remember years ago, what was that one with the macaroni salad or something like that? The guy got all this kind of money.
Yeah, he was trying to make a potato salad.
A startup, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
that
still.
it was a startup.
Yeah. I mean,
it wasn't GoFundMe. Was it crowd?
It was a crowdfunding thing, yeah. But it was because that was for a startup business. Wasn't there a contest? I think there's something for the best ones, and then people were getting money for it.
This guy just wanted to make like the biggest or something, potato salad, and he got a ridiculous amount of people to donate.
Oh my God! I remember the amount was crazy that people said. Maybe you just start when I have a bad week with your bookie. Lost my ass at Hard Rock. Started a GoFundMe page. Give me a call. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved in the Penthouse. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Also, favorite nude scenes that you guys have in the movies or television. Let us know about that. One of my buddies said you could always see some nice-looking ladies in Sopranos in the background at Bada Bing. I don't really remember that, but I do remember them at Bada Bing a couple times. I don't remember anybody dance. I remember some people dancing, but I don't ever knew if they were naked. I got a text like that. You remember that?
They were topless, which is kind of inaccurate for Jersey.
Yeah.
But, it's better for the show.
Of course.
Right? And that's what it was.
Is that still the same out there?
As far as I know, Jersey's still, you can't show. Park? Yeah.
Wow.
As far as I know, but I haven't lived there in quite a while. So
if anybody knows.
Let us
know. So I saw this. People went to Reddit and they were talking about some of the pranks, speaking of April Fools, that they did on Easter.
Yeah.
And some of these are really douchey, especially like for kids. Like this would suck. So they went out there and these are some pranks that I love that a-holes pulled on Easter is what they say. So if you want to take notes and steal them for next year, go ahead. They said hiding beautifully painted eggs, right? But they're actually raw. So when they go and they try to peel them. This one is terrible. Getting the kids to hunt for eggs, but you never hit any of them. Just get them out running in the yard looking and looking and looking, and there's nothing out there.
Oh, that's brutal.
They said filling plastic eggs with vegetables and enjoying the disappointment of their kids. They said all the jelly beans, make them black licorice jelly beans. I'm like, that's pretty diabolical. Put all the Easter eggs in very high spots that the kids can't reach.
Oh, my God. You're tormenting
This
them.
is terrible.
They say take a Cadbury egg, carefully split it in two, scoop out the filling, then fill it with mayonnaise or Crisco and press it back together.
Oh, Lord.
That's going to suck.
You said you can melt it whole using a warmed up knife and then you wrap it back up.
That's a lot of work.
And also coating a raw egg in chocolate just to watch someone chomp down on it.
Oh.
Like, you guys are a bunch of jerks.
Man,
That is terrible.
sounds like things you do to your ex. Oh,
I
my
see.
God.
You ever see that prank where somebody replaces like the shampoo with Nair?
That is not cool.
That's
not
bad. That's
cool.
bad. That's bad.
If you make somebody go bald or lose their hair as a prank,
That's
is
terrible.
diabolical.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to jail.
I'm driving you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's got to be somebody, obviously, you're with, to be in your shower.
I couldn't imagine
it's crazy.
doing a prank that much.
Well, we've even talked about, we mentioned this on the show, like even at the hotels, be careful when you use the refillable that sometimes they have, the body wash, shampoo, conditioner.
Oh,
The
right.
hotels do, like the pumps
Okay.
they say. Probably don't use those because not even maybe they don't get changed often, but you don't know the person there that was staying before you could be a jerk or be like, oh, this would be funny and fill it with something random too.
Oh, man.
Yep.
See, I never think of
So
that.
they say try not to use those. Use your own stuff.
I could see one.
Or the bottles if they have,
Sure.
that are
Yeah,
sealed.
Yeah. I would never think that, like, if you're hitting that. Man, see, a lot of devious people out there.
There are.
Ooh. Don't be mean. Be nice. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved. You can also text us at Real Radio 471 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Always a lot on the table today, but April Fools, if you know, maybe you did a nice joke on somebody, that was fun and not harmful to them. Don't do anything at work. We've been telling you that all day, especially if you don't want to get in trouble at your job. Don't do that. And if you're going through a bad divorce and somebody said, I'm going to register and tell you all the things I need, would you feel compelled to help your friend? Or you'd be like, dude, you're really asking for help because you went through a bad divorce and it's really your fault because you picked the wrong person. Give us a call on that. And March Madness, baby. How is your bracket? Only 4 teams left. I would love to hear if anybody has 4 out there. Nobody does. Nobody's got North Carolina State, I don't think, and Alabama. Those are 2. Purdue was a 1 seed, and so was UConn, 2 number 1 seeds. That's not difficult. But to have North Carolina State, that's a long shot. They were 150-1 before the tournament even started. And even Alabama, they only said there was like 45% of people who had them to get to the Elite 8. So let us know about that. And if you're a Marlin fan, do you deserve your money back after 4 games? What do you think of that, Jimmy, if teams did that? You lose, and they say, okay, if the team loses, we'll give you your money back. Wow, imagine that.
There's an offer.
That's a good offer, right? Yeah. You think you get a lot of people to go to a game for that? Wow. Come to the game. If the team loses, you get your money back for your ticket. That's a good way to sell out. A lot of pressure on the team.
That wouldn't be a terrible thing to do, or at least maybe, I don't know, because some of those tickets are pretty pricey.
Well, maybe you could say we'll give you tickets to another game. Possibly. That'd be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, nosebleeds.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, most nosebleed seats aren't all that expensive, especially baseball.
Yeah. I think it'd be something different. For baseball, you could do a football, no, and basketball.
Well, that's the thing. That's what, you just kind of look at it in general. Because, I'm thinking like a Yankees game. You could have everywhere from a $26 ticket in the nosebleeds to, $700 for those ones that are behind home plate.
Oh, wait,
they're something $700, $1,000.
They're like $4,000.
$4,000.
Yeah, one's behind the Yankee thing.
Right.
Yeah, and then you go downstairs and they have like a whole place where you can eat and drink and ice creams and all that stuff. It's called Legend something.
Okay.
With the Yankees. Yeah, it's like the Dolphins have the 72 section.
Right.
The 72 team.
Right.
They have the big seats. The same thing with the Yankees. Those seats are expensive. But yeah, I'm thinking like the Marlins because they have a hard time drawing people. So
But my only point was there's such a wide range, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's the thing.
877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you guys want to get involved with the show. Hope you had a very nice holiday. Enjoy it. And had some special moments with friends and families. And when it was Easter, you always got something new to wear when you were a kid. You got your new outfit. You threw it on. You're always jacked up. And you're like, all right, I got my new Easter suit on. Franny, we're going to come back with some things about Florida.
Yeah, we have some Florida stories coming your way, including a Florida woman's idiotic game that landed her in jail. And then we have a drunk driver, thought he was on a boat instead of a car, it looks like. And then I have another story about Florida, of course. And this one is a woman who wakes up to find her car absolutely destroyed. How did it happen? I'll get you those details when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
Introducing the latest way to hear the greatest station in the world. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's the Greek and Jimmy. We'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets on Saturday, April 13th for tastings and unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event.
Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want.
For tickets and all event information and VIP options, head to pbtastings.com.
Tastings is presented by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Monday ride looking good along our Palm Beach roadways and expressways. Checking the traffic cameras, no big incidents or delays on the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Does your garage door ever go down part way and then just stop just to frustrate you? Or stop and go back just when you thought it was finally going to close? That's the proximity detector, and it's designed to save your life, so don't get mad yet. That sophisticated piece of light sensor technology is like NASA-level rocket science in your very own house. And you don't have to live in a space station, but you do need to fix it if you want the thing to close. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Have you heard of Nepo billionaires? Celebrity kids inheriting untold billions? Take Jay-Z and Beyonce, who are handing down over $1 billion to their kids, much of it in their blue chip art collection. That's right, for the richest families in the world, fine art is a vehicle for transferring and growing their wealth. And for the first time, everyday investors can invest like billionaires themselves in this potentially lucrative asset class, all thanks to Masterworks. With this platform, you don't need to be an art expert, and you can still invest in blue chip artists like Banksy and Picasso. Oh, and you don't need to be a billionaire either. Schedule a call with Masterworks advisors by going to masterworks.com/cake. That's masterworks.com/cake. This advertisement relates to the provision of advisory services by Masterworks Advisors, LLC, and is not intended to offer or solicit investment in any securities. Masterworks Advisors is affiliated with Masterworks.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with temperatures in the lower 80s and a southeast breeze between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Increasing clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 60s on Tuesday morning. Warming up for the middle of the week with afternoon highs near 90 degrees on Tuesday and Wednesday.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes.
Why are people saying "Hew yeah" to Jackson Hewitt? When you switch to Jackson Hewitt, they will beat what you paid last year on tax prep, even if you filed online. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeart radio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Hello. Welcome back into the PH on April Fool's Day, April 1st, a Monday here on The Penthouse. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Franny. Of course, we have Jimmy. Good afternoon to you, Jimmy.
Hello and good afternoon.
And we have Greek with us. Hi and good afternoon.
Oh,
Greek.
happy April Fools to you people.
Hello.
What's happening, everybody? On a Monday, April 1st. First day of the month, but not of the year. Let's do some Florida stories.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida?
WTF.
What the Florida?
All righty. Let's get into these Florida stories. And we are going to start with a woman who woke up to find her car destroyed. Now, you're like, well, what the heck is going on here? So we know the culprit. This happened in Jacksonville, Florida. And after looking at some videos, looks like a couple of dogs destroyed her car. Now you're like, well, we've heard bears, right? Bears, that's happened here before, all kinds of things. But dogs caused $3,000 in damages to her car.
I saw this video.
Now, why were the dogs attacking her car? I don't know, Jimmy, but you do.
Uh-huh.
I thought somebody had maybe taken a BB gun and shot my car. No one believed it was dogs until after they saw the video. And if they can do that to metal on a car, they tear a human being up.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no doubt in my mind if they'd gotten that cat, she wouldn't be here today.
Oh, and that's what they were trying to get. They were trying to get a kitty cat that was in the car. The dogs ravaged her car. It was like 3 a.m. After her neighbor's cat weaseled its way behind the engine, and they knew it was in there. They were chasing it. The cat went in and was like, I'm going to stay in here. I'm not coming out.
Nice and warm.
The crazed canines started clawing their way to the vehicle, damaging the front bumper, fenders, 2 tires, all kinds of stuff. Surveillance video does show them ripping off sheets of metal to get around the wheel.
It is amazing.
Leaving deep teeth marks on the car's frame. Yeah. The cat survived this witch hunt. But yeah, she's right. If those dogs would have gotten a hold of that cat would not have been around.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. Maybe mark that off of one of their 9 lives.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I'm curious. I don't know if I saw, but I mean, the damages are insane. Like I said, $3,000. But they said that that's not the worst of it. They said that there was an incident that happened in Texas where it wasn't just vehicles. Dogs in Texas destroyed vehicles at a dealership in the tune of a whopping $350,000 in damages.
Wow.
Said a couple of dogs terrorized the G Motors dealership 3 different nights, tearing off bumpers, fenders, all kinds of stuff.
Jesus.
Yeah. I love it. They said one of the dogs' name was Dasher.
Dasher?
Uh-huh, which I believe is one of the reindeers you can never remember. They said one of the dogs ended up going up for adoption. I'd be like, keep that dog.
Yeah,
But
really.
yeah, they said that one of the dogs, Dashers, went up for adoption after the event when medical staff found the pooch was not aggressive towards people, just cars.
Good guard dog, I'd say.
Right,
Huh?
I guess. But yeah, not aggressive towards people. And then next up in your What the Florida, yes, a drunk driver was confused about a popular South Beach boardwalk, thought it was a road. So decides that it's going to drive on it. They said this happened pretty early in the morning. Guy, drunk, said it just came from a bar, thought that it was a road. There's a guy who videotaped, saw the whole thing go down. And the dude's speeding, heading right into the water from the boardwalk. Miami Beach police officers identified the driver. Hard name to say, we're just going to call him Chavez. Managed to get out of his car, swim out of the car, thank goodness. They said they went and responded to search to make sure there was no other people in the vehicle. They did not find anybody, but they said that Chavez did admit to drinking alcohol before deciding to take his car for a swim.
I had 2 drinks.
Yeah, they said his breath smelled very
Sound
boozy.
good.
Slurred speech, just like that. He failed a sobriety test. They did. They had fire rescue personnel and staff had to take him over to Mount Sinai Medical Center to determine he was okay. He had no injuries, but definitely got booked for a DUI. And then finally here in your What the Florida, never heard of this game, 21 game. What the hell is it? I don't know. But according to this woman, it's a game she was playing and a very stupid excuse for criminal activity.
21 game.
Yes, this Florida woman, Amber McCann, was causing a stir at a Walmart, and she wasn't your regular shopper because she was playing a game, 21 game. That's where you grab items and try to flee without getting caught. We call that stealing. Yeah. The things.
I'm going to bring it back.
Things take a turn, though, when you're playing this game, when someone tips off authorities by calling 911. And they said the lady was loading up her cart and making a run for it. Deputies received alerts provided with details about her getaway vehicle. Now, of course, they're inspecting the car. They said, so she wasn't in there, but they were like, well, inspecting the car, guess who casually walks back into the Walmart as if nothing happened? Yep, Amber herself did. Stupid criminals always return to the scene of the crime. So cops catch up to her in the act with no room for denial. And she admitted, I was playing this 21 game. Then reveals that the car she used, well, yeah, that happens to be my boyfriend's rental. So don't tell him I did this. So they're like, okay, because of this criminal mastermind, Amber, she's not done yet. There's more stupid to come. The deputies search the vehicle, and what do they discover? Not just the stolen items, but they also find a package of weed, meth, hash, some other things.
Babanya.
Ah, nice.
Uh-huh.
Machete? By chance?
Yeah, I love this. They're like, now we can make sure Amber won't be making it home for dinner. She's making a detour straight to the county jail. That is how a simple 21 game turned into a one-way ticket to jail. And that is your What the Florida.
Great job, Francis. We do it twice a show, 105 and 1105. You guys give us the stories, and we throw them back at you, and you never disappoint us in Florida stories. 877-927-6969. Prank or an April Fool's joke that you did, maybe in the past or today, you can give us a call. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. But Jimmy, I know you have something on celebrities and their Instagram, and also some celebrities who just look a little bit younger than they are.
Well, the most followed celebrities on Instagram, we've heard this before, and there's a couple of them on here, but of course, the person that topped the list of 2024's most followed Instagram celebrities is, want to take a guess?
Taylor Swift?
Yeah, it's the same ones that we normally see each time.
Jenner?
Cristiano Ronaldo is number one, has 624 million followers on Instagram. Apparently the first person to break the 600 million mark.
Wow.
In Instagram history. For comparison, that's more than the population of the United States, Mexico, and Canada combined. The rest of the top 10 and is not going to be a surprise. Now, of course, Lionel Messi comes in at number 2 at 501 million. But now we're going to start seeing our usuals. Selena Gomez is at 430 million Instagram followers right now. And then, of course, the Kardashian family wouldn't be the Kardashians if they weren't on the top list of Instagram personalities. Kylie Jenner, Kim Kardashian, Khloe, and Kendall Jenner are all in the top 10 list. I mean, they're 400, 398 million, 295 million to respectively. Beyonce on the top 10 list at 320 million Instagram followers. And then, of course, our good buddy, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, 398 million Instagram followers. There, a lot of these are the same celebrities that we see on this list time and time again, especially Ronaldo and Messi. I mean, they always seem to be the top, in the top 5 anyway.
Well, they're also worldwide, which helps them with soccer.
That's it. Yep.
I mean, that's it. And Gomez, is that
Selena?
Oh, Selena Gomez.
Selena Gomez.
Is that the girl who's a singer? Or am I
She's
wrong?
a singer and an actress.
Yep.
Okay.
430.
She's always been up there, and it's very interesting. People just love her. She's not as active as a lot of these celebrities are on social media, but she still has a massive following.
Is that the one, and I could be mistaken, who had the problems with the drugs, or am I wrong?
No.
Okay.
You're thinking Demi Lovato.
Oh, that's right.
Ah, yeah, Demi.
Oh, that's a ton. The Rock, I'm surprised about. I mean, not surprised about.
No. Ariana Grande's in this list, too, at 380 million. That's your top 10 most followed Instagram personalities. And no surprise. I mean, really, I'm not surprised by any of them. The Kardashians, are they still pretty much like hawking different products, right?
Yeah.
Their makeup line and things along those lines.
Yep. And then also, it's always one of the topics of them, who they're dating. That always comes. And a lot of times it's ball players. So once they start dating ball players, then all their people come over. Like a lot of times they'll do it. They'll go there. But Taylor Swift, not surprised. I'm sure Kelsey, his numbers went up huge since he was, dating her. But yeah, there are.
Yeah, Taylor Swift, there's one that I would have thought might have been up there as far as top. Not in the top 10. I mean,
I don't know how active she is.
Yeah. Oh, really?
On social media. But, I don't follow her, so I can't say. But, really don't hear much.
Isn't her cat have one?
Yeah. Her cat does very well.
Her cat does well. But, cat brings in money every year, too. Millions of dollars. 877-927-6969. Who's a good celebrity follow that you guys do that you every day? There's something unique or different, or maybe every couple days that you check out and that you would suggest. 877-927-6969. And then, Jimmy, I know you had another list of celebrities who hit the half milestone and that look great.
Oh, the hottest celebrities over 50. Yeah. So there's a list of these, and that's a link I got to pull up. So if you give me a second, I'll get to that right away. But some of the more attractive celebrities that are over 50 years old. And some of these, I don't think they're going to surprise too many people. But let me get to it here. And all right, here we go. I don't know if you've seen him lately, but number one on this list, Ernie Hudson. Have you seen him? He was on, I think, Kelly Clarkson or something not too long ago.
I think he's on the Ghostbusters, the new one,
yep.
too.
Oh, is he in the new? Well, he's obviously one of the originals in the original one.
But he looks great.
Have you seen, did you see his age?
Yeah.
He's 78.
He looks great.
That dude looks like he's maybe 40.
I would say 50. I would put him
50?
I would put him 50, but he looks fantastic.
He looks absolutely fantastic. Number two on this list, I don't know her at all. Renee Elise Goldsberry.
So I'm familiar with some. She's been on some shows like The Good Place and stuff like that. But I don't. And that's just familiar face. But I would not have known her name.
No, I'm not familiar with her work, but I mean, she's listed as 53 years old.
Wow, I never would have guessed.
And looks maybe 32, if that.
Never would have guessed.
If that.
Yep.
George Clinton. You know how old he is?
George Clinton, like from the P-Funk?
Yeah, looks great.
80?
He's 82.
Wow.
Believe it or not. Again, looks like he's in his 50s maybe, depending on everybody and how you want to look at it. I'm going to get down to Michael Keaton is on this list. The number 7th on this list. He's 72 years young, believe it or not. Sam Neill is 76, believe it or not.
Yeah, he looks good too.
Yeah, another one, mostly Jurassic Park. That's kind of where I know him for the most part. With some of his bigger movies, obviously, he's been in a ton. And number 9 on this list, can you help me, Francis? Is it Iman? I-M-A-N?
Iman, yep.
Yeah,
Yep, she was the one who was married to David Bowie.
She a model? Oh, okay.
Yep, and she was a model, Iman, and married to Bowie.
She's 68, and again, if she looks in her 40s, that's saying a lot. Christy Brinkley is now 70 years young, and we've been seeing her talk about Instagram. She's on Instagram quite a bit and posts on there that I see. And again, looks absolutely fantastic. Angela Bassett is 65, and she looks dynamite still. And, there he is.
There he is. Yeah.
71 years young. Jeff Goldblum looks amazing.
Yep.
Marissa Tomei is 59 years old. That one shocked me.
Yeah, to see her almost 60.
And
yep,
probably
the
one that surprised me the absolute most on here. Now, Halle Berry's on here. We don't want to go past her because she's 57, of course, one of Greek's favorites. Shatner's 93.
I saw him the other day, and I was just like, when they were talking about, I was like, how the heck is he 93? What is he drinking?
Yeah, I didn't think so. I mean, how old was he with Star Trek then?
26.
He's 93.
I mean, insane. Yeah. He looks so good.
Ralph Macchio, the Karate Kid. I think he's 61.
Yeah, he's probably got it up there. I would say about that.
Oh, hello, Daddy, Lenny Kravitz. I mean, Jesus, that guy makes you not want to he makes you want to hit the gym every time you see him without a shirt on.
Yeah,
how old is he?
He's almost 60.
Yeah,
he looks great.
59 years old.
He doesn't have an inch of fat on his body. His 8-pack. It's insane.
And I never, ever, ever, ever would have guessed this one, but Allison Hannigan is 50 years old now. And that one blows me away.
Yep.
Only because of a lot of times when I think of a celebrity or I try to think of somebody's age, I always do the math around something. All right. So, I mean, she was obviously in American Pie. That's one of her big fames. She's been hosting, what is that with Penn and Teller? Fool Us, that show Fool Us in Vegas. She's been doing that.
How I Met Your Mother, she was on.
Oh, she was in that too.
Yeah.
That's right. But I'm thinking to American Pie, and it doesn't feel like it would, like it would put her in the right age bracket to be 50. But son of a gun, she looks fantastic. I never would have thought that she was 50.
Don Johnson looks good. I saw him the other day. A picture of him and Philip Michael Thomas. I think Don Johnson's 75.
Is he really? Okay, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. I think he's 75 years old. He looks great.
And of course, we keep saying that whenever we see her in the news, but Martha Stewart.
Oh yeah.
And Snoop Dogg, they both look great. Absolutely great.
Snoop Dogg, though, isn't he young? I mean, he's what, his early 50s? I would say.
I think he's closer to 60 now.
Is he? I don't know.
Well, that was the thing, too, about this list. This was celebrities over 50 that you may not.
Oh, you're right.
think
He's
are
52. He's
52?
in early 50s.
Yeah, she looks great.
She's 82, I believe. Last I saw on some of the news articles that we've been doing about her. She looks absolutely fantastic. Just did that Sports Illustrated, right? I believe she was on one of the covers.
She's going to do it again.
Yeah. I don't blame her. I don't blame her at all. Nothing to be ashamed of there, that's for sure. But yeah, some of the more celebrities that I would not have put at their given age, just because certainly by looks, that's for sure.
Selma Hayek, she looks great. I think she's like 55.
Yeah,
she's right. Susan Lucci.
Yeah.
Another one. She's like 80. Susan Lucci.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus always looks dynamite.
Yeah.
I mean, she doesn't look like she's aged nearly where she's at. And again, you put it into perspective. How long has it been since she was on with Seinfeld, right? And then you see her now and all the years that she's been.
George
Costanza. Always looks good. Danny DeVito showing his butt on Everything Sunny.
Kramer. Another one who just unbelievable. Looks great all the time. 877-927-6969. Maybe you have a celebrity you want to add to this list over 50 that you're like, wow, they still look good. Not that they shouldn't, because they got a great lives and they're not busting their ass every day dealing with everyday problems. And a lot of them have had some plastic surgery.
47142 started off with Real Radio. Says another good naked scene is from the original Vacation. It's exactly what your husband does to you. Said Chevy Chase fake stabbing Beverly D'Angelo with a banana, like in the movie Psycho.
That's right.
We have, let's see, Brett from Melbourne listening on the iHeartRadio app. Hello, Franny, Greek, and Timothy. Favorite nude scene, Alexandria Daddario in True Detective. You got to have Greek check her out.
Oh, she was on that list too. That's right, yeah.
And my favorite, Marissa Tomei in Before the Devil Knows You're Dead, or My Cousin Vinny, where she isn't nude but hot. Glad to see you guys found a way to get people to text in. Ha. Go Red Sox. Money's on the dresser.
Go Red Sox.
We have best nude scene. Greek is Granny chauffeur in the home movie Pile Driving Miss Virginia. Jesus. And our girl Kara is letting us know that a good Instagram. I know. A good Instagram to watch is Britney Spears. You never know what you're going to get, and you're right.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, she is just
every
wow.
day.
Every day, yeah.
You just imagine her on a blind date. Oh my God, he's got to be crazy. She really is. And her Instagram, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just another dance video, one after another. It's the same thing. It's the same video over and over again. It's just so you don't know whether she's gonna have clothes on, a dress, a skimpy dress, or knives.
And then wasn't she juggling knives one day?
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know juggling, but she was dancing around with them.
She was dancing around.
Juggling would have been impressive.
Yeah,
but she,
yeah.
And I guess she's not supposed to have sharp objects around her.
You put that under like the captions. Everything, right? Aren't you not supposed to be having sharp
And that's why
objects?
she was like, there were fake knives in her thing. And we were looking, we're like, those look pretty real. Those look pretty legit. But who
Yeah,
knows?
she's definitely crazy. There's no doubt about it. 877-927-6969. You could call us or text us. Celebrities that look good over 50 that you're like, wow, they still look great. We named a couple over there. Ernie Hudson, man, I can't believe his age.
70. I couldn't. I was shocked to see that. And then, because again, like I said, he's with the Ghostbusters movie. He must have been going around touring about that too. And I saw him on Kelly Clark.
Yep.
I think it was Kelly.
I think so too.
Yeah, and boy, he looks fantastic. And then again, he put it into perspective. When was the first Ghostbusters movie out? You know, so that's how you kind of put it. All right, well, there's the math. He's 70-something years old, and sure enough, 78. Looks great.
Yeah, he does look unbelievable. I thought he was like in his 60s. I had no clue. And then again, if you're not big fans, you don't follow him. You don't really look at anybody.
Yeah, if you don't see him every day, right? You know,
you don't know.
He's in good shape too.
Yeah,
I mean, that always helps.
Yes.
But,
I read
I
an article about him a while ago, not recently, but he talks about going, working out every day. And that's what a lot of people, talk about. And also the things you put in your body when you're younger for aging. Some people it just doesn't matter, though. They could put unbelievable. Keith Richards, Keith looks his age. Mick looks good. He looks
And
great.
Mick says he works out every single day.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
at the gym every day.
Yeah, he looks great. I mean, he's 80.
Well, he's looked every bit of 80, but his face has always looked that way for a year.
Yeah.
Like Willie Nelson. Like Willie Nelson doesn't look super young, but he looks the same for the past 50 years. Like he has not changed a bit, but 50 years ago he looked like this.
He looked old 50 years ago and he looks old now.
You're right. I agree with you 100%. You're right. He hasn't changed.
And I'm sure that's, I mean, I don't mean it in an insulting way. It is kind of insulting, but still, in all, he hasn't changed a bit. Still got that bandana. And,
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's still blown out. I would say.
Speaking of, I think he's on. Am I right? Because I know her album dropped, Beyonce, the Cowboy Card or whatever.
He's on it.
Yeah, he's on it. She got some. I mean, we know Dolly, Miley Cyrus, and stuff, but I did see that Willie Nelson is on her.
And there are a bunch of others
collaborates with her on that album. The only ones I heard were, I know there's a bunch, but I just know, I know Miley Cyrus, I know Dolly and Willie Nelson, but I'm sure a ton.
Yeah.
Post Malone, I think, is on it with her too. And I know he was trying to get into the country world.
And I know the album's crushing it so far.
Everything that I hear nothing but good things about it.
Yeah, people love it. 877-927-6969. Celebrities that you think look unbelievable for their age. You're just like, wow, they look great. And even surprised when you might hear a number and say, wow, they're that age. younger or older, doesn't matter. You might be surprised at some of these ages of people that start in acting. And some of these people that start in their 20s or teens, I mean, you look back. Like Leo's 50. He just, what is he, 51, 52? He's been acting since he was a teenager.
Speaking of old people, it looks like that they now have twice as many STIs, STDs, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
From a decade ago, older Americans now have twice as many sexually transmitted infections when compared to a decade ago, according to a new study, new research. To be presented in April at the pre-Congress Day. This is in Europe, though. But they were saying that, they said it's quite urgent, this matter. We need to manage the rise of conditions, gonorrhea, syphilis, genital warts in the baby boomer generation.
It's not surprising.
The research will also stress the need for conversations like you have to do with children about STIs to older people. They said to be normalized, it's a growing issue. According to the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the rates of STIs in adults age 55 and older have doubled. Rising divorce rates, foregoing condoms as there is no risk of pregnancy, the availability of drugs for sexual dysfunction, the large number of older adults who are getting it on but living together in these retirement communities.
We've been hearing this for quite a while now.
Dating apps, all of this contributing to the growing incidence of the STIs in people over 50.
I mean, those are four major contributors to it. Like you said, people, first of all, are dating older. Again, communities where everybody's around each other in a meeting, because years ago...
You just go right down the door or right down the hallway.
You wouldn't have that. Obviously, drugs that can help, stuff like that. And I just think people are also more open to dating when they're older, too. I got a gentleman, this guy, he's 83 years old, and he told me on Thursday night he was going on a blind date. And he came all dressed up, and he goes, Greek, how do I look? I look great. And he goes, I'm going on a blind date tonight. And I was, a little surprised.
Did you say, I hope you have a condom on you?
No, I said to him, you look so good. You'd be good if you dropped dead tonight. You'd be perfect. You look great.
It'd be perfect if you dropped dead.
Don't even have to worry about what you're wearing to your funeral because you're already dressed for it.
Look at that.
It looked
Just
great.
Pop you right into the casket.
I had him on over on
or gasket.
Or gasket. No, he's going.
But isn't that funny though that they do? They feel like we have to talk to older people like we do children about like STDs and this is what you got to do and protect yourselves because it's just a free for all.
And that's the first thing he said. He goes, I hope I get lucky tonight. And I was like, wow. But he said blind date, 83 years old. He was all excited. He looked great. I said, wow, he looks good. Yeah, he's excited. And he told me where he was taking her out to dinner. He had a whole night planned. He was bringing flowers. He goes, it hasn't changed much. He was, I dated my wife in my 20s. He goes, and, my wife passed away. And he was all excited to go on a blind date. But to me, you hear somebody 83 going on a blind date, it's a little surprising. I was like, that is awesome.
A blind date, that does.
It was his brother-in-law.
That's pretty surprising.
Yeah, it was his brother-in-law's, I think, wife or somebody who fixed him up, somebody in the neighborhood. Right. She was a widow, too. So he was excited. I didn't see him over the weekend, but who knows?
One of the things about that, though, and really to highlight it, it jumps out at me is the fact of pregnancy, right? You don't have to worry about pregnancy, so you don't think as much about it, right?
Yeah, no, you're definitely not thinking about it. It is the Penthouse, and it is a April Fool's Day, and the sun is out today. What a beautiful day.
April Fools.
April Fools.
Just somebody with a big flashlight.
There's no sun out.
There's no sun. There's no sun at all.
No, it's going to rain.
It burned out.
Burned out. We shut off the sun. It is the Penthouse. Somebody had a celebrity sighting in Boca Raton. I'll get into that. And, man, did everybody go crazy. But was it an April Fool's? We'll find out in a few minutes. Peace.
Hi, everyone. I'm Doug Plagans, radio voice of your Florida Panthers. The Panthers visit the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Catch all the action live tonight at 7 right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Tonight, watch on Fox, starting at 8 p.m. and listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Tesla Ultranolast is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio
95 moving along nicely. We're not seeing any big delays on our expressways. If you're traveling the Turnpike, those drive times are up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Hey guys, Chef Justin with Fresh from Florida here, reminding you that from blueberry pancakes to blueberry smoothies, almost everything is better with Florida blueberries. In season now, look for Fresh from Florida blueberries at your local grocery store.
Hey, it's Franny, and spring has sprung, and it's full tilt buggy time in the used car market. And where's the best place to be? GiveMeTheVin.com. When was the last time you checked how much you could get for a used car? Get an instant cash offer in just 60 seconds, whether it's $2,000 or $200,000. They've got you covered. And here's a kicker: if GiveMeTheVin.com can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100, no questions asked. With a 5-star rating from the Better Business Bureau, you know you're in good hands with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Come rock with us at the 2024 Orange Bowl Food and Wine Celebration, presented by Florida Blue. Head over to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino on Friday, April 12th, and experience unlimited food tastings from 40 of South Florida's A-list restaurants, while vibing to the house DJ and live band. All this plus an open bar and a chance to score incredible raffle prizes. General admission is $125, $250 for VIP. Proceeds benefit Orange Bowl Cares initiatives. Get your tickets at orangebowl.org.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's in Palm Beach, and there's a basketball tournament on, and I can't think of a better place to watch the games, and a beautiful lady, your own cheerleader. Get over to Monroe's for the big tournament. Enjoy yourself. Open at 5 a.m., 5-star menu. Whether your team's winning or losing, you're a winner. You know why? Because you're at Monroe's of Palm Beach with the hottest ladies in South Florida. And don't forget, Friday night, Fetish Fridays. It's Monroe's. It's hoops. It's a perfect evening, baby. Hit that three-pointer. Peace.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Now at Wendy's, get a Dave's single for $1 or a Dave's double for just $2 with the in-app offer. Limited time offer participating U.S. Wendy's. Redeem in Wendy's app. Account registration required. See offer in Wendy's app for details.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with temperatures in the lower 80s and a southeast breeze between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Increasing clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 60s on Tuesday morning. Warming up for the middle of the week with afternoon highs near 90 degrees on Tuesday and Wednesday.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. Democrats abandon Israel. Not just the squad, but now Schumer and Biden.
And the UN demands Israel stop killing terrorists.
And Biden cheers.
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now wherever you get your podcasts.
iHeart Podcast Update. This week on your free iHeartRadio app.
Heroes in the Bible. This series tells the epic stories of tragedy and triumph of the most popular names in the Bible. Pray Radio, a spiritual haven where the most influential faith leaders and pastors across the United States converge to share their wisdom and insights. The Jesus Podcast. This comprehensive series stands as a pinnacle in Christian storytelling, meticulously unfolding the magnitude, impact, and depth of Jesus Christ.
Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Drake's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Penthouse, what's happening? You're never gonna believe this. Dude, I hit money at the Brighton Casino the other day, and man, I struck so much that I can go buy me a brand new house. Pretty cool situation. I've never had that happen before. April Fools. I'm still in the van down by the river! The Jaguars! Ugh!
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Oh, you got me. I was really excited for a second.
I believe
wow,
it.
good
Wow.
for you. That's incredible.
I would get it, man. Down by the river, though.
Yeah.
But living down by the river is probably
It
got
sounds
a lot.
peaceful.
Yeah,
Not
a lot
bad.
of advantages.
Not bad.
You get
get
to
a
wake
nice
up in the
van.
morning. Yeah. Get to wake up in the morning, hear the fish, hang out.
Yeah, you're hearing the fish.
all the
They're
birds.
talking, having their coffee, reading the paper, you know.
Just getting out of Starbucks, checking out Instagram.
Nice bass.
It is the Penthouse on April 1st, April Fool's Day. If you have a good joke that you played on somebody that you think is pretty funny, let us know. Give us a call. Jimmy's in the house.
Good afternoon.
Franny's here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for the last trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right. The Panthers won on Saturday. Why do you ask? Because they scored more goals? Yes, but they were on Real Radio as they beat the Detroit Red Wings. Thank you. Panthers, send us a check. We will accept it. We appreciate it. We are a good luck charm. We're going to continue to give you good luck like we did last year. 4 games this week, all on the road. You could hear them all on Real Radio. Hopefully the Panthers get back on the winning track and make a nice run in the Stanley Cup. Big college basketball game tonight, and everybody's talking about it. Iowa and LSU. Cannot remember the last time people were excited about a college basketball game, but it's personalities. It's everything in life. If there's big personalities, people want to be around it, want to see it. Tonight, it's Iowa and Clark against Reese and LSU. This is a repeat of last year's finals game when Reese went up to Clark and showed her the ring. You don't have the ring. I do. They went back and forth. But Reese has said recently, we're not rivals. You know what? We're just competitors. So Clark always says the right thing. Going to be an exciting game tonight on the 4-letter network. I think about 5 or 6 million people might watch this for a Monday night. We'll see what happens, but it's going to be a good game no matter what. Speaking of hoops, baby, it is March Madness. Hats off to Johnny C., our former host. Johnny had 3 to 4 teams in his bracket. Congratulations, Johnny.
Oh, no kidding.
Yes, he texted me before to tell me. Alabama is taking on UConn. UConn is 11-point favorites. Then on the other side, you got Purdue -9 over to Cinderella, North Carolina State. So March Madness, the Final Four is picked. That's this Saturday night in Phoenix. And they also say ticket prices are dropping. So if you want to go, maybe make a move. Go out to Phoenix this time of year. It's supposed to be a beautiful state. Enjoy yourself and hang out and watch the Final Four. Years ago, we gave away a bunch of Final Four tickets, and we gave away a gentleman tickets on Saturday, 2 games. And he texted us when we called us when he got back, and I'll never forget. He goes, "Man, I wish I had tickets for Monday." We said, "You did. They were in the envelope."
Whoops.
So yeah, he didn't realize that he had tickets for the Monday game. Remember that? It was years ago, and it was like, "Wow, you had tickets, bro. You had them right in your envelope." But yeah, Monday night is the finals. We're pulling for UConn. Jimmy's got UConn on the Hard Rock app, and I have one Chiquita banana on it also. And in baseball, if you're a Marlins fan, I'll give you a free lap dance at Monroe's this week because you lost 4 in a row. That's tough when you're a Marlins fan. Yankees on the other side won 4 in a row over Houston. And you just kept watching the Yanks this week, and I mean, man, can they win another one? Can they win another one? They took out the Brooms in Houston and they beat the Astros. I even hate the Astros more than I do the Red Sox since that World Series when everybody accused them of cheating and there was some proof out there. But the Yanks got 4 wins and are in first place in their division. Pretty good. And Soto, big games, 3 big games, already proven his money. And sign him, Yankees. Give him his $500 million now. And that is your last trifecta of the day. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
I think Taylor Swift has 238 million followers on Instagram.
Okay.
We were talking earlier about the most followed Instagram personalities, and of course, the typicals were up there: Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, Selena Gomez, Kylie Jenner. The Kardashian clan is on there. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. We weren't sure about Taylor Swift.
Is she active?
And,
does it look like she's got some current stuff going on?
Some pictures, but that's about it. Of course, I guess from her tour.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine it's from the Eras tour that she is showing on there. So I saw the followers and I moved on from there. I didn't look too deep into it. But
speaking of her man is supposed to be announcing the lineup for Kelsey Jam. I know you've been waiting for that.
Trying to get flights every day
with bated breath.
I know. So the Kelsey Jam lineup is to be announced, and they have announced so far a few of the acts, but they're talking about the festival lineup is going to be all of them. We're supposed to learn today at some points. And so I have seen a few that have been leaked out. Taylor Swift is not going to be playing, unfortunately. I know. He couldn't even get his own girlfriend to play his own festival.
Sucks. The hell? you think he asked her, "You want to play my festival?" And she was like, "Nah, I can't."
Yeah, so they had Machine Gun Kelly headlining last year. It looks like he's going to be back. So according to the facts page on KelseyJam.com, they say that this year it's going to be headlined Machine Gun Kelly, Loud Luxury, Rick Ross, and Tech Nine. The only people I know are Machine Gun Kelly and Rick Ross. I'm not familiar with Loud Luxury or Tech Nine, but I'm sure there's people out there who are. So that's what I've seen so far. But they say they're supposed to have that full lineup. And do they do this? Is this in Cleveland? Are you familiar? The Kelsey Jam?
No, I think it's in Kansas City.
Oh, okay.
I would think, right?
Somewhere.
Well, I didn't know because I didn't know if it was just both brothers were involved in it.
Yeah, because he's from Cincinnati.
And Machine Gun Kelly is an Ohio guy, so I thought that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Maybe it was in Ohio somewhere. So I don't know.
I thought it was in Kansas City, but I could be different. I mean, I could be wrong. And I could also be different.
You are different.
Thank you.
You are.
Yeah, let us know. Kelsey Jam. I know he did it last year.
Yes.
I remember that. I thought it was in Kansas.
Here we go.
Kansas City.
There you
yeah.
go. Kansas City, May 18th.
Yeah.
Kelsey Jam Music Festival.
Put it down, Jimmy. Put it down. We might not get to it, but we'll put it down.
Nah, pass.
So, Franny, certain things that we have to deal with dating. I know you had that down that our parents didn't have to deal with. What are some of the rules that people today like they have to deal with that their parents didn't have to deal with?
Yeah. All right. Sorry. These are modern dating rules that, our parents never had to deal with. So we will go through these. According to Ask Men, they said that it's just different. We know it's different times.
Yep.
It really is.
Yeah, night and day.
And they said these are just a few of the major shifts that suggest that the game is changing. And I don't think we need to know these to know the fact that the game is changing, but this is what they have, according to experts. Right? What parents didn't have to do is stay off your phone on dates. If there's one way to make a bad impression in the early stages of dating, it's constantly texting or checking social media. Our parents never had to deal with that kind of crap.
Yeah.
They didn't have phones to bring with them.
True.
Yeah, the phones were at home.
That's it.
That was it. When you left, maybe a pay phone here or there to check to see if the kids are okay or whatever it is.
It's so different, like when you think back to, you know what I mean? Like even 30, 40 years ago to now. Like you said, you're out and nobody could get you.
Mom would run out in between dinner courses, run down the street to the payphone to check in with the babysitter to see if the kids are okay. Because Johnny had a toothache when he, when they went to go out.
Yep, or ask the restaurant if they could use their phone.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I said, our parents, what the dating landscape looked like when they were dating, it's completely different. This one is interesting. Seek consent for sexual intimacy. They said, obviously, this should go without saying, but consent is like a non-negotiable when getting physical with your dates. Always prioritize consent and mutual respect in your interactions. But this is something that is way different that we really do press these days. With consent, make sure your date is interested before initially, even initiating any kind of physical touch. People are very cautious about that. Asking, is this okay before moving to another stage of intimacy?
Like maybe perhaps saying to somebody, is it okay if I kiss you?
Yeah, checking in with your partner periodically to make sure they're still okay during intimate acts. Like before you just went at it and no questions were asked, but now you have to these days. Or some people
If
feel
you're
like
in
that.
the act, you think you have to say to somebody, are you okay with this?
Is this okay? Are you still okay?
Are we good?
That's the way some of them feel.
Uh-huh.
That's where I think that comes from. Yeah, sure.
Yep. Something that people didn't do before, they say that the younger generation does, is discussing boundaries earlier on in the relationship. That includes physical boundaries, respecting each other's time and space, being mindful of people's comfort levels. It's different times. Not sending or receiving nudes.
No.
VPICs.
Yeah. Something our parents didn't have to deal with, keeping our online dating profiles up to date. Online dating profiles in general.
Yeah.
But yep. What can you think of? Anything you think of completely different from generations past of dating?
My one buddy talks about this. He's talking about when he's dating somebody, when is it that you come off dating sites? Like that's something you never discussed before. You know what? Are you exclusive? What's going on? He said the girl that he's seeing said, I still want to keep it up there. She was because I guess she paid some money for it. I said, just offer her money, but I think that's a little bit of a fugazi thing. But people, it's something that they deal with. There's so many things that I think are different today than yesterday. I mean, just certain things. Even when you maybe went on a date years ago, you waited until maybe the next day or that night for the person to call you. Now it's instantly, where somebody texts you as soon as you leave a restaurant, like, hey, did you have a good time? Or I did. Thing like that. And I guess it could be good and bad, because if it's bad news, then you would know right away. Ghosting. That was not around years ago, where people just didn't even call you back. Because that sucks if you do that.
Putting all your the whole date on social media.
That too.
You go and you take pictures of everything, or you're posting selfies with everything. I mean, you would want to find out whether or not that the other person is okay with that.
Mm-hmm. And if somebody did ghost you, I mean, the term wasn't as popular as it now, but back then, you may have kind of just let it pass, let it go, because you're just like, oh, well, because the only way to get in touch with them, maybe via phone, a house phone, or office, and you're not going to blow up their work, right?
Yeah.
So you would give them more of a pass. But now, you're like, this person has a phone on them at all times. Why aren't you answering your phone?
Oh, well, that's the biggest thing I think everybody talks about, too. If somebody's not calling you back, I mean, yeah, they could be busy, but they're not that busy. You know, they can call you once or send a text in 2 seconds. You know, hey, sorry. You know, it's just not going the way I thought. This isn't working for me anymore. I mean, there's things. I mean, you know, years ago, maybe, and today it's different with some people. Women pay today, where I don't think years ago as they did, you know, especially on a first date. That could be different with a lot of people. And I think one of the things that I find differently is that a lot of people like to meet at the place now, where years ago it was always pick me up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know, and
there's a big difference.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right
I hear
there.
that with people that if I was going out, they'd be like, "I'll meet you there. It's fine," and you don't want to press it because there's a reason why. So you're like, "Okay," good. And it works out actually better because if it goes bad, then you don't have to worry about that awkward ride home or whatever.
Right.
You go your
Sure.
way and I go mine.
Sure. Yep.
But yeah, that's something that I think is very common.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea too. Yeah,
I do too.
I like that. I like that idea, and that's obviously for safety reasons, and unfortunately, that's the way we live right now. You know.
And it puts you more in control because if it doesn't go good, it's easy. Just nice meeting you.
Yeah, there's a couple other aspects of it too that work out well.
Yeah. If you guys have any that are different than it was years ago in dating, let us know. 877-927-6969.
Speaking of bad dates, we got Jorge on the line. Hey, Jorge, what's going on, pal?
Bad dates.
Not too much. Happy Monday to everyone.
What's up,
Happy
Jorge?
Monday.
How was the Easter Bunny? Was he good to you?
Easter was good. Yep. And I watched some basketball. I'll tell you what, it was good to see those Gamecocks put a hurting on those Beavers of Oregon.
Well, you like South Carolina?
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised.
Why are you surprised?
I'm shocked that you like South Carolina. So you're watching women's basketball.
I was yesterday, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it was different.
Good game tonight. Iowa is taking on LSU at 7 o'clock. The champs LSU against Iowa with Caitlin Clark. That's going to be a very good game. I think a lot of people are going to watch it.
That'll be highly rated.
I think over 5 million.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, she's quite the talent there.
Oh, she's awesome. I mean, she really had a good game the other day. 15 assists, 29 points. Awesome game.
Yeah. She'll be making some money in the league sooner or later. You know.
Yeah, she won't get a lot in salary with the WNBA because there's a rookie salary cap. She'll only make $69,000 is what she'll make, but she'll make millions in endorsements. She's on every other ad now. I mean, she's on it. She's just got Allstate. She does one with Jimmy Butler. I've seen her do another one, too. She's got a couple of ads right now.
Yep. Well, she deserves it.
Yeah,
for sure.
God bless her. She's done more for women's basketball than anybody I can think of in the last 30 years.
Yep.
I mean, I have friends today that were texting me, first time ever, where are you watching the game tonight? And it's Iowa and LSU. And I'm shocked at that. I mean, and really care.
Yeah.
And not in gambling, not involved. I mean,
just for the interest to watch her play.
Yeah,
'cause
sports fan.
She's that good.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable.
It's very reminiscent to me of Tiger almost, you know, because it's one individual that is changing. Even though the difference obviously is golf is an individual sport, where basketball is still a team sport. But it just, I don't know, I get that same vibe.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big compliment. I mean, and because also maybe some people look at it, experts more because it's women's basketball. And that was never on anybody's radar. At least golf people watched, and then Tiger obviously brought it mainstream. But this, like, if you ever said to somebody you're watching a college basketball game, you'd be like, what? I remember I bet UConn years ago in a college basketball game. I was out in Vegas, and a guy thought I was crazy. And just a game. It was a Monday night. I mean, so it's, God bless her, what she's done. She's helped everybody, and that's what people don't understand. When you get somebody like this in any sport or movie or show, everybody around them makes more money too.
Yeah.
They just do.
Eventually, yep. It'll come around to it. Yep.
Yep, I agree.
Jorge, you got any good April Fool's jokes?
No, maybe tomorrow.
All right. I just, there was a rumor I heard this weekend that you used to date Halle Berry.
No.
That's a joke.
All right. I hope you got.
I did like her in Swordfish there, her swing there, you know.
Oh, yeah, she was hot in Swordfish. You had the green bikini on.
Did you hear about the 2 crooks that were stealing calendars? They each got 6 months.
Oh, boy. All right, like that one. You like that one.
My granddaughter delivered that to me. I mean, to a T yesterday.
You got to record her telling jokes.
I was in tears. I mean, it was just coming down my face.
That was fun. Jorge, have a great night and enjoy yourself. And I am surprised you rooted for South Carolina. I'll tell you later why. Have a good day, buddy.
All right, you have a good one. Bye.
Take care, pal.
Jimmy, great job as always, and always appreciate everything you do with the blog, with the Instagram girl, answering the phones, contest, and what you bring to On the Radio. Thank you, pal.
Well, thank you, Greek. Great job. Francis, awesome. Glad to have you back. Hope you're feeling better, and thank you for listening.
Franny, it was a tough Thursday and Friday, but I got through it just with your positive text messages. Thank you for coming back to work.
You're so welcome. I'm glad my positive text messages I didn't send you helped. I'm so glad. They did. I thought about it, though.
I texted you.
You did?
Yeah, Franny. Yeah. Every day.
I know. What do you got?
All right, Franny, come on. Calm down, Franny. Calm down, Franny. Calm down, Franny.
So nice to be back in the penthouse.
Calm down, Franny.
Is it live or is it Greek?
Calm down, Franny.
That was the penthouse. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy. And, of course, thank you for listening. You have any parting words?
Yeah, if you weren't the Easter Bunny, hop over. We got the Greek Zone. We're going to give you winners in college basketball, NBA, and baseball. So much more coming at you on a Monday. Get jacked up. It's April Fool's Day, baby. Peace.
This must be why God created YouTube. Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio.
Hey, it's the Greek and Jimmy. We'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets on Saturday, April 13th for tastings and unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event.
Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want.
For tickets and all event information and VIP options, head to pbtastings.com.
Tastings is presented by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Enjoy your drive along the Palm Beaches roadways and expressways up to speed. We are looking good. No significant delays on the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll hear from the legendary Pat Boone on his two loves, his wife, Shirley, and his musical career. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Does your garage door ever go down part way and then just stop just to frustrate you? Or stop and go back just when you thought it was finally going to close? That's the proximity detector, and it's designed to save your life, so don't get mad yet. That sophisticated piece of light sensor technology is like NASA-level rocket science in your very own house. And you don't have to live in a space station, but you do need to fix it if you want the thing to close. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Believe it or not, most small businesses don't have a 401k. If you don't have a 401k, you are missing out on the greatest wealth creation tool ever created. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many 401ks are overpriced for the employer, have expensive and underperforming investment options, and have tedious administrative provisions. Not at Trajan Wealth. We can set up a 401k for a company for only $8 per employee, a $65 per plan fee, plus a small advisory fee. That's right, not thousands or even the tens of thousands you've been quoted. And do it all in less time than it takes to sit in traffic. If you have 5 or more employees, these 401ks will help you attract and retain top talent. And if you're an employee and don't have a 401k, tell your boss, Call Trajan Wealth today. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Services offered through a third-party partner.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
EasyCater has everything you need to make food for work. From ordering to reporting, we even keep your receipts all in one place, which means all you need to do is sit back and enjoy.
You're not having any lasagna?
All I can taste is hours of expense reports.
Relax, you used EasyCater. Enjoy the food, Ray.
Oh, no, thanks. That's...
Enjoy it?
That's... amazing.
Yes, Ray. It is amazing. 100,000 restaurants and everything you need to make food for work. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center, have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with temperatures in the lower 80s and a southeast breeze between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Increasing clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 60s on Tuesday morning. Warming up for the middle of the week with afternoon highs near 90 degrees on Tuesday and Wednesday.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes.
Why are people saying "Hew yeah" to Jackson Hewitt? When you switch to Jackson Hewitt, they will beat what you paid last year on tax prep, even if you filed online. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
The Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you bbeen in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
Hello and welcome to the Greek Zone. Glad you're here on a Monday. Boo, how's your bracket doing, baby? Because I don't think too many people had number 11 there in North Carolina State. Hey, Greek, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. It is the Greek Zone on a Monday, April 1st. Hope you guys had a good weekend. And how is your bracket? Like Jimmy says, we will have Jeff DeForest calling us later, talking about his bracket. Final Four is set, and I do not think that anybody had North Carolina State. I know one person who had North Carolina State to go for. Well, Johnny C. Actually, I know too.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, Johnny just wrote into the a little bit ago saying that he had, he's got 3 of the 4.
Yeah, fantastic.
Nice, right? Alabama and UConn were the other 2? Or did he say or no?
He didn't have Alabama.
Or Purdue. Then it must be Purdue and UConn now.
He had Purdue, UConn, which were number 1 seeds.
Right.
But he had North Carolina State, which was a great job.
That's amazing. Anybody that picks a number 11 to go this deep that's awesome. You got some you see talent there that others didn't.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
So great job by everyone. We're going to look at the NBA today. We're going to also look at Major League Baseball because that's on the hopper now.
Mm-hmm.
Marlins 0-4. Hopefully they get back on the winning side. But remember, I tell you, when your team sucks, what do? You bet against them. Today is Monday, April 1st. You got the Braves, who have a great team. They are ready. Now, just so you guys know, in case you're not familiar with how to bet baseball, it's usually odds, but you can bet run lines. You can bet 1.5 runs, and that's where the team has to win by 2 runs. And highly recommended when a team is a big favorite. Like the Braves are playing the White Sox today, and the Braves are minus 200. You got to put up 2-1. So in that situation, I would bet the run line. And that game is at 210 today, the Braves. That's something I would definitely end up doing. Colorado and the Cubs today. Cubs, big favorite against Colorado, minus 165. You got Pittsburgh and Washington. Pittsburgh, 4 in a row. My God, can they keep winning? Yeah, I think they can. Pittsburgh's hot as a firecracker. You got Kansas City and Baltimore. And Baltimore, a very hot team. I would definitely bet the Orioles with the run line today as they take on Kansas City. And then you got Pittsburgh, who I would go with the odds because they're hot. And you got, obviously, the first one, you got the Braves. So those are the teams today that I would look into in baseball if you are betting. 877-927-6969. You got the Angels taking on the Marlins. The Marlins are home to try to get a first win. Reds in Philadelphia. Philly, big favorite. Texas and Tampa. Tampa's always good, but the Texas are the champs. Don't forget that. Detroit and the Mets. Mets favorite. Toronto and Houston. Houston minus 135. Yankees in Arizona. Ooh. Can the Yankees keep winning? They're 4-0. But they are traveling out to Arizona. And Boston and Oakland and St. Louis and San Diego. And the last one, Cleveland and Seattle. So a lot of games going on right now in baseball. And again, we're going to look into baseball. We're going to look into the NBA. We will look into college basketball. In the NBA tonight, you have Brooklyn and Indiana. Indiana minus 12.5. Now, it's coming down to the end for the NBA as far as the season. There's about like 10 games left. So you're going to see some higher lines. Boston and Charlotte, Celtics laying 17.5. Portland and Orlando. Orlando 16. Look at some of these lines. Now, Portland lost the other night to the Heat by 60. So just keep that in mind. Detroit and Memphis. Detroit minus 2. Atlanta and Chicago. Chicago minus 2.5. Phoenix and New Orleans. New Orleans minus 2. So those are your lines for college. And for college, we talked about the Final Four is set. And excited about that. That's going to be this Saturday. And it's going to be UConn minus 11 over Alabama. And it's going to be also Purdue. It's going to be Purdue, minus 9 over North Carolina State. So, again, some hot lines, some big games. Jimmy, you did have UConn to go at all, right?
Yep, I still do. I got a little wager on that, so I got a ticket in my pocket, as Teddy would say. So, yeah, we're looking forward to that. Hopefully they can take it all the way and win this thing.
Now, if you can go into your Hard Rock app, check out some of the odds for the Final Four, because I thought that was interesting when you did that before.
Oh, yeah. I think, the longest odds are North Carolina State at, I think they were plus 17 something. But if you give me a second, we'll get there.
1750.
1750, that sounds about right. They were, and I'm just waiting for this thing. My internet's been super slow over here today, so I apologize for that. But we got the men's.
It was 1750, North Carolina State. Yeah. That was the highest one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a blank screen here.
Yeah,
so
no problem.
It's not loading for me. I apologize for that. But, we'll see. I mean, do you think they can go? Can they?
Anything's possible.
Can you think they can take down Purdue? I mean, that's obviously the next step in their journey.
Anything's possible with this team. They beat Duke. So after they beat Duke, I would not doubt it. Iowa's taking on LSU. Iowa is -1.5 against LSU tonight. And UConn, USC. USC is getting 3.5 from UConn. So we'll see what happens. I mean, again, it's going to be interesting. There's no doubt about it. I'm excited about it, and I know everybody else is too, to see what's going to happen in the NCAAs.
Those games are on Saturday with the final being on Monday, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Nice. It is next Saturday, and obviously it is Monday is the championship. And the odds are UConn -190. So you got to put up money for them to win. You got to put up 190 to win 100. You got Purdue +195. Put up 100, get 195. Crimson Tide, Alabama +1,500. And North Carolina State +1,750. North Carolina State is worth it. They definitely are. I would definitely throw a flyer on them because, again, $1,750. You throw $100 or even $10, you got a good shot at doing it. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved in the Greek Zone. Always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. Always does a great job for you to experience your need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180 or 1-800-689-8180. Either one, you guys can give a call to Jason and his staff. If you get into a car accident, it sucks, and there's so many questions you don't have answers to, they can definitely help you. Make sure you call Jason Weiser. Go ahead.
No, finish.
At 561-689-8180.
On the same lines, you see the ladies now. South Carolina still the odds-on favorite over there. They're -240. Iowa +700. I mean, again, pretty decent.
I agree.
Pretty decent numbered right there to maybe get a couple of shekels with LSU +750, Connecticut +1,200, North Carolina is at 1,750, and USC is +2,500 right now on the ladies' side of the ball. No pun intended. So I don't know, Iowa, that might be worth a little wager there.
Yeah, I think it is. No doubt about it. If you want to get involved in there. Iowa's definitely favorite. So, I mean, they're -1.5 tonight. Again, it's college basketball. People will be betting on it. Iowa against LSU. LSU's got a better team, I think, but obviously Iowa's got Clark. Mm-hmm. People are going to watch it. There's no doubt about it. People are going to check it out, and they're going to watch it. So, 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you guys want to get involved in the Greek Zone, you can give us a call. 877-927-6969. There was a football league that started this weekend. Nobody really paid attention, but that was even there.
They didn't, but did you see that kicker to hit 64-yarder?
Yeah.
Yeah, not once, but twice.
Yeah.
So he got the old typical, as he's going through the motions, where the head coach of the other team is trying to ice him.
Yeah.
And sure enough, that first one went through, and I think he hasn't kicked. That's his first kick since high school.
I saw that.
Yeah,
unbelievable. And you wonder how he even made the team.
And it was dead center.
Yep.
It was enough leg. 64 yards. Enough said on that.
They said it could have went another 4 or 5.
Yep. The worst part about it is you looked up at the stands behind it. There was nobody. Nobody in the arena where they were playing. But twice in a row.
It happens. Again, hats off to him. Tucker has the all-time record in the NFL. Again, doesn't even matter with this league, but he has 66.
Yep.
And it hit the crossbar and went in.
Yeah.
Which was unbelievable. I remember that game.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Because that was a big part of it with the point spread. Miami Heat did win yesterday against the Wizards. They got the Knicks tomorrow night. So they are home taking on that. And, again, I believe the Heaters have 8 games left in their season. And if the playoffs started today, the Miami Heat would be number 6. And the East, which would be good. They would qualify for the playoffs. First 10 teams do, but a play-in game that ends up happening first. We'll see what happens with the Heaters. I know they sent out a message today to all their fans. I got one. If you end up wanting to buy tickets for the playoffs, that you can get them. 877-927-6969. Also, the Chiefs receiver Rice in a little bit of some trouble. He's on the he was involved, his car was involved in an accident, and it looks like he did leave the scene of an accident. So they are looking for him there. LeBron James last night, big game for him. He dropped in 40 points to help the Lakers. 39-year-old LeBron James, 40 points. He does it again over the Brooklyn Nets on Sunday. Join him, Michael Jordan, as the only player in NBA history with multiple games of 40 points after turning 39 years old. James now has done it twice. Jordan, who played until he was 40, he did it 3 times. So I guess that's a goal that LeBron James has. But again, 40 points last night for LeBron.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
Yeah, LeBron's making records like Tom Brady did in the NFL. It's going to take a generation to break.
Yeah, easy.
If not more.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know. He's not going to play as long as Brady. He said he's definitely at the end of his career. He talked about that the other day. But, again, he's just really unbelievable what he's done. UConn is looking to be the first team in college basketball since 2005 to repeat. Nobody's done it since the Florida Gators. That's a long time ago. That's 19 years if you're not keeping track, but 19 years. But the unbelievable run they had on Saturday, they buried Illinois 23-23. I remember seeing the score, watching the game with my friends, and then I blinked, and it was like 45-23. And I'm like, what the hell did they just do? And they went on a 30-0 run. And it was one of the only times you can remember a team going on a 30-0 run in a big game like that.
Yeah,
not a regular season.
That's
game.
amazing.
Yeah, 30-0 run. They just crushed it. They really did. And UConn, very good team, won it all last year. But Dan Harley, the coach of the UConn, couple of transfers that helped that team. Spencer came from Rutgers, and Newton came from East Carolina. Their backcourt, basically, and they both came out of the transfer portal, which is unbelievable. And it shows you that even the good teams who won it all are looking for players to add and to get better with. So North Carolina State, though, DJ Burns, just a big, big story. He's a big kid for North Carolina State in the middle, and he can pass the ball. He can dribble. He can do it all, shoot, and he's one of the reasons why North Carolina State's had this unbelievable run. And, again, they hit a shot at the end of a game against Virginia in the ACC tournament. If they didn't hit a buzzer beater in that game, they don't even go on to the ACC semifinals and finals. They don't even make the playoff. They don't even make the March Madness. They're home. They lost 14 times this year. That's a ton.
Mm-hmm.
But they got an automatic bid because they won the ACC tournament, and ever since then, they've won another 4 straight. So they've been hot as a firecracker. And can they win it all? Yes, they can.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to be tough. They're going against Purdue, #1 seed. They got one of the tallest guys in college basketball. It's at 7'4". But, man, anything is possible. It really is. And, again, at 17-1, they're worth it to me. I mean, to throw $100 down, and you'd be like, yeah, there's no way. They can do it. I mean, it's going to be tough.
The only reason why I don't is I've got the money on UConn, so I'm kind of like betting against myself, Now, I guess if they end up beating Purdue and going to the finals against UConn, you could hedge it, right?
Well, you don't have to because you got UConn.
Right.
So you're in a better position.
Yeah.
You would have both. You can just sit back and smoke a cigar.
That's what I mean,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
If they make it, so it's you know what? I can see that it's well worth it. Couple shekels.
Yeah, because then you're in a shot that, or if they lose, you took a shot. You're not betting against yourself until the last game.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. If they were in the same side, then you say, okay, I'm betting against myself. But you're almost in a catbird seat because if you bet them and they won, you got one side you would get X, the other side you get Y. You can't lose.
Yeah. So we'll see. If it comes down to the two of them, then it'll be
interesting.
Oh boy, that'll be a great game.
Yeah, it'll be a good game. Like I said, Final Four. Alabama, they live by the threes and they die by the threes. So if they're off, it'll be a long game against UConn. But if they're hot, and they can make a good game out of it. That's all they do is shoot threes. That's it. If you watch Alabama and some of these teams, like they go 3 for 19, 4 for 26. Saturday when Alabama ended up beating Clemson, the guard for Alabama was 0 for 8, and then he hit 6 straight. Like, these kids just shoot out of it. They don't care. They just keep shooting. Where, I don't know, if I was on a court and I went 0 for 6, 0 for 7, I might be like, not my night. But no, the point guard, #1 for Alabama was 0 for whatever it was, 8 or 9. He just kept shooting, and then he hit 6 in a row and to help Alabama win. 877-927-6969. That's the number of our show. If you want to get involved, talk about the NBA, or maybe you want to talk about March Madness, what's going on. Florida Derby, we did not do good. The favorite won. And when the favorites win, we say one thing always, boo, boo.
Fierceness, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
And our buddy Mike. That's who he liked.
Yep. He picked that horse, and looks like obviously Fierceness will be more than likely running in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they said he's going to be the favorite.
Yep.
And Mike, also who called our show, also gave us the number 2 horse that came in. I believe it was the 7. He predicted that too. So he's got a good handle on horse racing. Always gives us a good clue. Picked the Florida Derby last year and the Kentucky Derby, and this year Florida Derby again.
Greek's horse and my horse. The number 11 is right now just not recovering. It's an alcoholic horse now.
Yeah, it's done.
It started drinking.
Yeah,
as soon as the race was over.
Yeah, I had the first 7 horses too, so don't feel bad. I don't know if it's worse if you have 8 horses in a 9-horse field or you just lose. You still lose either way. There's no doubt about it. But again, it's fun. Florida Derby comes once a year. Almost feel obligated to bet it as a Florida resident.
Sure. It's a local.
I
great local race.
Yeah. I got to do it. I got to help it out. 877-927-6969. The NBA is playing tonight, and they got about 8 games left. We did go over everything, but we'll give it to you again. You got Boston and Charlotte. You got Memphis and Detroit. Brooklyn and the Pacers. Portland and Orlando. Atlanta, Chicago, and also Phoenix and the Pelicans. Again, Orlando is a very good team when they are giving points. When they're getting points, they're under 500. But when they were laying the other day, they blew out. Tonight, they're laying 16.5. That's a lot of points for them to be laying tonight, 16.5. We'll see what happens with that. But again, Orlando, one of those teams, maybe you bet them the first half and then move on from there. Miami Heat, the Heaters are a team that, you know what, they are in the playoff hunt. Obviously, they're number 6. If you're not familiar with that, out of the 10 teams. So the Heaters last year caused some damage, definitely caused some damage. And I got to the NBA Finals. Heat always play good in the playoffs. Jimmy Butler and the crew, Jimmy Buckets, does a good game, and we'll see what happens with him. A lot of teams don't like to face the Miami Heat in the playoffs. Because you know what? They're always very competitive against many, many teams. We'll see what happens there. Hopefully, Jimmy Butler can get back into it.
Want to take a phone call?
Yeah, who?
Got Evan checking in with the Greek Zone. Hey, Evan, what's going on, pal?
Hey, boys.
Yeah, what's up, Evan?
Hey, Greek, did you watch, what do you think of Burns from North Carolina State?
I mean, the big thing everybody's going to say to him is at the next level, he's going to have to lose some weight. They're going to bring up his weight. North Carolina State did not have a good season. And I've said in every sport, and people will argue, and that's what's great about sports radio, all you have to be doing is playing good ball at the right time. And North Carolina State hit a shot in the ACC tournament, beating Virginia. They weren't even going to make the tournament. They had 14 losses. And then they go to the ACC finals, and they beat Duke. And then they beat Duke again. They're playing with house money. I think they won, 10 in a row? Burns doesn't seem like a guy who can get up and down the court, but he does it. It's a little awkward. He's not in great basketball shape, he looks like, but he plays pretty well.
He reminds me of Charles Barkley.
Yeah, a little. Barkley, when he was at Auburn, wasn't that bad. He gained some weight his first couple of years with the Sixers. But he was still big. Yeah, but this kid at Burns at North Carolina State, he's a big cat. There's no doubt about it.
It's fun to watch. I really enjoyed the game yesterday.
Oh, yeah. He's always in a good mood, but they're winning, obviously. They were trailing at half to Duke by 7, but they play good defense. That team plays something that nobody really talks about in basketball anymore. You never hear the word defense, but they play really good defense, and the 4 teams they face, their shooting percentage goes down. They're very tenacious, you know what, and things are going their way. And when you're playing well, you want to play tomorrow. Like North Carolina State wishes the game was today, believe me, not next Saturday. But for Purdue, who's, the lost last 2 years in the first round, and Alabama, UConn walks in there and it's like, day at the office. So they're going to be very calm. It's very intimidating when you go and you play in front of, 60,000 fans. For the Final Four. And some of these kids can adjust and they can't. UConn will have a big advantage over the other 3 teams.
Oh, sure. They got the attitude. They can walk in there.
They've done it.
In with briefcases. Yeah, they're walking in with briefcases full of cigars already.
Yeah, I mean, and the coach is very good. People don't realize, they won it all last year. First team since 2005 looking to repeat. But they got a couple of people, their backcourt, they got out of transfers. East Carolina and Rutgers, Spencer and Newton. So he's a very good coach. He doesn't get enough credit because he's quiet, but a very good coach.
Yeah, he's a little bit different than his brother, right? Is his brother at Arizona?
Danny, yeah, he's at Arizona. His brother's a little bit more outspoken, a little different personality. This one's quiet.
Yeah. And I just read that Brock Purdy just got a salary doubled. Now he's making like $900,000.
Well, he was making $600,000, I thought.
Okay, well whatever it is. I mean, it's very low.
Yeah.
Compared to
Oh yeah, I mean, if he's only making $1 million and change, it's still very low. The Niners have gotten so lucky with him, and plus because they screwed up the whole thing with Lance and they traded all those guys.
Okay.
I don't know. People would say pay him, but he's doubling his salary. It's a good thing, but it's still, the average quarterback is making $35 million, and he's making, for 2 years, he's established himself as probably, I would say, in the top 10 or 15 quarterbacks in the NFL, and he's only making $1 million. That's crazy.
Now, let me ask you a question. Can he sit out and say, "Listen, I want a raise," or that's it? They have to. That's it. What he's going to get.
You can always sit out. That's your choice. But, yeah, that's what the Niners got him under contract. I mean, that's it. He's not a free agent. He's under contract.
So the only way he could just sit out and say, I'm not going to play unless, but they'll just go, fine, sit out. Is that the deal, or do you think?
Yeah, they would say that, but he would still have the rights to the 49ers. 49ers would still be his, team, and that'd be it.
Sure.
I mean, it's just the amount of money that you see these guys make, a lot of quarterbacks, and they don't have good season. This kid last year got into the NFC Championship. Obviously, blew out his elbow, and then he comes back this year, and for a little while, he's MVP talk, and he gets them back to the NFL champion, to the Super Bowl.
Yep. And he's got a great attitude. He's really just a laid-back kind of kid,
Oh, yeah, he's very laid back, very quiet guy. And you know what? I mean, that's why he's not, going into the media and bitching about what he gets paid. That was somebody else. They'd be calling press conferences. The Niners are taking advantage of me. I'm only making X. They would show the other 30 quarterbacks that they make more, and he's in the Super Bowl.
It's almost too laid back in a way.
Yeah. And that ends up happening.
Yeah, he comes from a religious background, I presume.
Yes, very.
Well, I mean, I think he's been very good, and he's a great find out of Iowa State, last pick in the draft. Everybody knows the story, but, he's probably just happy what he gets.
All right, well, enjoy the game tonight.
I will. Who do you like?
Yankees.
All right, let's go, Yanks. Can they win 4 in a row? 5 in a row.
5, yeah, they're 4-0 right now. Took 4 from Houston.
Unbelievable.
Boy, that's nice.
Oh, I would have never thought that. Thank God I wasn't betting.
I wouldn't have thought that either.
Woo! That would have been a hard hit. Evan, have a great afternoon, my friend.
You as well.
All right. It is the Greek and Jimmy. It is the Greek Zone, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney.
That other New York team isn't faring as well, though. I think they're 0-3, the Mets.
Mets?
Yeah.
Yeah,
0-4 Marlins, too.
Yeah, Marlins not a good start, or the Mets. Free lap dance if you're a Marlin fan. You went to all 4 games. You got to prove it. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1
Hi everyone,
and
I'm Doug Plagens,
101.7.
radio voice of
Real
your Florida
talk for the Palm
Panthers.
Beaches and the
Panthers
Treasure
visit the
Coast.
Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Catch all the action live tonight at 7 right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Join us for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, live from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Tonight, watch on Fox starting at 8 p.m. and listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Otezla Last is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Awards, a celebration of artists and the fans who got them there. The fans who make the music truly come alive through their energy and positive vibes. To the fans that make live music possible, we salute you.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with temperatures in the lower 80s and a southeast breeze between 10 to 15 miles per hour. Increasing clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 60s on Tuesday morning. Warming up for the middle of the week with afternoon highs near 90 degrees on Tuesday and Wednesday.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes.
Why are people saying "Hugh yeah" to Jackson Hewitt? When you switch to Jackson Hewitt, they will beat what you paid last year on tax prep, even if you filed online. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
GimmeTheVin.com reminds you that buying smart always means getting the best offer for your current vehicle. So get your best bid and your check on the spot with GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Why are people saying "Hugh yeah" to Jackson Hewitt? When you switch to Jackson Hewitt, they will beat what you paid last year on tax prep, even if you filed online. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Does your garage door ever go down part way and then just stop, just to frustrate you? Or stop and go back, just when you thought it was finally going to close? That's the proximity detector, and it's designed to save your life, so don't get mad yet. That sophisticated piece of light sensor technology is like NASA-level rocket science in your very own house. And you don't have to live in a space station, but you do need to fix it if you want the thing to close. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Minimum purchase required. Interest accrues from date of purchase but is waived if paid within promotional period. Go to windowappointmentnow.com for full offer details.
Attention homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? Fog between the glass? Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's time to replace. And right now you can get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen. Plus, with our spring savings event, you can buy one window or door and get one 40% off when you buy 4 or more units. Just text OWN to 200-300 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for no dollars down, no monthly payments, and no interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Text OWN to 200-300 to buy one window or door and get one 40% off. And right now, save an extra $30 off every unit. Hurry, this incredible offer is only in April. Text OWN to 200-300. Text the word OWN to 200-300. OWN to 200-300.
Hurt on the job? Dial pound 529 on your cell.
Pound law, that's all.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Trouble-free ride along the Palm Beaches. Taking a look at the traffic cameras, we are up to speed on the expressways. No major incidents or delays on the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Hey guys, Chef Justin with Fresh from Florida here, reminding you that from blueberry pancakes to blueberry smoothies, almost everything is better with Florida blueberries. In season now, look for Fresh from Florida blueberries at your local grocery store.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Lost 80s, playing those songs you forgot you knew from the 80s. Duran Duran, Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, and more, all commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Lost 80s, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
It's so funny with stars, like certain things happen to them in their life, and then every time somebody brings up their name, they think of it. Like Richard Gere. I don't think he'll ever be able to get rid of the hamster.
Yeah.
I hope he got rid of it.
Yeah, he never got. He's still up there. He's still up there.
It's a rumor. I don't know if it's true.
That poor guy, I know. I mean, especially if it's not. I mean, even if it is, it's very embarrassing, but especially if it's not, that sticks with you your whole life.
It's crazy.
It's gotta suck.
I bet you if you went up to 10 people on the street right now and said Richard Gere, I bet you 8 out of 10 would say that.
First thing come to mind.
Yeah.
What's the first thing you think of when you think of Richard Gere?
See, I don't know if I would, and because we're talking about it now it's like stuck in my head, but I think if somebody randomly popped up and was like, first thing, I'd be like, Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman.
Yeah.
That'd be my first thought, too, probably, but that would be a close second.
Yeah, either way. I mean, Pretty Woman or a hamster.
I think it was a gerbil.
Gerbil, yeah.
I didn't understand what it was. So I just threw it out there.
One's got a tail, one doesn't. So that's the difference.
Well, it's good to know.
Wow.
Which one has a tail? Because that's the one you want to use, I guess, right?
Well, that tickles.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Get the latest odds. This is the Greek Zone.
Yes, you're in the Greek Zone on a Monday, April Fool's, baby. Tell us about something that you played a trick on. Like maybe I won the Florida Derby. I don't think so. The favorite one. So it was a disappointing for me day at the Florida track for the Florida Derby. But you know what? That's not going to take anything away. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Anytime I think about Gulfstream Park, this is one of the guys that comes to my mind right away. He's always in a winner's circle, even if he doesn't win. Jeff DeForest.
What's happening, Greek?
Hey, buddy, what's
up?
up?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
I can't believe this story. Are you watching ESPN right now? I have like ESPN 4 on.
What is it?
And they got Adam Schefter is on there, and he's implying. Now, we've been joking about this facetiously for years.
Yeah.
I can't fathom that this is actually transpiring because this was a wild exaggeration on my part. The speculation that Roger Goodell was going to step down as a commissioner of the National Football League, and Pete Rose was named as his replacement. Yes. And apparently, according to Schefter, and now Ian Rappaport, look at this, he's confirming this.
Wow. This your April Fool's joke? Wow.
Well, you blew my cover. It would have been believable, that they were pissed off, the people, the powers that be at FanDuel, that Goodell, had fallen to his knees for the television money and decided to black out like 25 million viewers for a playoff game. They lost zillions of dollars on that Dolphins-Kansas City game that was aired on Peacock. And now they're doing the opener. I think is it not between the same two teams in Brazil? That's sold to Peacock. So they were irritated with Goodell.
I don't think that's the. I don't think the first one sold to Peacock. Not the opening one. That Thursday night. No, I don't think so.
I think they have a Friday night game that's going to open the season. It's going to be on Peacock. Yeah, so you could understand why the FanDuel people might get upset with that because 25 less million eyeballs, or actually would be 50 million, represents probably $50 billion worth of degenerate betting revenue that they're losing out on. So I'm following the story, Greek. You may say it's April Fool's Day, but I believe Schefter. He's a man of tremendous credibility. He wouldn't make this garbage up just to pull off a prank, would he?
All right, so for everybody listening who might just lose their cookies, the first game of the year is going to be on a Thursday night, and it is the Chiefs and they supposedly are playing the Ravens. The Friday game will be in Brazil, and that is the Eagles.
That's the one.
Yeah. But I think that's on
the one
Peacock.
That's going to be played on Peacock, yeah. So I can understand it. I mean, if you're going to pull an April Fool's prank, it has to be somewhat believable, Greek.
Yeah.
Even though it seems very far-fetched. Like we one time, we actually blew up the switchboard at the Dolphins' offices when we were on the air, and we were implying that Troy Aikman had been traded straight up for Dan Marino. Now,
wow,
that was a virtual impossibility. It was a hobbled Marino. He was at the tail end of his career. He I love Danny, man, but he looked more like Chuck Wepner coming off the stool for the 15th round against Ali compared to Aikman anyway, who was still maybe on the backside, going to the second half of his prime, but there was no way they were trading him straight up. So we get a cease and desist from the Miami Dolphins during the course of the show. You know you don't like to be interrupted when you're doing something on the air, Greek. I mean, the program, well, you are the program director. But I mean, iHeart management comes in and says, hey, you better cut that out right now. You're not going to have a job. And that's what happened to us that day. We had to blow it up with the most far-fetched thing that you could ever come up with on April Fool's Day. But I would imagine people in the business aren't encouraged to play these kind of pranks anymore on the air.
I had one earlier today. Somebody told me that Derek Jeter was in Boca Raton buying a whole bunch of cigars and hanging out, and I believed it. I mean, I said, okay, maybe
that's believable. Sure.
Yeah, maybe he was at the Boca Raton Beach Club, and then he went over to Strike Cigar Lounge, and he bought 10 boxes of cigars, my buddy said, and he gave everybody big tips. And supposedly a lot of people went there, and it wasn't true. It was a hoax. I believed it. I saw the text. I'm like, wow. I said, maybe Jeter was there.
That's plausible.
Yeah.
What did they think? He just stopped to smoke the cigars, was signing autographs and taking pictures? I mean, did you think he was gone? Why didn't they say he was at Rachel's having a steak while he was at it, eyeballing some of the talent that was on stage?
They said he was in Boca. They said he was in Boca. That's what it was. And the Boca Raton Beach Club is right there.
Yeah, I don't even think that's that far-fetched.
No.
I would have believed that right
I
away.
believed it. I went for it. I went, wow, that's cool. I said, wow, get a picture. I thought he was there. But it is April 1st. I want to talk to you about a couple things. First of all, the phenom of Clark tonight playing LSU and girls basketball. In your lifetime, you've covered sports for a long time. Have you ever seen anybody affect women's basketball like this? I've had guys text me today, ask me where I'm going to watch the game, and have no money on it.
That's a sad statement about where we're at as sports fans. Look, I appreciate women playing the game. I don't think women's college basketball has ever measured up in terms of excitement and being the kind of game that you were expecting to see from top-notch players. Overall, I mean, it's gotten a lot better over the years. I wouldn't dispute that. I'm very happy about it. I think socially, it's something that women, when I was growing up, missed out on, being able to just hang out, play a game, learn all the life lessons you get from competing in sports, and going, against people and trying to prove you're better, whatever, win games, and how to react even afterwards from a social standpoint. So I think it's great. I'm all for it. But I don't know that the hype on this thing, you would think that this was Monday Night Raw or something, and you were getting The Rock in there against Hulk Hogan. But and Kim Mulkey fits the part, doesn't she? She looked like she went to some, ex-pro wrestler's wardrobe and picked out her outfits. She looks like the fabulous Moolah. I don't even remember.
It's crazy.
Remember that woman?
Yeah, but you know what it is, and I said this for your Devo. You and I have been on the same page. When you have big personalities, and you got a rivalry tonight. You got LSU against Iowa. They went against each other last year. Reese against Clark with the ring, the whole thing. Supposedly they don't hate each other, but I'm going to put an over/under tonight at 5.3 million people watching this.
Wow, that's 5.29999 million more than would have cared about it 10 years ago. No, it'll be fun to watch. I mean, look, they've hyped this Caitlin Clark up so much, and she is a. Look, I wouldn't want to play her one-on-one for money. Would you agree? I'm sure you have a pretty good jumper. I would imagine you handle the ball really well.
No.
And you might be able to, pull off a couple of points, but she can shoot the rock. There's no question.
And she's a great passer.
She's a stone. Good passer also, and Angel Reese acquitted herself very well. I like it. I'm hoping it comes to the point where it looks like I don't know if you saw this fight over the weekend, a veritable bloodbath between Tim Zhu and Sebastian Fundora, who was a last-minute substitute. Zoo's got a cut open in his forehead. He's got the proverbial crimson mask. He can't see. The other guy's all busted up. I wouldn't mind seeing this, and it's not a popular term now after the Trumpster used it in reference to the auto industry, but I wouldn't mind seeing a bloodbath tonight with these women. I think this thing should look more like a rugby game than a basketball game. It'll be great. But they have to have – Iowa has to win this game.
Yeah.
Greek, you know that. I think Tim Donaghy has been solicited to be one of the officials. He's giving the instructions to the officials before the game because they need this Caitlin Clark in the Final Four, don't they? They don't want to see this monkey out there with Angel Reese. Not nearly as saleable. All the advertisers be pulling off.
Yeah.
So I would look for a lot of bad calls in this game to go in favor of Iowa. The Hawkeyes prevail, and courtesy of a blown whistle at the end of the ball game, they somehow miraculously pull out a victory.
All right, Jeff DeForest here. I want to talk to you about a couple things. What about this whole thing with Ohtani and his interpreter, who everybody believes took the fall for him? What are your views on that? Pete Rose said, oh, my God, years ago I should have had an interpreter. Where do you stand on this?
Oh, totally believable that some guy to make the, if he's making $300,000 a year, that would have been a very generous payment. And how well did the Angels vet this guy's background, where it turns out George Santos has more credibility than this Matsuhara, who was the interpreter that they hired, who never worked in Major League Baseball, even though he said he did. I mean, what was he interpreting? I mean, he was probably
the lines.
More likely to be speaking in Hebrew, this guy, and Japanese. I don't even know if what he was saying that Ohtani said was anything close to what he was trying to relate. But you know this, Greek, from being in gambling your whole life. You've been in some seedy circumstances.
Yep.
What bookmaker do you know that would extend a guy a $4.5 million line of credit?
Yep.
Who was making maybe $250,000, $300,000 a year?
Nope.
And once he got in that deep, they're not doing this out of generosity, hoping that he hits.
Nope.
And you can have anybody vouch for you. You're not going in the hole to an illegal bookmaker, $4.5 million without somebody coming to pay you a visit. And at least we would have seen this guy's arm in a cast or something. I mean, there would have had to be some kind of a warning that you better get the big shot to spring for this. Otherwise, it's not going to be so pleasant for you. So I don't buy it on face value. I think it's pretty amazing the way that it's just kind of going away. I would like to believe the story.
Yeah.
But it does seem like it has some holes in it. And I'm not sure how credible this information that we have received from people that actually know the guy, Matthew Boyer, or on at least a casual basis. But I'm thinking the scene went something like this: the feds get a hold of Boyer. They say we got you on tape, this, that, and the other thing. We got all kinds of witnesses. Before they even turn the lights on and say, "Would you like a seat, Mr. Boyer?" He turns to the feds and goes, "You want names? I got some good ones."
Yeah.
And they know that Ohtani is going to be a thing that blows it. Nobody would know about this story if it wasn't involving Ohtani, would they? So you had to think that the feds just really went crazy. I mean, we're delirious when they got this information, and that there's probably more to it than meets the eye. But I know people that say they've had contact with this Boyer guy, and it was Bonzini all along. That Ohtani was the guy. He was sending it in on soccer, and that the total may be way more than even is being reported at $4.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's baseball will not look into it that much, I think. I think they'll look into it like a closed eye because Ohtani is only one of the biggest stars in baseball in his country and worldwide.
Sure. And he suddenly became Sammy Sosa. Remember Sammy at the hearings? He had just cut like 4 commercials.
Baseball has been very good to me.
In Chicago. And they come to him. They say, you know anything about this juice, Sammy? He goes, no speak, man. No speak.
Yeah.
He turned into Frankie Petangeli, right? I said, yeah, sure.
Yeah, the FBI guys told me. No, it's an interesting thing. Talking to Jeff DeForest. Defo, let's get into the March Madness a little. Nuke. NC State, first time since Valvano, and 150-1 before it starts. Do they got any shot to beat Purdue and UConn?
I would say that's unlikely.
Yeah.
I mean, people die in fairy tales too, so Cinderella stories sometimes don't end up the way that you would like to see them. I was on to DJ Burns Jr. very early on. I watched a couple of NC State games, just fragments of them during the course of the regular season. And I'm thinking, who is this guy? Is that Suge Knight? Did he get out of jail and sign with this college? And the kid's been in school for like 11 years. It's amazing. He's been to 12 different schools. And now, I mean, you look at him, he couldn't be any more of an embraceable guy. And he's got some game. I mean, he's one of those weird guys that looks like a hitman. And at the same time, he's or some kind of enforcer. And he's got basketball skills. He can pass. He's got reasonably decent footwork, great instincts, and he really is fun to watch. So I'm looking forward to this. I mean, the big grind that's going to go on inside. This could be combustible between Burns Jr. and Zach Edey.
Edey, yeah.
Who looks like a rejected extra from some Frankenstein movie. And you know, people were dissing him, saying that he doesn't do much. He stands under the basket. He throws up this little hook shot from either side. But I think he's improved overall over the years. And then, you know, from last year to this year when they got eliminated by Fairleigh Dickinson, they've made an emphasis point to go inside to this guy, let him do his thing. He's 7'9" or whatever it is, 7'4", and he's been very effective. So that's going to be a great battle. I mean, total contrast in styles. So should be a lot of fun to watch that. And you know, I don't know that they can pull off two more upsets of this magnitude, though, because it figures to be a fairly even tilt against Purdue. Edey probably has more help than Burns Jr. does overall on the squad. And UConn looks like they would just blow out anybody at this point. So,
how about get over to UConn, 23-23, and then they go on a 30-0 run. 30-0 run.
Who does that?
I mean, unbelievable. And again, this team won it all last year. First team trying to repeat since 2005. I've said it a million times. But again, the coach, quiet, Hurley. Obviously, his father gets more notoriety as a high school coach. But their backcourt, they both got as transfers. The kid Newton from East Carolina, Spencer from Rutgers. I mean, they just reload, and just a great job he's done quietly. I liked him early on. Jimmy's got him on the Hard Rock app. To win it all, and I thought they were going to come in and do it, and they have really done it. They won the whole Big East again, won the division, won the tournament, and now going for, the cycle to win it all. I don't think anybody beats them.
They're pounding people. They look like a young George Foreman when he was icing guys. I see Joe Frazier flying out of the ring when they take the court. It's pretty incredible. So, it's been going on long enough for you to believe that this is something that isn't going to all of a sudden fall apart with a really poor performance, a subpar performance. Hard to picture Alabama beating them.
Well, Alabama shoots threes. That's all they do. If they make their threes and they shoot over 45%, then they can give them a game. But Alabama, even the other night they're playing Clemson. I said the point guard was 0 for 7, and then he hit 6 in a row. They just throw them up like they're getting in. As soon as they walk off the bus, they're throwing up threes.
I like it, man. It's like Pistol Pete came back to, finally quiet everybody about saying that Caitlin Clark was a better ball player than this guy overall as a collegiate athlete. It's hard to go against them. Whoever has a ticket on UConn, I know they were the favorite going into the tournament to win it all. They were the number 1 overall seed. The way they're bludgeoning people, though, there seems to be a gap between them and the rest of the field. And even though it's been a lot of fun, wildly entertaining tournament all the way around, still figures to offer more with this matchup with NC State and Purdue, and the Cinderella story is still somewhat alive. But in the end, doesn't it look like just as it shaped up last year, maybe even more emphatically so, that UConn was better than the other 3 teams that were out there for the Final Four? It doesn't mean they necessarily have to win, but I wouldn't bet against it at this point in time.
Well, bigger story obviously would be if North Carolina State beats Purdue, because then that would be a great final.
Awesome.
Yeah, that'd be an unbelievable final. But I don't know if they could do that. Purdue, obviously, they got good guard play. They were 1 seed too, so you got 2 1 seeds that could be in the finals. Which again, if you were looking at it early on, that's not hard to predict because they're 1 seeds. I ended up losing in the Florida Derby. Did you end up watching that at all?
Yes, I had a small amount of action on the Florida Derby. It appeared like there were maybe 3 horses that could win the race.
Yeah.
And that's what was reflected in the betting odds. Hades was a horse that I know the trainer a little bit through a friend of mine, Joe Orsino, and they were so high on this horse when he won the Hutchison, and Fierceness, of course, went down in flames in that race. Probably needed a race, but I don't know that you could have expected that kind of dominance. Any horse in the Florida Derby. They didn't even let the horse go. Johnny B was sitting on him like he was riding the cigar statue at the back end of the paddock. And waiting for somebody to take his picture. And never touched him in the stretch. Was actually under restraint as he coasted home, a winner by 20. So, I thought maybe the strategy, Greek, you might do a variance on a theme, a little deviation from the usual Greek. I'm going to nail all the long shots and say, I'm going to concede the race to the favorite, and then I'm going to put all the long shots underneath and exotics. And if you did that, you could have made a score. Otherwise, there was no way to beat this horse. He's run 5 races now. 3 of them are sensational, and 2 of them are subpar. So does he do it in the Derby? It looked like he's going to be a dominating force there. And that was very, very impressive what he did in the Florida Derby. And, of course, Hades was up the track and made you think, well, geez, what was he, a 5-2, what was he doing there? Had no business getting that kind of distinction. But, it looks like fierceness. I mean, how do you go against him in the Kentucky Derby?
Now, he's going to be...
that was mind-blowing, yeah.
They said he was going to be the favorite. They also said if the jockey pushed him, which he did not, he could have broke a course record. That's what they were saying. With the decision made to say just ride it out, do what you have to do. Didn't pull him at all, and not even close coming around the back turn. I was surprised. I had all the long shots, but you know what? It happens sometimes. That's what life's about. But it was a great race.
Did you have that 7-ball, the one that was 27-1, ran second?
Yep, I had that.
I think that looked like that had the Greek written all over it.
Yeah, I had that.
Having some baklava on your honor, thinking that he might be able to make a move. But, you could see at the very outset of the race, I mean, by the end of the first turn, it was over.
Yeah.
The horse was jogging.
Yeah.
And he ran a 110 Beyer speed figure, which for those that are horse racing fans, the Beyer speed figure is an equation that this maniac, Andy Beyer, who was the horse racing writer for many years for the Washington Post, has written books about gambling, a real authoritative gambler. I mean, Beyer is legendary in the horse racing industry. And he came up with a stat that's as good as anything I've ever seen in terms of all of the modern-day analytics, where he's able to take a comparative number and develop a number that takes into account all kinds of wild variants, like different tracks, the conditions, this, that, and the other thing. So any horse that runs like a 100 Beyer speed figure, I mean, that's something to take a look at. He ran a 110 Beyer speed figure, and that was while being geared down. I mean, there was a stranglehold on this horse. I thought he was going to choke to death with Johnny B in the reins. So that's overwhelmingly impressive, and easily could have broken whatever the track record is or the stakes record for the Florida Derby if that guy had let him go.
Steve, always great talking to you, catching up. We'll get back in our rotation. We were out. I was out for a little while, but we're back in, having you on the Greek Zone, either Mondays or Fridays. Appreciate your time, buddy, and let's keep in touch and stay hot.
I always worry when I turn on your station and I hear Spanish music that maybe there was a format change. I know how it is over there at iHeart, so I'm glad you're back, Greek, and that we know that you're on solid ground, my friend.
Love you, Dave. Have a great afternoon. Enjoy the game tonight, Iowa and LSU. Good talking to you.
Pete Rose, commissioner. All right, bye.
You got it.
See ya.
Pete Rose, commissioner for the NFL.
All right, I'll sign that petition.
Oh, my God. Jimmy, good job as always. Thanks for your help. Another great edition of the Greek Zone.
Thank you very much, Greek. Have yourself a great afternoon. Thank you for tuning in.
And don't forget, we're always sponsored by personal injury attorney Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. We'll be back tomorrow in the Penthouse and the Greek Zone as we look more into the madness. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Panthers tonight on Real Radio. Peace.
Ciao, baby.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Collins with CBS 12 News. A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with temperatures in the lower 80s and a southeast breeze between 10